Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? Hey, just setting up. Trial should be starting in probably about hopefully 13 to 15 minutes around that area. Just jumping in to recap of what sort of happened yesterday. I think when everybody came in, they ripped Dawn the threads. I know people like Dawn. I like her. I guess I like her. Shit. I don't really care for, whoever saying what, doing what, but they made her out to be inconsistent. They sort of, messed up her credibility. But at the same time, because she'll keep saying, well, how come on this day you couldn't recall 7 times, now you in court, you can remember? Now that's a little shady, but true. Sherelle thought they was being a little harsh with her. Hey, what's up, Lily? What's up, L.A. Jones, Elizabeth, Lady Butterfly? Well, I missed some people. Gabby, Patrice. Hey, the wife will be coming in a little bit. I actually beat her up this morning. That well, not beat her up, beat her up. I don't want y'all to think I went Diddy or no shit. But this trial should get a little better. I did a poll yesterday, and people were saying that they think it will get better throughout the course of the week. I think it will too. However, if as long as they can go through some of these witnesses and not have them up there for days and days talking about the freaky shit in the bedroom. We all heard those stories on social media for the last year and a half or so. We ready to get to the meat of the investigation where some proof might be available. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully we can get to some witnesses that's talking about some things. When the assistant, I think his name was Alex. Don't quote me. I think it was Alex. It was his assistant. I think he said from 2007 to 2009. He's sort of being straightforward. He just telling, his side of it, how Diddy, things Diddy said in private, basically that he felt like Cassie, in some other words, he didn't say usable, moldable. That she was moldable. But yeah, I mean, he could have said that, and at the end of the day, she was. Most gold diggers are, and not to upset people early in the morning, but gold diggers are usable, moldable as long as you got the status and the financial means. If they want something, they're willing to do other things for it. That's my opinion. I know my wife would disagree. Oh, Alex was Cassie's husband. So what was this guy name that came in yesterday? Sherelle was trying to find his name. I think she found a picture of him too. Anybody chatting? What's that damn witness name that came on there? Oh, was it? It wasn't Daniels. It was. He would answer, but David, and what was his last name? So David, don't start today, Perry. Okay, look, people, we gonna start because we got to be honest. Now, do I know what happened? Diddy assistant. Do I know what happened in the background in these places? No. But the crazy part is nobody does. So you got a person like me gonna come out and see it one way. My wife gonna see it a whole different way because she's soft. No offense, ladies. I'm just saying, I mean, you can't make excuses for everybody. David James, that's it. So he seemed to be knowing something, and hopefully they can get around to some serious questions. Or are they going to keep basing it around, did he beat Cassie? We understand that. If that was the case, we could have go ahead and adjourn and go ahead and have the jury do what they do. We know he's an asshole. We know he did these things to her. He's a monster. We don't need no more witness. I don't feel we need no more witness to prove that point. We need some witnesses to go into his records or something to prove these RICO charges and all these different things. People say, well, they got enough. Jurors aren't lawyers. Like, I'm not one. And we're going to form our opinions. And as much as we can think Diddy might get thrown in jail for life, let's keep it real, people. It only take one to go with that prosecution program. It only takes one. Cassie got paid. People say she did enough already. Why you still there, Cassie? You don't got your money. It's because the battle is not over with her. She want to reclaim her territory. I know people don't like to hear that, but Cassie still want to be not with the trainer. In my opinion, Cassie still want to be with the famous one. The trainer is not famous. And now, even though they get the $30 million, some people money ain't enough. She want that attention. I know, Lily. I'm just saying, stop it, Perry. It doesn't. Look, come on, Lily. Now, we get to be fair today. She doesn't want trash ass Diddy. It seems like it. Okay, Lily, she might, if she don't want him now, she wanted him before the freak offs. She wanted him after the first escort, second escort, third escort, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She wanted him then. So that's just my feeling. Could be wrong, or she just bitter and mad because other women seem to have got better favor from Diddy than she had in her mind. When she thought her coochie brung the boys to the yard. Yeah, it could have brung them, but they left. And now she's probably just wondering why some other girls like Young Miami got shouted out or, put out there and she didn't. And she just got, tied up in the back room or something. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. But I am here to be fair. And we're gonna listen to these witnesses today and take it for what they say. Let's take it for what they say, and when they're asked questions from the prosecution, and then let's take it when they're asked questions from the defense. Let's not love them on one and believe everything they say, and then when they get crossed, the defense team got a problem. They trying to make something out of nothing. Let's just be open when we go through it. Okay, I love Perry takes because it's fair. Yeah, thank you. Now, for the most part, I throw stuff out there, speculate a little bit, but I'm trying to be fair on both sides. On both sides, because I don't have a dog in the fight. People will say, Perry, you love Diddy. I don't give a damn about Diddy, and to be honest with you, I don't care about Cassie neither. So that probably makes it a little easier for me because I really don't care. I'm just here to see what the outcome gonna be. I'm just here to see what the outcome gonna be, people. Let me try to go and see if I can get an update on what's happening in this courtroom right now. Let's get it.
Oh my God. I don't
Okay, Terrell.
I don't know what happened. It did not let me sign in. Oh my God. So
But
we're
yeah,
in. We're ready to go. Let's see.
I was just trying to pull it up now to see if any updates, but I don't see nothing yet.
No, it hasn't even started yet.
I know, but I was telling people because I had to apologize to them for your
For what?
behavior.
Yesterday?
For your behavior, yeah. I mean, because because they just like, Perry, how can you be so fair and honest and your wife just
Terry,
so biased?
you're a mess.
And then, are you putting on pink powder today again?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
It's okay?
Yeah,
I've been rushing. Did you
that
get you
remind me
something?
of Diddy's medicine cabinet, the pink powder, right? But check it out. No, Sherelle, I'll be telling them that because, I didn't say it. They just like, she's too soft, and I had to admit it. My wife is soft.
I mean, it's a lot going on
Yeah,
today.
but
Let me tell you
go
who's
ahead.
supposed to take the stand. It's a lot going on. It picked up yesterday. Don't know why the judge uh, let them out early because they only stayed 5 extra minutes. He was just asking about things that he can enter into evidence and things that he couldn't. We know that's their game plan. They'll do it again this morning. Um, but it was better and it was going quicker.
Okay, so maybe we're getting close to it.
Huh?
Because the David James was on the stand yesterday. That was the personal assistant, and he'll be back
Yeah,
on.
and he might, he was very close to Diddy. He was
Oh,
before KK. So they're okay. So today they're gonna do Regina Ventura, the mother of Cassie. Wow. Okay, so what are we? Why do we talk about Cassie every day?
hold on, the
So
mother
there's
coming on.
it says Regina Ventura, David James, that's the guy from yesterday, and the Punisher, the escort known as the Punisher again. Um, I think that yesterday Carrie gave a good testimony. So did Dawn, but this is all going back to Cassie. So they're
Don got.
saying, huh?
Okay,
And
go ahead. Now what
every
you?
law attorney out there is saying, "Oh, they're doing so great. They're doing so good." I don't see it. I don't see it. I thought this case was going to be separate from Cassie. I thought Cassie was a character witness, but now she's the main witness, and then you already settled your case, so it's confusing to me. Doesn't mean I'm not um a Cassie fan, but I don't understand where the case is going, and I just don't. And everybody's saying, "Oh, what a great! Everything's going so great." Mark Garagos is the only person who said it wasn't going so great. Like I don't understand why don't we have witnesses separate from Cassie? Because that makes her the main witness and the only witness that's
Mm-hmm.
worth talking about. Her herself did not testify to anything about racketeering, anything about X trafficking. And also, too, if you do that, people wonder should she be a co-conspirator at this point versus a victim? I don't understand where they're going with this. So, and now, every day I talk to people that were in the courtroom and they feel the same way. And then when we go hear a legitimate mainstream report, they all say what a great job is happening. So I don't know. And I do understand that I'm only dealing with limited information, but I talk to people who are in the stand. I'm in the side of the courtroom. And speaking of that, a lot of people are going in this courtroom that we know today. Have they let them in?
Oh yeah, yep. They should be in.
Oh my God.
Mhm.
Yeah. We know a lot of people in the courtroom. They're saying the same thing that you're saying, Sherelle. Sherelle, we're confused. It doesn't make sense. We come home at night, but they report it the way they report it. So, okay, whatever. It's really confusing. Very confusing. So,
Yep.
so what do you guys think? Perry asked them, everybody's in the courtroom. Let me
Well, you asked the question about this. Where is it going? It sounds like I don't know what Cassie's mama would have to say relevant to the case. I mean, she
I know
wasn't
it's
there.
really weird.
She wasn't there at the freak offs. She's supposed to have been unaware of her treatment. I mean, wait, is she supposed to come on and say how she felt about her daughter? Which I get, but is that part of the case? Is it relevant? And
And
then
now it's you got to check. It's signing me out again. Perry, please keep us up to date. I don't know why this is happening to me at the last damn minute. This is so annoying. I'm frustrated.
oh shit.
I'm frustrated with the trial. I'm frustrated with X. because they know damn well. So what happens is I have two accounts, two, and they keep signing me into the other account.
Well, for real, I don't know why the mother would be there. Did he call there? Oh, now I guess he called and left threatening messages on the answering machine. I don't know what the mother could talk about. And even if that's the case, everybody know Diddy's a monster. He's an asshole. He's a woman beater. It's been proven already. And we definitely know he's a freak.
All right,
I don't see why the
again,
mother would come on. It's
or
probably
these same escorts. What can they say different? The only testimony I'm looking forward to is the ex-assistant James. Now I don't know why Cassie mother is on. Carrie told us what happened. We know what kind of guy Diddy is. These people have nothing to do with the RICO charge. They have nothing to do with ex trafficking. The mother, I'm confused, and I'm not gonna say that the defense is doing a. Oh my God! Now, when I try to
unless her
sign in,
mother, unless her mother want attention like she did. I
no,
don't know why the
Perry,
mother would
no.
go. If I'm wrong, people in the chat let me know. Why would the mother go up there? If anything, I feel like it's gonna backfire. They're gonna say, how can the defense be so rude to her mother when they ask her, why didn't you keep your lovely daughter home last night? Was your daughter hoeing in her early teens? Then y'all gonna get mad. The mother do not bring her ass up there to
Here we
get
go. Here we go.
oh.
It says personal assistant David James takes the stand. Judge says, "Good morning, welcome back." Um, the courtroom deputies say, "We are missing 4 jurors. It may be the subways." Okay, every morning we have an excuse of why we can't get started, but this is legit excuse this time. The 4 jurors, they said they're missing. Oh my God.
Somebody said at this point, Cassie should have to return the money.
I feel like it. I'm very, very frustrated, you guys. Cassie's mother's supposed to take the stand today. For what? For what?
You
Is she
know
going
what?
to talk about another fight? We get it.
And then it'd be for sympathy for real. Like if we all understand
And
the Cassie thing and we all agree, she took a beating from Diddy. Yeah, it was wrong for Diddy to do it. She was abused in that way. We get it. We can't go back and change it. But to keep rolling out the sympathy card, my daughter, I remember gave birth in
all right, Perry.
1985. Come on, stop it. Let's get to the point. Your daughter was loose as a goose.
Perry, don't say that. Please don't say that. Please don't say that. But it's frustrating. I get what Perry's trying to say is first of all, they said there's no going to be no smoking gun. So this is going how the case is going to proceed. If we keep going down this road of people that were around Cassie and talking about the abuse she suffered, I'm going to get very irritated because we know he's a violent man. We got it. So I'm not Team Diddy. I'm just talking about my frustrations with the prosecutors. I want them to come through. I want Maureen and the rest of the women to come through. Her mother is testifying because Diddy threatened her and some other family members. We got it. We got it. We know he's a bad guy. What
And
is
I would
this?
say this, right? Go ahead, Terrell. Yeah, go ahead. Finish. Sorry.
Lily, this is what I can't connect. I want somebody to come in and say, yeah, I took this amount of money and we hid it in compartments. And I want you to show me where the RICO charge is. I got it. Yes, he's a bad guy. And she's going to tell me how many ways he abused Cassie. We get it. She was abused. But let's get into the case. And I hear every attorney goes, well, he prevented Cassie from leaving that day. That's kidnapping. The whole case is being around Cassie. I hope y'all understand my frustration. Or if you think I'm not seeing something correctly, because I want to hear he called me, he ordered 10 kilos, he told me to, that kind of stuff. I don't want to go how many ways he did Cassie wrong and how we can make these charges out of the things that she's saying. I'm
Yeah.
frustrated.
Yeah. But
they're not giving me this stellar. I need a smoking gun. And they're saying, well, there's no smoking gun. And then I go into talk to people that's been sitting in the damn courtroom for 8 hours a day, and they're like, nah. And different people, different people. We know about 4 people in the courtroom. Everyone's saying, well, it appears that way when we're inside. I know what you're talking about. Is no damn way there's no smoking gun. And somebody said this, and I don't know if it's true or not. This is what somebody told me. They said when this case started, all of the judges and a lot of the people at the Southern District of New York are, that's the place that convicted our leader. But when he won, he came in and fired everybody because he was upset about his case. And so these are the judges knew, these are different people that started out in the beginning. So I don't know. Lorraine, you disagree with me? Tell me what you think. Tell me what you see Rico. How do you see Rico? Please tell me. Because I want to be on board. I'm frustrated. Oh, and Perry, are you checking?
mm-mm.
Okay, let me check.
I was looking at the chat.
So you guys in the courtroom, I got my eye on the case.
I don't see anything yet, but I'll keep refreshing.
They're missing. This is a federal case, not a state case. Got it. I got that. Tell me how you see Rico. Rico is a whole bunch of let me give you the definition. Hold on. You got your eye on it, Perry?
Yeah. Unless they start going through his tax records and all like bank documents and stuff like that to prove bigger things. To me,
that's what I want to see.
Right.
I want to see what everyone's saying. And if you see Lorraine, I don't know this. Let me just read this really quick. Make sure I don't miss what she's saying. A RICO charge refers to a criminal accusation under the Racketeer Influence or Corruption Organization, a federal law enacted in 1970 to combat organized crimes. Definition: a RICO charge is brought when a person or group is accused of participating in a pattern of racketeering activity, a part of a enterprise, okay, that affects interstate and foreign commerce. Enterprise. Who's in the enterprise? Cassie? The staff? Who is doing this with him? Unless you get KK on the stand, people that did this, because Cassie herself admitted to setting up the charges, the freak off. So is she in it? It said it also includes activities such as drug trafficking. Haven't seen that. Fraud by mail, bank or wire fraud. Haven't seen that. Bribery. Haven't seen that. Kidnapping. Haven't seen that. Unaliving. Haven't seen that. Ex trafficking. Haven't seen that. Money laundering. So you guys understand what I'm saying? So they're trying to say, okay, he wouldn't let Cassie leave, and that was really bad. Rico, no, she already got her money. Let's see what you guys are saying. Cassie said it was only her that was scheduling and paying the ex-workers. No one else read the transcript. I mean, I see what you're saying. Come on, you guys. Rico has been identified as kidnapping. Right. Who did he kidnap?
And then it's how you interpret it, right? Now, what they want to say is, Sherelle, I mean, anytime you held by force and not allowed to leave, then it's kidnapping. But what normal person gonna call that kidnapping for real? Kidnapping when they put your ass in the trunk, tape you up, tape you in that back room, don't let you out for weeks. They'll say in the hallway, he refused to let her go. She left.
And what about this? Look at Regina, Perry. She's saying we can't even put the money in his hands. Cassie said she paid.
And unless you're gonna say she a liar, and if you say that, then she lying about everything. She did say she paid.
The
That she will
feds,
order the escort. She would service the escort.
the feds
Yes,
can
sir.
bring the case after payments. But oh, even though what you're saying, Lorraine, is even though she took the money, she they can take her information and use it against Diddy. If that's what you're saying,
They gonna say that she was
that
fearful for her life. She was forced to do it.
bribery, paying the hotel to remove the video, it's also is obstruction of justice, falls under RICO. If that's the case, if they want to take everything that Diddy did and Cassie did during that era and turn it into a RICO case, I see how that could be kidnapping, but I think their case isn't really strong yet. There's no smoking gun. There's no, when we get John Gotti on the stand and you get Sammy the Bull who turns on him and said he planned this on arriving on this date and in this room and we went here, I wanted that. But if Cassie's saying I'm a victim and all the things he did to me, he should be in jail for. I can see where that's trying to go, but it's not very strong to me. I don't know, y'all. This is a mess. That's what they're doing, Sherelle. I don't like Diddy, but probably a demon he is. But this feels like railroading. I don't like him either. I'm Team Cassie every step of the way. I think Carrie gave a flawless testimony yesterday. They have 7 more weeks. Okay. Right, Tamara. So I'm going to calm down. But right now, I'm not seeing it. I might see it later.
And basically,
Hey,
they're saying
Aphrodite.
they possibly later on in the next 4 or 5 weeks gonna
Harry,
discuss.
please don't do that. Let's just be
Oh,
real because I'm really frustrated. I'm really trying to figure out, well, where's this going?
well,
Every attorney saying this is great, this is flawless, and I don't see it.
mhm. Well,
Hi, Aphrodite. Good morning. She says she was okay with him not being in jail when she took the settlement. She's right.
sure was. Went right to the bank.
How are you going to take the settlement, even though Lorraine said you can do it and still be a star witness? It's frustrating. But all the experts are saying, yeah, this is great, except for Mark Yargos, whose daughter is the attorney. And the whole thing is weird. Mark Yargos is saying, there's a lot of holes in this case, but let's not jump the gun. But your daughter's the head, not the head, but is on one of the attorneys. Everything is weird. Everything is weird. Hi, Dee. She said, if Diddy doesn't get convicted of anything, they will make a RICO conviction stick. Well, let's see. Let's see. Cassie said she still loved him. Oh, yeah. Cassie's she's a victim of DV, and she's dealing with a lot of trauma. She does not love that man. That man does not love her and doesn't think anything about her. See what you guys are saying. I was watching an attorney last night, and she said that they are proving that it is a RICO case. Yeah, that's every attorney saying. How the money is tied to him and the decision making.
Yeah.
Hi, Tamara. They are slowly putting the pieces of the puzzle together. That's how trials work. You must be patient. There is a bigger picture. Okay. All right. You're right. Got a lot of time left. A lot. Anyway, here, I want to see someone said my name. Sherelle, my niece is in the law field, and I'm like you. She told me to sit back and see how they are building this temple. She said, trust me, Auntie. All right. because I do acknowledge that every witness I mean every attorney that I've seen on different channels, my favorite, Emily Baker, Law and Crime, all of them. That girl that I accidentally clicked on her video yesterday, I don't remember her name. She was an attorney, and everybody saying this is going great. And I'm going, are we going to keep hearing about Diddy and Cassie every day? I thought we could get to a part in the trial where we're done talking about Cassie and let's get to. And I felt that way a little bit yesterday with David James, the ex assistant.
They're gonna have to get to something. Let's keep it real. We don't know what's gonna happen. I'm not gonna say if they're gonna find them maybe guilty on RICO, racketeering, all this shit later on or not. I'm just saying I don't believe nothing they said up to this point moves the needle on that.
Listen
Now,
to this one.
hmm?
Oh, go ahead, Perry.
Oh yeah,
I
I'm
got to
saying
talk.
like I get what they're saying, like, but I don't think none of this stuff like people saying, "Oh yeah, this is masterful." They're setting it up. You start off with sympathy, and you go through these things, and we're gonna build up. I'm just saying I need to get to the cases, the major things that's gonna affect these charges. That's what I need to get to. I haven't seen anything yet, and we'll say, yeah, they're doing a great plan, and they working on it. They just taking one step at a time. They could be taking the wrong steps also, because they record ain't perfect, and whatever they come with later, they still got to prove it. And then even when all these experts talk, I consider normal people like us in the chat are jurors. We're not the experts. We take it differently than a lawyer that's been practicing. Yeah, well, according to 15-4582, we can technically say he did. No, you like, hey, did the man kidnap her or not? A legal person will say yes. A normal person will say, yeah, I mean, he shouldn't have held her back for an hour or whatever. But they might not look at it as being kidnapped.
So you're
Especially
saying that they need to dumb it down for us regular people who don't get it, or may help me understand. But what about when people like Tamara saying, calm down? They are getting to a point. They're getting
okay, yeah, and I get that part. You're saying calm down, even though that they just going through setting the scenes, just letting you know about Diddy's character. Eventually, not saying the stuff, they should be able to get to these charges because that's what they're charging them with. And they're having more faith, they're having faith in the government saying they wouldn't have brung these charges unless they have something. That's what I'm feeling them saying. But I don't think her best friend talking, Don talking, Cassie talking had nothing to do with it. Her, if they get these RICO and all that stuff. And then some people are going to look at it this way. If Diddy had this enterprise or organization, because that's what it takes, right, for all these charges, and he was the mastermind behind it, why is he being the only one charged? I know people say Art Kelly got it. I'm just saying, and then you look at the same people that ordered the escorts, that ordered the drugs, that paid the escorts, how they get immunity. I'm just saying, I mean, those things I would try to weigh out too.
Tamara says they did a great move by putting Cassie on. It was just to establish character. Well, we got the character. Diddy is terrible, and he needs to be in prison, like I said, but not for life, but long enough. I don't know how long, and I'm not a juror, and I'm glad I'm not a juror. He needs to be in jail. Also, too, so that's the whole thing. He needs to be in jail, but and this is why I'm so upset too, you guys. He needs to be in jail, and I don't want a mistrial, and I don't want them to say not guilty like they did OJ Simpson. I'm scarred from OJ Simpson. I'm old. I remember the case like it was yesterday, and so I'm scared. I don't want this man to walk, and it looks like he's going to walk. And if he walks, he's going to be hell on wheels. He's going to be revengeful. And all the people that had the courage to testify, he might, make their life a living hell. I would hope he wouldn't do that, but past behavior is the best indicator of future behavior. And
Mhm.
so if he walks, oh my God. I don't think he's going to put his hands on anybody anymore, but I think he's going to do, really scary business things. And yeah, he's going to think he's untouchable. If he was untouchable, he wouldn't be in jail. All right. Let's see what you guys are saying. It's too much talking every day. Feds has a carnival of people to testify against this man. This is why he's going to be free. You think he's going to be free? That's my biggest fear. That's my biggest fear. Even if he walked, he is done for life. I don't think he will put I don't think he will, but we are judging a book by its cover. We don't know what's inside. We don't. That's true. Stan, he said, if he walks, no more baby oil, that's for sure.
Oh,
Please
so it
relax on
sounds like
sharing these strong opinions when you don't understand all of this.
it sounds like they
What?
was missing four
You
jurors.
gotta go. Bye. No, nah, you're in the wrong place. I get to say what I want when I want. You're in the
What
wrong
happened?
place.
I was doing
Thank
something
you,
else. What happened?
girl. Get out of here.
Oh,
It says here.
it sounds like they are stalling because four jurors haven't showed up yet. I guess
Mhm,
the trains or subways or something
mhm.
happened. Okay.
I'm
Uh,
allowed to speak what I want on my channel, and if I'm confused, that's just what it is. You can't tell me don't be confused. Oh my God, I don't even have time for that nonsense. We are prepared and ready to go. And I'm not the only one who feels this way. We got 4 people sitting in the jury tell us
uh,
they feel this.
you got to update.
Here we go. Okay, jurors have arrived. What about the physical violence between Mr. Combs and Cassie? Did you personally observe? Did you personally observe it? James says, no, I didn't. Attorney says, do you remember a blog post? James said, yes. I was in LA when he came back from a club. Let me tell you the difference between blogging and working for the Washington Post. I get to say what I think. If it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. If I say that, that's not going to make the prosecution look bad. It's going to let them know that some people think this certain way. That is ridiculous. You can feel your way. I feel my way. People try to make me act like I am from the Washington Post. And plus, I'm not going to sit up here and act like that other bloggers aren't feeling the same way. That's ridiculous. You need to handle it. Everybody doesn't think like you. Everybody doesn't think the same. And trust me, a lot of people are saying, well, I don't know if this is such a strong case. That really, really gets under my skin. Here we go. What did Mr. Combs say? James says that someone was lying on him, saying he hit Cassie at the club. He went through my browser history. No one had ever done that to me. Me either. And if you don't trust the people that you're around, he's probably paranoid and doesn't trust anybody. But don't go through my browser. It's like an invasion of privacy. Anybody goes through your phone, it's an invasion of privacy. Unless I give you permission, and no employee, I don't want to work for any employer that damn bad that I'm working 24 hours a day. He said this yesterday, and then I have no privacy. No, I
Yeah,
wouldn't want to work for him.
No, hell no. I mean, for real, let's keep it real. I mean, you working all those hours. Well, look, I don't give a damn if I work part time. You ain't going through my shit like I'm some bitch or something. Just because you feel like you got the power to grab my
Here we
phone
go.
and go
Here
through
we
it.
go. Attorney, did Mr. Combs give you instructions about Cassie? James says, to bring her food at the London hotel. Some Roscoe's. Attorney says, what is Roscoe's? James says, some delicious fried chicken in Los Angeles. It's called Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles, and it's in Compton. And they have changed owners, and people said, and changed the recipe. But it's a staple in the community that everybody goes to. Perry, why am I so upset when someone says, don't be talking about that you don't understand? It spread false information.
I think it upsets you because like people act like they know 110% what's happening and that they know it all. And basically, you get upset because somebody want to take your freedom of speech away. It's your damn show. It's your opinion. You ain't telling them how to think. But then it pisses you off when somebody say you spreading false information when you just simply giving your opinion. It's
Yeah,
as if I ain't out here using a platform. Your platform is for your opinion. It's for my opinion. It's for their opinion. The people in the chat. We just talking opinions. Nobody knows. But when you get a person that's on here that sounds like they could be possibly another blogger on to come on to discredit you, I'm gonna keep it real. When you
yeah,
start talking about that shit, spreading false news and you false, you just mad because ain't nobody over there watching your ass. And now you want to discredit what we saying.
let's see.
And we
Effort, I got something going on over here.
okay, all right. Don't
She
make me curse somebody out.
says, an opinion isn't false information. It's not. And you know why I'm mad? I think it's another blogger. I know who you are. Just leave me alone. Leave me alone. You haven't said anything that is. I didn't. I say I don't understand. I don't see how they get it. Why are all the experts telling me something? Sherelle, you do not let certain comments get to you, love. This is your show. Thank you. Let's keep it moving. But anyway, like I was saying, um, and I can't keep Tamara's words out of my head. This is a marathon, not a race. Be patient. It's coming.
Well, honey, I need more
So,
coffee. I'll be back.
so Cassie's mom is supposed to take the stand today.
Big mistake.
The way that I understood it, Cassie's mother didn't know what was going on with her daughter until later in the process. Here we go. We got it. Slavic says, what did you do for Mr. Combs in New York? James says, I bring him applesauce, jello, Fiji water, his toiletry bag with ointments just for men. We brought 40 items so he wouldn't call us later. I'll get a key like at this hotel. And I told you I'm not allowed to say certain people's names because it's a whole thing with YouTube. They don't want people disrespecting him. I'm not going to disrespect him and I'm not going to say his name, but he's our leader and he has a hotel in New York City. Y'all know who our leader is. And I get that, this is not about who's running our nation. So we need to stay focused. And so you guys try not to say his name. He's our leader. Please don't say his name. And I'm talking about a real leader, like the other leader got cancer recently. So y'all know who I'm talking about. And speaking of our other leader that got cancer, they're saying it's, not looking good. That's sad. But I mean, but he's in that age, where, it might be, well, he's sick. So again, let's see here. Cassie mother, Regina Ventura, is supposed to take the stand. David James, he's on the stand now. And they're bringing back this escort that they called the Punisher. And that testimony was they kept trying to say, the defense, that Cassie wanted had a relationship with him outside of the FOs. So I don't know. I think so far the only witness that I like is Carrie and David. And the reason I like David is because he was so close to Diddy. And he's saying, even though he was the assistant, Diddy didn't trust him. He made him, he wanted to check his phone logs. That's crazy. Cameron says, "Oh, I know who he is. He's trying to take over my country." Oh, you're in Canada. Yeah, yeah. He said that, you guys could be a part of a part of us. All right, here we go. James says, "I'd set up the medicine bag in the personal LV bag." Attorney says, "What was in it?" He says, Viagra, ecstasy, perks, meaning Percocet. The lawyer says, "How did you go about replenishing these supplies?" He says, "I used my personal credit card. Bad boy paid me back." Okay, I see a drug charge here. Okay, it's not in your name, it's in the assistant's name, and bad boy will pay you back. Is that even legal? Am I allowed to get prescriptions in somebody else's name? Although I do hear about celebrities putting it in an alias, and I know Janet Jackson did her husband in under an alias. So maybe if you're famous, you can do that. I don't know. Let me see. I'll find that out. Keeping my eye on the thing. Hold on.
I sort of think they can,
Karen,
Sherelle.
can you look at? I'm gonna pull it up.
But it
Can
would
you?
make sense. Maybe they have to have like something on file or something, but it would definitely be for privacy. So the pharmacist, you know what I'm saying? Or whoever. I'm thinking. I ain't no legal person. Just keep looking. Let me see.
Yeah, I kind of heard of it before. I just want to double check it to make sure
Mm-hmm.
it's not true. It says here no celebrities cannot legally get a prescription in someone's name, and in doing so is a serious criminal offense, regardless of their status. I swear to you guys, I've heard of celebrities getting prescriptions under aliases. Hold on. Can they? Okay, so here we go. Yes, they can get prescription drugs in an alias, but they can't get it under someone else's name, like David just admitted to. Maybe, and now I see a drug connection here, and they know that. They should know that. I'm sure a doctor knows that.
But
So huh?
so what determines whether it's connected or not? If I can have an alias, right? Of course,
Mhm.
if my name is Perry, I mean, I'm gonna change it
Here
to
we go.
something.
Here we go. Here we go. Don't forget what you were saying. It said, "Who paid you back?" Usually bonds. Attorney says, "Mr. Combs ever stay alone in a hotel?" He said, "Never. Usually Cassie, sometimes other women." The attorney said, "Did he ask you for things during a stay?" James said, "He texts me for an iPad or food." Go ahead, Perry. What were you saying?
Oh yeah, I'm just saying, like, alias is just a made up name, right? So you
Mhm,
saying yeah, they can to a certain degree, and I
mhm,
would think it'd be sort of fair for privacy, right?
mhm,
If you're really famous or something. So having a different name like something black,
uh-huh.
whatever his name was, something oh Frankie Black or whatever, that would
Frank
be an
back.
alias. It would be an alias, wouldn't it? So
Right.
could it be legal? I mean, like, well, and just not in somebody else's name. Well, I guess it's an alias.
It's a difference between you're saying I'm famous and I don't want all of these people looking up my, you know, knowing about my medical history. So can you put it in an alias? But it's different if I called my mother and said, I already used my prescription is up. Can
Right,
you put
right.
it in your name? You see that?
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, I was just trying to figure it out though, and I wonder if they have to go to the court or something. Like,
Update. We got update. Attorney says, did did anything strange ever happen? James says yes, in Miami. He asked for an iPod, but I think they mean pad, from his house on Star Island. I drove it to his hotel and knocked. No answer. I had the key. I'd set up the room. Attorney says, "What did you see?" He said, "Cassie in the bed." Yeah, I like this witness. I like this witness a lot.
and this was back in 2000, 2009, so it could be an iPod.
Oh,
Shit.
what's the
Yeah.
iPod? Okay.
I
Oh, the
think it's for your
music.
ears, right? For the
It's
music.
yeah, the little thing. I forgot all about that. So you were saying, hold on.
Oh yeah, no, no. I was just trying to get
There,
clarification, but go ahead.
he says, James says, there was another person in the room who sort of scurried away, and the shower was on. I thought Mr. Combs was in there. The attorney says, "How was she sleeping?" David said, "On her back." Agnaphilo says, "Objection." Judge says, "Sustained." What were you saying, Perry?
Oh yeah, no. I mean, as far as what I was talking about the alias, I'm sort of good with what you saying. Basically, it's. I mean, but I would wonder if they had to go and have something on file. This is my alias for these reasons, and then all your stuff for documentation purposes, right? Say if I got pulled over by the cops and I got some shit, James
Mhm,
Black on it.
mhm.
At least when I go there, it's on file that that's my alias. You see what I'm saying? Maybe I don't know though.
Yeah. Hmm.
HIPAA law, they can't share
But
your
this is the
sensitive
only
health.
testimony. What'd you say?
Oh no, somebody was talking about this HIPAA thing, and I was just HIPAA laws. They can't share protected health information, but I don't know.
Here we go. Attorney. What about the other person? James says he was about 5'8" with long hair and a large endowment. He scurried away. Attorney says, "Did you ask anything?" He said, "I just wasn't hired to ask about their personal affairs." Okay. I like this guy. He's a good witness. And what he is testifying to is to what he saw. So when the defense comes in and trying to ruin his reputation, that all that doesn't matter. He's testifying to what he saw. And I have a feeling he's getting to something pretty good. That poor overworked little boy just out of college, working 24/7, 24 hours a day for Diddy, putting medicine in his damn name, seeing all kind of shit. I feel bad for him. And I showed y'all that picture yesterday. He's got the baby face. Could you do it? I wouldn't want to do it.
Well, I mean, if you're younger, right, and really ain't got a family and all that stuff to get started, it's sort
Maybe,
of great
yeah.
because you're traveling, you're doing stuff, and you know,
Yeah,
build,
but just like if you work for
building your
Diddy,
resume. Hmm?
if you work for Coca-Cola, when your boss starts telling you to do illegal activities, you have to say no, or you're going to be held responsible too.
Right? I feel you there. But I was
So,
just saying how people can get caught up and do 20 hours a day. That's what I was speaking on. Like somebody, I
okay, well,
don't
here
give
we
a part
go.
time or not. Go ahead.
Did you ever pick up drugs for Mr. Combs? James says, yes. Percocet at a pharmacy sometimes in my name. Attorney said, did you give him permission to use your name? He says, I don't recall that. Attorney says, was there a drug dealer? He said, yes, one stop. This is the best witness, you guys. This is the best witness we've ever had. He did not give anybody permission to use his name for getting prescription drugs. Now I see a case. This is the
Not
first
yet.
time, huh?
Don't jump the gun.
Well, because you're not allowed to do that.
Right. Well, he hasn't been crossed yet neither.
Oh,
And then the question could be, well, why did you give it to him then? Did they force you to put it in your name?
they're not going to ask
Or
that.
is it something that you just voluntarily did like Cassie
No,
did?
he said, did he already asked that? He said, did he give you permission to use your name? And he says, I don't recall that.
So what would that?
Well, that's not a no. That's like, I don't remember. Okay, you're right, Perry. Perry is just so,
No, I'm saying like, and I get it. We know this shiesty business, and just because somebody gave you a couple pills or whatever that you got in your own name, if they didn't have you at GOM point to make you do it, you did it willingly. And shit, I don't know. I mean, at this point, I think everybody's gonna itch for anything to push it further. Now, note it and just
you
keep
think I'm
going.
grasping at straws?
Yeah, a little bit.
What?
All
Okay, let's
excited
see what
and
y'all
shit.
talking about. Like Perry's over there going crazy. It
That's
says,
it. He's a winner. He's a winner. His ass ain't been crossed yet. I mean, you thought the same thing about Dawn until she got cross-examined and left the courthouse crying. She got ripped up.
she did not leave crying. He's trying to be messy. Zutor says the latest witness, Cassie and the drug mule are part of the RICO. Now I kind of get it now. If they didn't testify against Diddy, they would be in jail right now. There's your RICO. You're right. You're right, Zutors. I can see where this is going now. Harry, are you still paying people money in the chat?
No, I mean, people look even, and like somebody, I slid over early. Somebody said, "Yeah, this could be part of a RICO. If they don't testify, then charges can go against them." Right, I get it.
That's good.
YSL. I mean, what's that little people in Atlanta? People turned on them too. They still got to prove the case. At the end of the day, and I'm gonna go ahead and say it right now. If a lot of shit don't happen from the prosecutor, Diddy ass gonna walk.
What?
If a lot of shit now, because we speculating, we got 5 or 6 weeks. Yeah, I know we do. I'm trying to give it time, but they're gonna have to prove it all the way through. And I think it only takes one person.
Okay, so I think I was looking at it wrong. I'm looking at, okay, Cassie's going to get off the stand and we're never going to talk about her again. But now I get it, especially with this witness, right? He hasn't been cross-examined yet. Tamara says Perry could be good on cross-examination. That cracks me up. Yeah. So I get what you guys are trying to say now. And this definitely is showing some kind of charge. You're putting stuff in other people's name. Here we go. Attorney says he met with a lot of people. Question mark. James says yes, even former leaders. Attorney says which one? He says 44. Y'all know who that is, right? What was your understanding? Would have happened if you hadn't done these things? Objection. Do y'all remember who leader 44 is? Somebody put it in the chat. Oh, I'm gonna put it in the chat. Oh my gosh, Perry, did you do part 2 on the second page? You did.
Yep. Yeah, I did. I got you back.
You really do. Perry, you know who number 44 is, right?
Mm-hmm. I want
Put
you to
it.
stop talking about it before you just say it, because
Okay.
that's how you get
Okay.
caught up. You just like that
All
little
right. All right.
19-year-old girl that's in
But
love.
why? But why would he have to meet with 44? What does that have to do with Diddy? Here we
It
go. Here
don't
we go.
seem like, yeah. Go ahead.
Leader says, the attorney says, did you ever take ecstasy? James says, yes. I was drinking Ciroc. I took it. Uh, Ecstasy, I was Diddy bopping. Okay. Uh, what do you mean? He said, I was vibing. Attorney says, did you speak with Mr. Combs about it? James said, he was reviewing footage of the party. He was Diddy bopping. What does that mean?
Oh, jamming out to the ecstasy. Diddy bopping was just freaking, just bobbing his head, just getting into it,
Right.
enjoying
Okay.
the ecstasy, enjoying it.
Mm.
And that's what the prosecutor,
Why do you
I
have
mean,
to
the defense
have
counsel.
ecstasy to enjoy the party? Why can't you just enjoy the party coherent?
Huh? Huh?
Especially when you're a damn
Well, you know
that's your
what?
boss.
Well, regardless of whatever it is, it enhances your fun to what to
Right. But
certain.
if he's at work, Diddy is his work.
Okay, he's at Diddy, like he's relaxing. He was at a party. He said too, just enjoying. Well, he's watching a party video. Well, obviously, if you work for Diddy, doing drugs was okay anytime. Just saying, like it just seems
Someone
like
said the Diddy bop, girl. I thought the same thing. What the hell? What the helly? What the hellion? Okay, here we go. James said, we had a videographer who filmed you dancing around the party. I said yes. And he said, I'm going to keep the video in case I ever need it. The attorney says, meaning? He said that I'd be embarrassed because he was diddy bopping. This also could show more like they got a tape on him, not necessarily at the freak offs, but him taking illegal drugs and bopping. That could be used as bribery. So I'm getting it, you guys. It's starting to make more sense.
that's Diddy mo.
Yeah, bribing people,
Hmm.
getting something that they're doing on tape and then using it.
Yeah,
Yeah, blackmail. Yeah. They're trying to make a slang term, Diddy Bop. Child, I'm not. Are you gonna use it? I'm not gonna use it.
yeah.
Diddy bopping. Diddy bopping can mean anything in his world. Child, Diddy bopping. Listen, you guys are trying to make it a term. Look, popping, popping and bopping. Y'all trying to make it a term.
You got to update.
Okay, I agree, Lorraine. Um, Here we go. Attorney, did anything ever go missing? James, they said a bracelet was missing. Uncle Polly came to my hotel room and searched my belongings and those of my girlfriend at the time. Attorney says, could you have said no? Objection, move on. I mean, they don't trust people around them, and maybe that's how how he got away with what he did for so long. I remember Cassie testified that she didn't trust Jonathan Odie, so they really watched people probably because they couldn't let these secrets out, especially when it came to the drugs. Well, all of it. They couldn't let the freak offs out, those secrets out. They couldn't let out the drug secrets.
They had a lot of thugs around them. They had escort whores and thugs around them. You can't trust people like that. Now you got a big ass bracelet gone, but I'm just saying that's probably why the guy only worked there 2 years. That shit become overwhelming. This guy now. I'm your personal assistant. Something go missing. The first person you want to check is my room. Diddy crazy.
Uh, I get what you're saying, Lorraine. Perry's right. If I start talking into it, but I find it very odd, very very odd. Like, what do you for what? Like, for what? Here we go. Attorney says, "Did you ever had to take a lie detector test?" He said, "Yes." Attorney said, "Who was present?" James says, "Just me and this gentleman. It was very intimidating. They put monitors on my head, my chest, and my hand." The attorney says, "Could you refuse?" He says, "Not to keep my job." He's making people take lie detector tests.
Yep.
He doesn't trust anybody now, does he? And I guess if you doing the things that he's doing, you got to make sure that stuff doesn't get out. I don't think I could work like that. He's checking people's phone. He's checking the assistant's phone. He's making them take lie detector tests. He's probably did the same thing to KK.
But what other job though? You see,
And
like
when you
this kind of job is weird, right? Typically, nobody's gonna take that kind of shit. I show up for my job. We need you in this back room to take a lie detector test. But what that kind of industry where these people, I mean, beware of any job where you can go in and take ecstasy, and still be working and have freak off parties. You
right,
know.
it's also a form of intimidation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm watching you at all times. So, don't tell. It's a scare tactic. Because if you say anything, I got this tape of you taking ecstasy.
Right. I
It's
mean,
just
Diddy knew what he was doing. That's why he had that safe with all that, and he videotaped everything.
he videotaped everything. Someone said yesterday I was talking to other bloggers and stuff, and somebody said they feel that it's racist that they're going after Diddy when Hugh Hefner did the same thing. If I would have seen a tape of Hugh Hefner putting his hands on Kendra Wilkinson, anybody, it makes a big difference.
No, it does.
I don't think, I think that Hugh Hefner's secrets didn't get out until after he passed away. And that's all. And really, when it was only Holly Madison really that had that anger towards him. And she was mad, just like Cassie. Holly Madison was mad at Hugh Hefner because he actually married Crystal instead of her. But
Thanks, Sherelle.
Diddy
You
was a little bit more sloppy. Go ahead, Perry.
finally said it.
What?
It took Hugh Hefner to bring it out of you. You said just
What?
like Holly Madison. Cassie was just like her, bitter and jealous because she was not the queen. See, you starting to
That's
come
what
around.
I just said. That's what you guys are saying. Okay.
I'm starting to believe that you're starting to see the truth in it. A
Well,
little bit.
no. I just said that yesterday. If we seen a tape of Hugh Hefner pulling a woman around, grabbing her by her hair, all the stuff that we seen on the tape, all the people that are complaining about what he did to women, we would be just as angry. So I really don't think it has anything to do with race as far as that's concerned.
Well,
Did
I mean,
is Hugh Hefner being accused of some of the same things? Yeah, but
well,
Diddy
look,
was. Mhm.
I think it came down to not enough people came out and spoke against Hugh.
Yeah,
That's Diddy problem. I mean, Diddy got away with it for a while until
yeah,
people start talking,
yeah.
and now they're gonna testify against him. Hugh Hefner
Tamara
didn't.
gives us the definition of coercion: forcing someone to do something against their will by using threats, pressure, or intimidation. Rico, right there. Yes, Rico, right there.
Well, no, that's true, right? But if you take Cassie for example, people gonna argue: was it coercion or was it just her greed and her
Here we go.
need? for sex. But go ahead.
Yeah. Attorney says, did this happen again? James says, yes. When Mr. Combs said, said a watch of his had been stolen. Attorney said, what was the result? James says, the gentleman told me I seemed nervous. I sure, I said, sure I am. Yeah, that's gonna be a hard atmosphere to work in when you're being accused of things. They're using your name for illegal acts. And I see it now with this witness. I didn't see it with the other ones. But this witness, him and Carrie are my favorite witnesses so far because he actually put his hands on Carrie and she wasn't dating him. That shows even more how out of control he was. Okay, we get it. You and Cassie, that's y'all thing. She keeps going back. I understand that cycle of abuse. But to put your hands on Carrie, you're really out there, sir. And now this guy, oops. So basically, almost anything is a RICO. He could get RICO for making the ban.
Yeah.
Not everything.
Oh,
So go
I
ahead, Perry.
understand what he's saying. I understand what he's saying. So basically, because you know what, people, let's keep it real.
Don't forget. Don't forget. Don't forget what you're going to say. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Here we go. Uh, once Capricorn Clark had to take a lie detector to prove she wasn't part of a heist of Mr. Combs' jewelry. The attorney says, was there any incident at Mel's uh, diner with Suge Knight? James says, yes. I drove the Silver Navigator to get cheeseburgers there. Go ahead, Perry. What were you saying? I didn't
No, I
want you
was
to
gonna
forget.
say, see, according to these rules, like when you start breaking it down with all these definitions, you can take one little thing and say, yeah, that could be considered that. Yeah, that could be. But it's always a flip side. People also can look at that same thing and say, no, it's not. I mean, based off the rules, I'm just saying, like coercion. Yeah, I mean, I guess
But Rico gives you a long,
that's why they use
wide.
it. I think that's why I think they use it because they give them all these different options, right?
Mhm,
But
mhm.
as you see in Georgia, it also can have people not agree with it.
You're talking about concerning the YSL case, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So Perry's been, we followed the YSL case also. And what Perry's saying is, if you don't dumb this down to the for the public and make
Right.
it blatant and obvious, he broke this rule, this rule, this rule. If you're just so broad with all of it, you stand the jury not understanding it, like the regular and common people not understanding it. And when we don't understand something, we'll be like, no, he shouldn't go to jail. That's what Perry's saying.
Get
Um,
an update.
Here we go. James says, D Rock said, that's Emmer effing Suge Knight. He went over and said, what's up? Suge Knight didn't recognize him. D Rock says, I'm Biggie's boy. The attorney said, what happened next? James says, he noticed 4 black SUVs, 2 different sides of the parking lot. So listen, Suge Knight is in prison because he's a bully. He also put his hands on women like Michelle A. He was also a gang member of the Bloods. He was just he's the one that held Vanilla Ice over the balcony from his ankles. So he would sign some paperwork giving him, was it Vanilla Ice's royalties or something like that. Suge Knight has to be one of the biggest thugs in the business. So a lot of a lot of the rap division back in the day when Easy E was there, um, In the 90s, the rap music became very popular, what they call gangster rap. But they were also giving record labels headaches, right? So I would say in the early 2000s, a lot of the, here we go. James says, I saw someone hand Suge Knight a GUN. D Rock says, we got to get out of here. We drove back to the house. Attorney says, what did you find there? James says, Cassie was crying. Mr. Combs got in the vehicle. I saw 3 GUNs in his lap. So I was in the process to you guys of explaining Suge Knight and rap, what happened to rap music. So a lot of the major distributors got rid of their rap division because they were bringing in a lot of trouble. When they did that, a lot of legit drug lords stepped in and started running these rap record companies. So they the like Supreme over there with Gotti, with Irv Gotti. So it really became real dangerous, I would say, in the early 2000s to be in the rap game because your boss was a drug lord, and it's a whole bunch of them, and rap became very violent.
Just
Suge Knight
update.
is one of, okay, let me refresh. Hold on. I don't see my update. Can you read it?
Uh, David,
Let me
hold
give
on.
it a second.
Hold on.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here we go. No, mine's didn't come in yet.
Hold on. Just give me a second. I just lost it. Okay, David James. I felt calm because we've been in a silver vehicle, now a black one.
Mine's just came in.
Okay.
Civic said, what did you decide? James says, to leave the company. They offered me other positions, but I just wanted to leave. My life was at risk. The attorney says, no further questioning. Agnephilo says, you didn't tell all this. You didn't tell all this the first time. Did I miss one before that?
Yeah, it was one before that. That was the one
Let's
I
start
was.
all over. James says, I felt calm because we'd been in a silver vehicle, now a black one. They wouldn't see us coming. Attorney says, what did you find at Mel's Diner? Uh, James says, Suge Knight had left. Mr. Cohn said, drive around the block. Attorney says, what did you decide? He said, to leave the company. They offered me other positions, but I just wanted to leave. My life was at risk. No further questions. Agnephilo, the judge is asking. He says, you didn't tell all this the first time. So let me explain to you what James is talking about. So at one point, oh, let me read this. Tamara says, only 2 related crimes are legally required to prove RICO. But in big RICO cases, prosecutors often present dozens of crimes to show a clear pattern and strength of the case.
I
Thank
can see that.
you. Yeah, that's really good to know. So at one point, it became really dangerous, even up to this day, to be in the rap game because these moguls were dangerous men. They were either involved in selling drugs, and I'm talking about currently selling drugs, or they were gang members. Like Suge Knight was a member of the Blood gang, and he didn't hide it. He would wear red all over town. He was also a bully. And till this day, it's very dangerous to be a rapper. And the person that I can think about the most was Drake. Drake was born in Canada. He's not really a street guy or a thug or knows how to deal with these drug people that are running the company. They did some crazy foul stuff to Drake, but it's very dangerous these days to be a rapper. And most of the legit companies, the big labels, don't have rap divisions anymore. But they also can you can become a artist now without being signed to anybody because of the YouTube and the internet. It's a shame these people want to be celebrities or hanging around with a famous person so bad that they I don't know what WL work for a monster like Diddy. They do not need to waste any more money on these trials. These men are guilty of things. He has ruined many lives. Keep him locked up. So Diddy's father was a gangster who worked for a very important drug guy, a drug lord. Drug lord means you're bringing in almost billions of dollars, like maybe billions of dollars. Frank Luca was huge. But he worked for Nicky Barnes, Diddy's dad. But also Diddy's cousins are in the Black Mafia family, BMF. That's Big Meech and his brother Terry. So all of this rap stuff gets very dangerous. So I understand why James quit. I guns GUNs make me very nervous. I don't want to work around that. It's very well possible Diddy James, no, what's his name? Gene Deal says that Diddy is involved in unaliving Biggie and Tupac. That very well could be true. It could be true.
I sort of believe it.
Well, what did the guy in jail now that lives around the corner? What's his name?
Damn. The one that's supposed to have been, what's that fool name?
Here we go. James says, they told me to stop, to not say anything that would incriminate me. Did I miss something? No. Attorney says, look at the notes from your interview. Read it to yourself, then look up at me. He says, okay. Agnafilo says, how do you recognize Suge Knight? James says, I listen to hip hop. So all this stuff that he's talking about, James, is Diddy's dangerous. Let me tell you, Diddy's family is part of a big. What is Diddy's cousin's name? I can't remember his name, but he's living that kind of life too. So these people are dangerous. Suge Knight is dangerous. Diddy's dangerous. Jay Prince is dangerous. The Big Meech is dangerous. What about 50 Cent, Perry? 50 Cent knows these people, but I don't think he has to sell the drugs.
I don't think so, but you know.
But 50 Cent, he's a street guy. So if you want to be a rapper, you have to deal with these people. I could not work for Suge Knight if you paid me to. Like, I'm really scared of Suge Knight. He puts his hands on women. We know how small. Update. Here we go. Agnafilo, were you drinking or smoking pot? James says, no, sir. Agnafilo says, your mind was clear. James says, as clear as it could be, working 20 hours a week at 4 a.m. Agnafilo says, D-Rock opens the door. Suge Knight is in a few cars over. James says, window open. So listen, Suge Knight is dangerous. Suge Knight is in prison for the rest of his life. He should have been in prison in the 90s. He's very dangerous. I wouldn't want to work around that. If I'm some college boy that just got out of school, this is too much for me. And then add freak offs on top of that you're dealing with all of these dangerous men. They're carrying GUNs. And then the worst part is Diddy's dangerous. He's also scared of going to jail. He let J-Lo carry the GUNs. He let Cassie carry his GUNs. The bodyguards had GUNs. It's just, a lifestyle I wouldn't want to be around. And the more that I hear testimony, I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus. I tell you how I feel. This is my channel. There's no way possible that Jennifer Lopez did not know what was going on. She is no way she didn't know that he was dangerous. It's no way. So I think Jennifer got out of there quietly. She's never going to turn on him. And he may have put his hands on her. We don't know. But she knows that she was dealing with a dangerous man. She know, and she knew that he had other women. There's no way she could have not known. There's no way. But I don't blame her. I'm not getting in that mess either. She knew. Let me tell you, J-Lo knew beyond a reasonable doubt that Shine was serving a 10-year sentence because Diddy lied. She knew it. She was at the damn club when it all went down. So, these people, I don't blame J-Lo. I would never talk. If I got out.
You get an update.
Here we go. James says, D-Rock says, I'm Biggie's boy. And then Suge Knight recognizes him, gives him a dap. Agnaphila says, what's a dap? James says, handshake. Agnaphila says, did you leave D-Rock at the diner? Why are you smiling? James says, cuz that's a crazy question. Why would I? Leave him at the diner? Oh, to protect yourself? I don't know. I wouldn't want to be at the diner. They got GUNs. You're dealing with Suge Knight, who is a certified nut job. Suge Knight is dangerous. Y'all know what he's in prison for? He got it, among other things. So they had to do Suge Knight the way they're trying to do Diddy. Suge Knight did so many illegal things that they just wanted to get him on something because he is. He's dangerous. He's very dangerous. And now I'm not gonna. He's in prison, and this video was on tape.
Yeah, and then like Sherelle, sound like David James smiled and laughed like, of course I didn't. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm taking from it. Why would I? Why would I leave him? I think his attorney asked him, did you leave him? He smiled and said, why are you smiling? He said, well, why would I leave him? I don't think he left him at the diner.
I don't think he left him either.
Okay, yeah. No,
but I do.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Suge Knight. Now he ain't no joke. But now they get into some good stuff though. Stuff that we be curious about, whether it's part of the whatever. It's things that, because shit. I think Diddy probably has something to do with all the other stuff. Can't prove it.
So let me tell you why Suge Knight is in jail, and it's very chilling. Suge Knight.
They coming fast, Sherelle.
Okay. Cancel. Okay, Google cancel. Agnaphila says, didn't you leave D-Rock at the diner? James says, that makes no sense. Agnaphila says, I'm not asking what makes sense. I'm asking you, did you? James says, no. Agnaphila said, you saw Cassie and Mr. Combs? Question mark. James says, yes, Mr. Combs told me to drive. Okay, so he's setting him up. So he said, did you leave the diner? He knows damn well he didn't leave the diner. Now he's about to ask him some questions because now you didn't put yourself there. And maybe James knows where this is going. But anyway, back to Suge Knight really quick and how dangerous he is. They were filming the movie. I think he had been on a movie set earlier that day with Dr. Dre. And he was leaving. He ran into somebody that he knew. They got into an argument. Suge Knight was in a truck. Got in the truck. The guy walks off, rams the guy with the car. Boop, actually goes over him. Backs up and does it again. Suge Knight is a dangerous Man. So is Diddy. So are all those drug lords that are running these record companies. Sounds like a crazy life, doesn't it, Perry?
Yeah, no, I mean, Diddy crazy. All of them crazy, and then worse than that, the people who work
That's
for them
it,
are
Renee.
crazy, and they're to prove a point. That that the people that work for them are there to prove their worthiness. So that even makes it more dangerous.
And you're right, Renee. They were filming straight out of Compton. And what so Suge Knight is dangerous. He's dangerous, right? But add money on top of that. He has money. Uh-uh. Diddy dangerous. All these drug lords are dangerous that are running these record labels. And I don't know how people, innocent people, put up with that. Because they said that like Suge Knight wouldn't pay people. And because he owned Death Row, which now is owned by Snoop. He wouldn't pay people. And if you ask about your check, so he had security, he had like gang members hanging out at death row all the time. If you did something that he didn't like, he would beat you up while everybody watched. It's crazy. So I'm not going to ask him, where's my check? If he don't pay me, that's just what it is. He didn't pay me. I got to figure something else out because that man is insane. And it sounds like Diddy was equally as crazy.
Sound like it.
And little Michelle A, she's like my height. She's like 5 feet, really small, really tiny. He broke her jaw. That man is insane. Sounds like Diddy was living that same life. And what could these two possibly be arguing about? Well, what's the reason y'all went to the diner? Why y'all mad at Suge? Why you gotta bring GUNs? It's a crazy life. Suge Knight said the other day in a YouTube video from jail that Diddy will be okay. When asked why, Suge said he will pay off the jurors. LOL. No. That's what I was getting at yesterday. When these jurors start dropping out. So what David is doing today is dangerous. So I agree with you guys. They said either you're going to testify, this is what I think, or you're going to jail too. But now, let's just say he testified. He's in danger.
Yeah.
We don't know what these crazy men are going to do. Look what they did to Tupac. Look what they did to Biggie. This all came from different people. So it's not just one person saying, I think he has something to do with. Tupac told us ourselves. He said, Diddy set me up when he got shot 5 times the first time. And he never wavered from that. He said Diddy did it.
You got to update.
He also accused Biggie. Go ahead, Perry. Here we go.
You got to update.
Agna Phyllis says, you don't know where Mr. Combs got the GUNs, do you? James says, I didn't know we had GUNs until then. Agna Phyllis says, why you ever been in a situation like that? Have you ever been in a situation like that? James says, no. Agna Phyllis says, you didn't say, I don't want to drive to Suge Knight with the GUNs. No. He said he didn't. Like, also, too, I feel bad for David James, because, okay, you're already working for this crazy boss. He already has you high taking drugs on tape for the blackmail. He comes down, grabs some GUNs, and asks you to come. It's not like you can tell him no, Agnafilo. You cannot tell him no in this situation. You have to go, right, Perry? Or, right?
I mean,
Here we
lot
go.
of
Here
people-
we go. Don't forget. Don't
Okay.
forget what you're saying. Talking about saying no. Agnaphilo says, what exactly did you do before you got this job? James says, I was a door-to-door salesman, then personal assistant. Agnaphilo says, now were you going with GUNs to confront someone? He said, it was not ideal. So what Agnaphilo saying that when somebody tells you to grab a GUN and go somewhere, you know that's not a good thing. You shouldn't have did it. Perry, what were your thoughts on it?
Oh, right. I mean, that's the hard part. Like when you rolling with those kind of people and working for those kind of people, if you don't, you're not gonna have a job.
Uh,
In some cases, hell, it might be worse. He might get beat the hell up. No, I'm just keeping it real. Like, I don't know. I mean, you don't want to do it, but you don't want to lose your job and don't look like you ain't down with the team. You
right,
see what I'm
right,
saying?
right.
Yeah.
So this guy is put between a rock and a hard place. You're already working for him. You don't want to lose your job. I'm scared at the same time. I would be like everybody got GUN. Suge Knight got him. Diddy got him. But it's also showing too. It's also showing Diddy's relationship with Suge Knight. So after Biggie gets unalive, Diddy will come out and say, remember when he was at the Source Awards? Oh, let's just all get along,
Get an update. They coming fast now.
Okay, Agnephila says, you knew how to get to Mel's Diner, right? James says, I frequent there all the time. Agnephila said, you've never seen GUNs before, right? James says, no. I believe him. I believe everything he's saying.
I believe him too. It sounds like he's just being honest.
Yeah.
They could have told him if you don't testify, then you can go down with the ship. He's just saying what he got to say, and I believe him. And really, the only two I really believe that is actually saying what they had to say with no other motive was Cassie's friend that got hit in the head with a clothes hanger. I think she was honest.
Yep.
All the way through what I'm trying to say. And I think this guy's being honest. Cassie, not so much. I think if Cassie would have came and was like, yeah, I got myself in this thing, and I just seen this guy with all this
Update.
money and stuff, and I was infatuated with it. So go ahead.
Update. Here we go. Agnephila says, there is a radical department from your job description. Is that an understatement? James says, it was the understandment of the day so far. Agnephila says, do you have immunity? James says, ask my lawyer. I have some kind of offer agreement. And Agnephila said, proffer? Okay, you guys, Perry's right. These people that are talking now, I think, because he said some kind of deal, that they got plea deals. Now it's starting to get good. Really, really good.
Yep.
Tamara says, Shine, remember him? Mm-hmm. The woman that got pow-powed by Diddy. Remember her? Natanya Rubin is her name. She said Shine did not pow-pow her. Diddy did. Shine took the rap, bribery. Shine was set up. And listen, I know you guys like Jennifer Lopez. She knew that Shine did not pow-pow Natanya. She knows.
Another update. They coming. That's good.
Here we go. Agnephila says, you didn't tell anyone about this. James says, only my wife. Agnephila says, did you meet with the government this morning? James says, yes, briefly, about what might come on in the cross. This is so good. This is what I wanted. This is so good. This man is speaking the truth. And his life could possibly be in danger. Go ahead, Perry.
No, I'm saying shit. Yeah. But his cross gonna be something else. But I feel like he's speaking the truth. But then again, I almost felt like Cassie was speaking the truth at first until the cross. But we'll see. But at least we're getting into the meat and bones of the thing.
I believe every word.
Activities outside. Go ahead.
I believe every word. I think when the opposite side starts to go after his character, you could still have bad character and this happen.
I get it. I mean, but then also when they cross, it could change the way I think about your answer with the prosecution too. I'll be
Who is
back.
that?
I don't know.
Someone's at the front door. Perry will get it. And I don't want to miss anything. Here we go, you guys. Agnaphil says, why did Mel's Diner incident come up? James says, no, that I recall. Agnaphil says, it's this morning. What did y'all talk about? James says, your style, then laughs. Agnaphil says, I'm dying to ask what they said, but I won't. He's talking about meeting with the feds that morning. This morning. He met with them this morning. Joyce says he has to speak the truth or lose his deal with the government and be charged. This is good. This is good. And since he made a deal, I'm going to take it a little further, Joyce, and say he probably did some things that he needs to be in jail for. Who was that?
Unique.
Unique? Okay.
Unique. Okay.
Perry, this Joyce just made this comment. He has to speak the truth or lose his deal with the government and be charged. That means he did some stuff too that he wasn't supposed to do. And I'm sure we're going to hear about that.
Right.
Is everything okay, babe?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is good. This is good. This is what I was looking for. That someone that can say what crimes was actually committed. And these people are dangerous, and I don't like GUNs. I feel like, what do you need them for? Only bad stuff happens. I don't like them in my house. I just don't. But, I get what Perry's saying. A lot of people are walking around with them, huh?
The shit is getting good though. Like now, this the stuff I'm talking about. Because like when you start meeting up with GUNs and stuff like this outside the bedroom, they meeting up for something, some crooked record deal, some drug deal. Now I feel like we starting to get into a direction of something totally different than the, sexual stuff.
Perry, I know Tupac went around saying that Diddy shot him and set him up and got him shot 5 times. Do you remember what Suge Knight was saying during those times? No, he didn't know Tupac. He got Tupac out of jail. That's right. And did he say anything after Tupac? Because he was in the car. After Tupac was unalived, huh?
I can't remember.
Can you keep your eye on the screen for a minute?
Oh yeah, I'm looking.
You've got a super chat. Let me. Hold on 1 second, you guys.
You good?
Okay. Nope. So they said that Suge Knight never publicly came out. This says, Latasha Adams, I believe J-Lo was able to leave because she was protected by the Mexican cartel. That's true. People could say that's an exaggeration. But it could very well be true. Diddy was not about to rumble with them. No, 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 sir. Tupac said Biggie set him up. Tupac said Biggie set him up. That started the whole East Coast West Coast beef. Well, what I from what I understand is that he said that he set him up along with uh, Diddy, who they call Puff back in the day. So I don't think it started it. That's when it went public. And they're saying that Diddy was jealous of Tupac. It sounds crazy. You would do that because you're jealous? That's what they're saying. Do you think he did it, Perry, with Tupac?
I think it's possible.
That's what they're saying.
I do believe he's that jealous. Is what I'm telling you.
Well,
Yeah.
Diddy's really weird. Why would you be jealous of Tupac? You got your own company. Why are you worried about what
Well,
Tupac's doing?
why would a billionaire still be greedy to want to pass the other billionaire? Some people want to be the one and only. Like, wouldn't you be proud to have an artist on your label? No, he want to be the owner and the prize. Does that make sense? With Diddy, every video, not even his song, he'll come out there doing that dance in front to get attention.
Do you think that Tupac ever came on to?
He's
Do
like
you
a
think?
male. He's like a male Cassie.
I'm not talking to him for 10 whole minutes. I'm not talking to him. He is messy. Do you think at any point, you guys, that Diddy was attracted to Tupac because he was? A lot of people thought Tupac was attractive back then, and I wonder if I just wonder. No one has ever said that, by the way. I just wondered.
Well, I mean, I know he was jealous of him because
Who's jealous?
I
Yeah.
mean, sometimes you can have a feeling about a person one way if it's like wanting to be with them, or I think Diddy probably just wanted all the attention that Tupac had. That's just my thing. But
You're saying that Diddy wanted to be Tupac. And let me tell you something. When I said I did a video about El DeBarge and I said that I thought El DeBarge was better than Michael Jackson, let me clear that up. I think Michael Jackson is the best dancer ever, made great music ever, best dancer ever. He's Michael Jackson and he will always be Michael Jackson. But I haven't seen Michael Jackson get on the stage with a microphone, all the women screaming, all the women going, "Oh my God, he's so cute, he's so cute." That's that's what El DeBarge has, and that's what Tupac had. So yeah, he was good, Diddy, his music, but he was not a Tupac, and he wasn't gonna never be a Tupac. Do y'all understand that extra little thing I'm talking about? I'm not taking away from Michael Jackson, but El DeBarge had the women like in the palm of his hand, and so did Tupac. Yes, Perry, that makes sense with Diddy. Diddy, as an artist, blew up after Biggie. After Biggie was unalive, and even from Canada, people were questioning that. Tupac and Biggie were friends. Pac was East Coast at 1st. He was jealous of him, and he could never be Tupac. Tupac had that little extra, you know what I'm talking about, charisma. That's what it's called. Yeah, that Diddy will never have. Like he could. I'm not saying his music was bad, but he can't like just get on there with a mic and the women go crazy. Like matter of fact, he's totally the opposite. I don't think Diddy is attractive at all. Here we go. Agnaphila says, I have a few more mundane questions. James says, I love mundane questions. Agnaphila says, where did you travel with Mr. Combs? James says, London, St. Tropez, I don't know what that is, Ibiza. Agnaphila says, were these vacations? James says, business oriented. Saint Tropez, I think that's called Saint Tropez. Trepay, Saint Trepay.
This is getting good, ain't it?
Huh?
I said it's getting good. Now he said it's a bit business orientated. Now maybe now we can get into all this other stuff. Well, I don't know. It's pretty good. It's pretty good,
Pretty
and
good.
it's way
It's
better
really
than last
good.
week to me.
It's really
Uh,
good. Do you
and
think? Do you
why,
think? Did
why do
huh?
people say mundane? Question like mundane.
Mundane,
Why,
like
why
not
they use that
like
word? I don't like it. I don't like it though. I'm
why?
just gonna move on with. I'm just
Why?
too ghetto for it.
Here we go. Oh no, they're not now. 10th. Now a 10th. This is what the person that's tweeting says. Now a 10th member joins Sean Combs' legal team. Jonathan Bach, husband of Alexandra Shapiro, already on the team. How many attorneys can we get, Diddy? That's
Well,
10 attorneys?
yeah,
That's
he might, not-
insane.
he might need to add another one.
And
Shit,
now
yeah,
I
they
see,
want to-
Perry, why you said don't start being all up David James' ass because we don't know what he got in his closet.
Well, yeah, too. And then a lot of people too gonna look at it when you know. Are you saying that because you got immunity or whatnot? Sometimes people, well, I don't know. Just I can't speak for everybody. Jurors are regular people like us, just up there, just doing the thing. Some people are like, man, yeah, he could have did all this, but y'all just trying to f him over. If anything go down, all these people should be arrested. Some people have that thought. If you ain't gonna arrest them all and just go after this one man, I'm just gonna kick it to the curb. But
That's true.
we got to get to the cross. And now cross don't always mean you win, because sometimes it's like with the girl, I don't think they could really twist her up. The girl got hit in the head with the wooden hanger.
Right.
But you see what the hell they did to your girl Dawn yesterday.
They did. They did.
I mean, hell, she gave up singing after that.
So is this the scenario? You could come fresh out of closet, out of college, pardon me, and be a really squeaky clean person. But the minute you start working for Diddy, they change you into a shady person. Would that be a fair statement, Perry?
That what could have happened to KK.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, like, when you work for, I want to say, like, criminal-minded company
Shady
or
person.
just or a shiesty company, you become just as shiesty. Put it that way.
Look, Tamara trying to help you. Mundane questions are ordinary, routine, or unexciting questions. Yeah. Perry hates the word mundane.
Your regular routine. Okay. I mean, but why they have to say it like that though? Just say I got some regular questions for you. See, that's how I would say it. But yeah.
Hi, Sheila.
I'm
Sherelle, I'm
saying-
rolling my eyes at you. Female and males fainted when Michael Jackson was on the stage. You think Michael Jackson is attractive? Come on, Sheila. He's like
No, but to be for real though, when Michael Jackson came out, he was just so big. Men and women did faint.
for his music,
Well, I
for
mean,
his
for whatever.
dancing style,
I mean,
for his kindness, not
dun,
for his
dun,
looks.
dun, 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 dun.
Does any that pay? I mean, Perry, do a poll right now. Do you think Michael Jackson is sexy? Yes or no? Like, no, he's cool. He is the king of what he does. And
Wow.
all that. I love it all. But he's not sexy. Come on, not Michael Jackson. He gets off the stage and I'm just gonna go watch Peter Pan. No, he's not. And then he looked like he had plastic surgery. Here we go. Agna Phillips said, "What were you hired as?" James says, "Personal liaison, but I was a personal assistant." Agna Phillips said, "He met a high level roster of people." James says, "Second understatement of the day." Agna Phillips says, "Why?" James says, "We met with a who's who." Listen, I feel like Agna Phillips' style of questioning is almost like two people just having a normal conversation. I think I'm liking it. He's not extra like Westmoreland was. He's just kind of like having a conversation. Sometimes they laugh at each other. I'm liking Agnaphilo. Tamara said MJ was attractive when he did Thriller. I was a kid, but he was so cute. No, no. I love you, Tamara, very much. But objection. Michael Jackson is not sexy. I'm not saying he's an ugly man. I'm just saying he has no sex appeal. He has other things, and I believe he's the best at what he does. So what she said before
but all right, maybe you could just be saying that because you have a person like me in your life. Like
here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Agna Phyllis says it was important that he be prepared for these meetings, right? James says yes. Agna Phyllis says it was important that he be on time. James says no. We changed meetings to fit his schedule all the time. When he didn't want to show up at a certain time. Did you do the poll, Perry?
Oh yeah, I just posted it up just now.
Okay. Come on, y'all. I need y'all to come through. Sheila, I love you, but you're out your mind. Michael Jackson is not sexy. What at all? He's great though. That it's not taking away from his abilities, but no. No, nothing sexy about a dude that hangs out with little boys and has a pet monkey and a llama. I'm telling you, Aphrodite. Like, come on, like.
Well, Sherelle, so far, 37% says yes. 64% says no right now, but it's going back between 63 and 64. No.
If you have to have swag. Michael Jackson had no swag. He's gonna get on stage and then after he goes, yeah, I want to go to Disneyland. No, I'm a grown ass woman.
You have to watch the thing. I'm going to grab some more coffee.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Aphrodite. I can't read Perry's poll, but you guys know what I'm talking about. And that's what I meant when I said that James L. DeBarge was better than Michael Jackson. I'm not talking about overall. I was talking about in sex appeal. But I don't want to disrespect Michael Jackson either. He is the king. He's been gone about a long time now. I don't know when he passed, but nobody has replaced Michael Jackson. And every time you find someone that kind of can do what Michael Jackson did, that would be Chris Brown, but he can't stop getting in trouble. Oh, did you guys know they're saying that Chris Brown is looking at a life sentence in England? So he got into a fight and hit somebody over the head with a champagne bottle. And he left the country and he didn't think anything more of it. So when he went to England to do a show, they have arrested him. Or he wouldn't have went back to England. He had no idea. And now he's looking at a life sentence. And I just feel so bad for Chris Brown. Y'all don't jump down my throat. Let me tell you why I feel bad for Chris Brown. Chris Brown had everything, has stage performance-wise, music. He can write his own music. He could dance. He's talented. But he just can't stay out of trouble. He just can't stay out of trouble. And so while you guys hate Chris Brown, I don't hate him. I just feel bad for him. I feel free breezy. I hope, I hope they don't give this guy a life sentence, but he's going to do some time. Do you guys remember when the brat hit somebody over the head with a champagne bottle? Because that's very, very dangerous. Very dangerous. She went to jail for it. So, and I don't think I don't know, but he's looking at a life sentence and they won't let him out on bail. So he's behind bars. Chris. Just what, And that's one good thing about Michael Jackson. He was just into the music. You don't see Michael Jackson fighting at the clubs, hitting people's head, hitting people over the head with a bottle. I feel bad for Chris as well. It's sad, but he created his own problems. He did, and that's sad. You had everything. Like, do you know how many people, Chris Brown? I'm talking to you, Chris. How many people would want to be in Chris Brown's shoes as far as his talent is concerned? You were just born with talent, and you know you keep making mistakes, and it's just sad. He won't get life. He'll get a few years if found guilty, mind you. They have CCTV of the incident. Ugh, allegedly. His team did him dirty. They shouldn't have let him come back into the country without knowing. They said they didn't know. He didn't have a warrant out for him. Even Snoop didn't come to England until he knew he was safe. So you're saying that England has a reputation. Hold on, here we go. Agnafilo says he had security because people wanted too much. He had security because people wanted to touch him, right? James says yes. In the airport, in McDonald's, Agnafilo. Was he gracious? James says, I don't think gracious is a word I'll use for Sean Combs. Agnafilo said, did he sign autographs? James says, no. That's another thing, too. So when you're famous, people, you have a built-in audience. Every time you go somewhere, people scream, people want autographs, even with these charges. Do you guys remember when Sean, when Diddy and Stevie J went to go get ice cream, and people were like, screaming, P Diddy, P Diddy. And they expect you to sign all these autographs when you're just living your life doing something. And if you do not sign these autographs, people will say, when I met Diddy or when I met Michael Jackson, he was rude. He didn't even sign my autograph. It's a hard job being famous. It has its perks and it has its downsides. Because I'm not trying to sign autographs every time I go out. And also, too, you got to look good when you go out. It's just, they get a lot of perks being a celebrity. And sometimes it looks really fun. But then sometimes it looks like it's not so fun. Yeah, we're still talking about Chris. Chris was starting to do so good, winning awards again. I feel bad. Chris, why? They will send you to jail. They did the brat because you could have some serious damage, if you get hit in the head with a glass bottle. Sherelle, you are famous in my eyes. I am not famous. If I saw you, you reject a selfie. No, I'm not famous. I do get recognized sometimes, especially like lately, but no one's ever asked me for an autograph. They just talk to me and then talk about whatever I was talking about on the show. They'll be like, yeah, the Diddy did this or that. And I don't get recognized as much off as Perry does. Perry gets recognized a lot. But I don't. Because when I'm at home, like one time I was swimming and then I ran to the store real quick and I didn't have my wig on. That's when I got recognized. I was like, what? Like, I was just running to the store to get something. See what y'all talking about. Chris needs therapy. He could have been this generation's Michael Jackson, talent-wise. I mean, everybody is talking about the whole Rihanna thing. That was like 13, 15 years ago. I don't understand why he couldn't have got past it. Some people were never going to forgive Chris for Rihanna, even though she did. She has moved on. She's with ASAP Rocky. She's got 2 beautiful children, one on the way. I don't know. He just maybe if he was acting different, but Chris is always, in some mess. He's forever having women problems. They're always accusing him of things. They say he still puts hands on women. They said he puts his hand on Carucci. I don't know. Chris has just always got drama. Oh, yes, he is. ASAP Rocky. Didn't ASAP Rocky used to be a model? I mean, I know he's a rapper, but he also was like maybe Calvin, like had a Calvin Klein campaign. ASAP Rocky is gorgeous. High cheekbones, very cute. He was always in some mess too. And after his trial, we need you to stay clean now, Rocky. No more. You got a third baby on the way. You and Rihanna seem very in love. No more fighting. Stop. Because your friend ASAP Relly set you up. Chris just not being violent is OT that hard. What does OT mean?
I don't know. I'm in my
Oh, you're here. Hi,
I'm in
Perry.
my 50s. Yeah. See, these young people throw out this stuff. I don't be having no idea.
About
And
what?
then when I start guessing, I be way off base.
ASAP is so hot. Rihanna won, and now a billionaire. If I had to be any celebrity in the world, I want to be Rihanna. She's beautiful. Her music is great. I love her music. I'm a huge Rihanna fan. Her beauty cosmetic line is good. I'm in it today. Oh no, I'm not. I usually wear it every day. I love her lipsticks, her foundation. It's actually a good line. Made her a billionaire. So now she's got ASAP Rocky, and he doesn't have any more lawsuits. And she got good kids, 3 kids. I mean, 2 kids, one on the way. She's a mother. She doesn't have to work if she doesn't want to. She doesn't have to put out an album unless she wants to. And I don't think she's going to make any more music. Why? You proved your point. You're still a superstar. You're still real respected every time you go somewhere, as far as in the music category. You have a whole separate business that other people run. She just has the best life ever. And when did Rihanna have a bad reputation? She had a bad reputation when they were going back and forth, her fighting with Carucci, and that even involved Chris. Um, I don't want to know about other trials. Perry, don't you say that Rihanna has the best life, even better than Beyonce?
Yeah. I mean, I think it seemed like to me from the outside, you never know. But she goes out,
Yeah.
functions and things like that, and like live her life. Beyonce is
Thank
pretty
you.
much inside. The only time you see her is on tour.
Yeah.
You know, the guy said something, it was like update, but he was just talking about some kind of docket or something.
Yeah, the Diddy docket. He said, asked and answered, sort of. On May 15th, he challenged the number of judicial documents. Oh, he's just talking. He's just
Yeah.
talking to his crowd.
And so it's almost 11 back east. So I'm assuming that the defense probably wrap up with this David James sort of early, then have the cross before lunch. I'm hoping.
Rihanna went back to Chris for a minute. She did after he put his hands on her. And then she was like, no, I am done. She's like, no, I'm done. I mean, I'm not trying to bash Chris Brown. I think his music is great, but he is wrapped in scandal and controversy. And, and I think that if he did that to Rihanna and really was sorry and she forgave him, we would have forgiven him, but he kept doing it. He kept putting his hands on women. Like, Chris, that should be your number one thing of what not to do.
Right.
Here we go. Agnafella says, you said he'd stayed in the studio until 3 or 4 a.m. and that you'd stay with him. James says, yes, it was common. Agnafilla says, what sort of things would he want to always have with him? David says, ketchup for example. Now, he's not talking about ketchup. He's talking about that fanny pack that he carries around, they said, full of drugs. Come on, James, stop playing. Ketchup. Like, really? My son loves ketchup. It's okay. I'm not crazy about it where you carry it around. My favorite thing that I love, my condiment that I like is Frank's Red hot sauce. It has to be Frank's. It has to be Frank's or I can't eat hot sauce.
On the West Coast, that's about all you're gonna get.
Well, you like that nasty hot sauce.
Tabasco sauce, back east, and yeah, it's different. I mean, I like it all though.
And no, I don't see Chris Brown getting out of this.
You got another update. They coming now.
Okay, refresh, and here we go. Uh, Agnephila says, "Did you know he put applesauce on cheeseburgers?" James says, "No, but I knew he likes applesauce." Agnephila says, "He likes Astroglide, condoms, and baby oil, but you didn't expense it though." I'm going to read it the way it's written. It's written awkward. "But you didn't expense it though. The business," he says,
Through the business.
"usually not."
You didn't expense it through the business, meaning that they didn't purchase on company dime. That's what it sounds like. You know how like the company might pay for your hotel rooms and all that stuff.
Right.
The expense go through the company. That stuff came on the side. It didn't go through the company.
Okay.
And
The
I
free
don't know
call supplies.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Where he's going with this.
That's gross. He likes applesauce on his hamburgers.
Yeah,
Ew.
yeah.
Applesauce. It's not. Apples are okay. They're not that great where you want them on everything. That's so disgusting. Oh, I guess we all have our crazy things that we like. I like to put Reese's Pieces in my popcorn.
Damn.
I do. I don't know, Perry. You have weird taste in food too. When you eat, Perry really hardly eats. Perry, let's see. Tamara says, "Remember, they tried to bash Rihanna back in the day. They did. People always bash victims. I am Caribbean and I love hot sauce." You love hot sauce. I put hot sauce on my eggs. Meat, it goes on a lot. I put hot sauce on Chinese food. I don't know. I'm a hot sauce freak. Okay. And it has to be Frank's Red Hot. Not that stuff that burns your tongue that Perry likes. Oh, look at your girl. Look at your girl, Perry. She said, "I finally agree. Diddy's a psycho. Applesauce in a hamburger is disgusting." So if you have applesauce on it, do you still put ketchup and mustard and ew? That is disgusting.
I mean, either way. I mean, just the applesauce on the hamburger. Just don't sound right.
I used to love what's the name of that company? I used to love Whoppers, but they really been making my stomach hurt lately. I think when you get older, you stop digesting certain foods. And I think for me, I have to stop eating fast food. My body just doesn't agree with it anymore.
But it's a trip though. Like I would say it like because you experiment with different foods a lot, and you would try
Mhm.
damn near anything.
Mhm.
But I would say it don't sound attractive. But then at the same time, my sister-in-law is German, so when she at first came to the United States and we used to be sitting there and eating French fries, she would get the mayonnaise. I'm thinking disgusting, but
That's what Europeans do. They put mayonnaise on French fries.
but
It's
it's
nasty.
good though. It's good when I finally got around to taste it.
Ew, you think it's good?
And, and then you remember when I first met you, I would never eat cheesecake.
Tell them why.
Well, I love cheese, cheeseburgers, macaroni and cheese. And so when I met her, she's like, well, we can go to my mother's house and we're going to have cheesecake. I'm thinking, yeah, I heard of German chocolate cake, chocolate cake. I ain't eating no damn cheesecake. I thought it was cheese. It just didn't sound attractive to me, like just a regular cheese, because I was ignorant. Like, you got to remember, one thing about me, you might not agree with me. A lot of times you don't, because I'm basically ignorant. You know what I'm saying? I'm just keeping it real. I know who I am. And that's how I looked at it. I ain't eating no cheesecake. And then she had the whipped cream. And I'm like, dang, that's even getting worse and worse. That shit is crazy. But
Harry didn't eat cheesecake because he thought it was made with cheddar cheese with whipped cream on top and sugar. I'm glad you noticed your shortcomings. You were a small town guy. That was crazy.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with myself. Look, I mean, that's how it is. And they add the strawberries. I'm like, damn, this shit is getting crazy. I mean, I almost felt like I was at a Diddy party.
When you first came to California, and it physically looks different than where you're from, how come? And you were just thrust into a whole new world. Oh, I was gonna say, how come you didn't go home? You're in the military. You couldn't go home.
At times, I wanted to go only because cause you're so used to growing up in the South. It was amazing when I first got to the airport. I'm like, damn. I remember just driving up to the base because they have a bus pick you up. Driving up to the base, I'm thinking, this is cool, man. Like, it's nice and open. You don't have all these trees and shit. You get palm trees. But like back in the South, we had trees, pine trees, all that shit, oak trees. Now, I'm thinking, damn. And then I'm looking over these mountains. Well, they hills, to me, there was mountains. Because we ain't had that shit in North Carolina like that, unless you was in the mountain.
You know, it's really weird, Perry. You have appreciation for California, even Vegas, till this day. Diddy lived in California. Do you think the drugs made him unappreciative, or was it being rich for so many years?
His problem was being rich. Let's keep it real, because rich gave him that certain things where you got bored of certain things. Like, most people be excited about going to a movie.
Here we go. Go ahead. David James says, I was told he didn't want to run them through the company. He didn't want a record of them. They're talking about the supplies for the freak-offs. Agnaphila says, when you brought the 8-ball of, I'm going to say cake, because I don't know if I can say the other word, but it's the white powder. When you bought 8-ball of the white powder to Saint-Tropez, didn't tell Mr. Combs you did. He was asleep. Okay, this is very interesting. I'm going to read this again. James says, I was told he didn't want to run them through the company. He didn't want a record of them. Agnaphilo, when you brought the 8-ball of white powder to Saint-Tropez, you didn't tell Mr. Combs, did you? He was asleep. So he's bringing in drugs, the white powder. You're not supposed to do that. And somebody put the pronunciation in the thing because I didn't know how to spell Saint-Tropez. I called it Saint Topaz.
See?
This is serious.
That's why I picked you to be my wife.
I said Saint Topaz, and they put the little thing on there and then the smiley face. He's admitting to bringing in drugs into, I don't know where Saint-Tropez is, but another country. That's a serious charge. Yes, probably without a doubt, he has a plea deal. He said an arrangement. You know it's called a plea deal. And he just admitted to a crime.
Yeah.
This is getting good.
No, it really is. It's getting good.
And if he took a plea deal, that it's in France. Okay. Did I say it right, Saint-Tropez? It's in France. You took drugs to France? How did you get them through customs? That's something a runner would do. Uh-uh.
Well, I
Y'all,
mean, I imagine a lot of people get away with small amounts. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
no, you can't go through customs with something. Maybe they got it when they were there.
not,
Don't they have dogs to sniff
not
you out?
everybody get caught. Not everybody get caught. When you see caught abroad and all that stuff, they say, "Oh, that was my 8th trip, and I finally got caught." It's it's you know,
You would have to be a damn fool to bring illegal drugs into another country. I would be so damn scared when I'm
some people.
crossing over.
I agree. Some people do it for a living, but I understand what you're saying. You
Yeah,
would be. I
yeah,
would be too. But
yeah.
you know,
Here we go. Agnaphilo, tell me about your relationship with Roger Bonds. James says, we talked about Bad Boy as a family. Attorney says, what do you mean? James says, Mama Combs called me her son many times. Agnaphilo, what was the mission? James says, make sure he's happy. Um, Mama Combs, I feel is she, the rumors is she was an ex prostitute. How do we know she wasn't at the freak offs? And how do we know she didn't pressure people into anything? Because have you guys seen the series of pictures of Miss Combs with these men and their shirts off? Do y'all remember that picture? And then there's another video where I believe her and Diddy were getting IVs, but for sure Diddy was getting an IV, and that's when she kissed him on the lips. Like, and everybody was freaked out. Like, it wasn't like it wasn't like it was like it was weird, very weird.
yeah, that is sort of
And
awkward.
remember, I said I had a feeling that Diddy was touched as a child.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe the mom knew. I'm just saying. I'm just being messy, but what do you guys think? They gave him immunity. He has to be 100% honest, or he will
Right.
be charged. Child, he went from a nice, innocent boy. That's what I'm saying. I think when he first joined Bad Boy, he was innocent. But they make you do illegal things if you want to keep your job. And now he's a drug runner. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. And then they got you on tape doing the drugs yourself. I still like him though, because he's giving us great information. But yeah, he was deeply involved. Deeply. And I'm wondering, could you be Diddy's assistant without getting deeply involved? Perry, why are you laughing at me?
No, it's just a trip. I mean, because you do like his stories. Because one thing about you, you're very nosy, right? And that would make you special. A lot of energy most of the time, real nosy, and country. Saint Topaz.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
You're messy. I wanted to highlight this comment because Rose has a point. You actually turned state's evidence, James. You're the snitch. You could be in danger. But it was probably testify against Diddy or you go.
Both sides is dangerous. Not
Yeah.
testifying and Diddy go down and your ass locked up, because sometimes they don't get the main one and you the one brung in the drugs. What if Diddy got off and you went to prison? Now they gonna
Update.
make an example off you. Yeah.
Yeah. Agnaphilo says, was it fun? James says, I enjoyed it from time to time. Agnaphilo says, what was your relationship with Chef Jordan? James says, professional. He said, did you put your hands around her neck? I can't, there's a word for it. He said, no. Objection. Sidebar. Oh, no. They're saying that James did this to the chef.
Damn.
Oh, he really ain't innocent. Like, he went from good guy to bad boy.
Yeah. You know, I mean, but any personal assistant, I know he was talking about earlier, like he was saying, what was your job? To keep him happy. As far as my knowledge, like I said, I did marry Sherelle, so we got this sense of things going on with that. Most assistants love to, well, their job is to keep that person happy, right?
Mhm.
And I guess that's what he did, but that shit gets you jammed up.
You forgot your job is to keep someone happy as long as it's legal. I'm not breaking the law.
Right, I
But
know, but then a person at that point, like, well, and they get away with little small things so much that they start to feel comfortable with it.
or Diddy made it impossible to leave. You know, he's searching you, he's looking for evidence in the beginning. If you do anything wrong, he's going to use that as blackmail. And so he had blackmail on David.
Mhm.
So I don't know. It's a double-edged sword. Go ahead. You want me to read that?
Yeah.
Wait, he was at work grabbing up another employee. That's what they said. Yeah, he definitely should have been given immunity. I mean, the chef, he already, you know what? What if he's underplaying his role in taking drugs? What if he was doped up all the time with the rest of them? That would
Well,
have been a hot mess.
we'll
Here we
find
go.
out in Cross, but you got to update.
Yeah. Agnefellow says, tell me what happened. James says, we were on Star Island. She told me where to take him. I grabbed her wrist. I grabbed her two wrists and said, stay in your effing lane. Agnefellow says, was there a fallout? James says, it was reported to corporate headquarters. Mr. Combs called me in. I'm going to read what he did. He didn't ask you if you grabbed her. He said you put your hands around her neck.
Mm-hmm.
This is how he's trying to downplay this. Agnefellow says, tell me what happened. James said, we were on Star Island. She told me where to take him. I grabbed her two wrists and said, stay in your effing lane. You did more than that, sir, because you just admitted to putting your hands around her neck. And Diddy called you in. So this is great testimony today. Diddy was a psycho, and if you wanted to work for him, you had to be a psycho too.
And so was the help. Yeah. But you got another update. It's getting good.
It's getting good. Here we go. James says, Mr. Combs told me you can't be putting your hands on women. He said, he told me to give her a gift. Agnefellow said, what did you give her? He said, I rolled up a blunt and gave it to her. Agnefellow said, did she like it? James said, it appeared she did. That's the gift? Is he joking? What? Oh my God. It sounded like everybody there partook in drugs and they were all out of their mind, not just Diddy. And then he's going to tell somebody, don't put your hands on women.
I know. Because now you get to remember, he in court with a sweater on looking like Mr. Rogers with a Bible.
Just crazy. He told somebody, don't ever put your hands on a woman. That's a joke. What? And so do you think that because Diddy was putting his hands on women, that David James felt that he had that right? Or do you think the drugs start getting him out of it, making him out of it? I don't know what's going on with my clothes.
Half the time when you're a personal assistant,
Uh-huh.
after a while, you start to feel like you just as powerful as the person you assisting. And everything, you know, because he's giving a lot of orders to the chef, to this, to that. Then he's like, hey, I'm gonna protect my job. And then they start becoming ruthless and treating people like shit. But I guess at the end of the day, he did give her a gift because Diddy says, never do that. As just because I do it, you don't put your hands on women. But you can satisfy them if you give them a gift. It worked for me 1,000 times before. I would just give
But the
Cassie
gift was a joint. Here we go.
Like,
Here
he
we
ain't
go.
had that much money, and he had and it shows that too. He's always dealing
We
with
got
these
to
drugs.
update.
Hmm?
Yeah. Agnaphila says, were you in a car with Mr. Combs and who? He says, Chris Lighty. Agnaphila says, you have taken ecstasy? Question mark. James says, I'd party, sure. Agnaphila says, what were the things like in the studio? Dash, drugs? Question mark. James says, yes, it's a creative environment. Okay, okay, y'all, James is playing with me, okay? The only way for you to have a creative environment is the drugs? Come on, James. You sound like you probably had a habit at that time, putting your hands on women. I still like this testimony. Now I'm starting to see his true colors, but he's giving good testimony because he's forced to give good testimony, because if you don't, you're going down the river.
So
Okay.
somebody says R.I.P. Chris Lightly.
Yeah.
Is that the one that was Karen's friend from Potomac, or no? I'm making shit up.
No. That's Matt. That's Matt.
Okay.
Chris Lightley was a executive in the business. I think Chris Lighty was good friends with 50 Cent and Floyd Mayweather. And I think he unalived himself. If you can look at the screen, I'll go and verify my information. Can you do that?
I'll watch the screen. Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
No, the names sound familiar. That's why I was just wondering. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure he unalived himself. Hold on.
Damn. And it probably was OD if he did, because it seems like it's a lot of
Well, no,
drugs.
I think it was over a woman.
Oh, damn.
Let me see if I can find this.
You got to update too.
I got to update. Hold on, guys. I got to put that on pause. Refresh. Here we go. David said, I didn't smoke when working with Mr. Combs. Agnaphila says, but he caught you. You were smoking once. Question mark. James says, I thought he was in for the night. I lit up. He came out. He said, what are you doing? I said, nothing. Let me guys give you a little bit of Chris Lighty. He was good friends with Floyd Mayweather and let me see if I can put this picture up here. Hold on. Yeah, he's good friends with 50 Cent. Really good friends with 50 Cent. Let me find this picture. Y'all know I got to find the pictures. So Chris Lighty unalived himself. Let me read you this caption really quick. It says here, Chris Lighty's unaliving was officially ruled a. Okay, here we go, guys.
I'm sorry. Stop you.
No. Here we go. David James says, he said, if you're man enough to smoke, you're man enough to tell me. I said, okay, I'm smoking. He said, if I did it again, I'd be fired. He would fire me. Agnaphilo says, how about when you picked up 2 prostitutes, and had sex with one? Objection. I'm telling y'all, he's downplaying his drug use. This man was probably strung out just as bad as Diddy. And Diddy has a lot of nerve judging people when you're an addict yourself.
I know.
Anyway, they said that Chris Lighty unalived himself on August 30th in 2012. Lighty was found unalive from a self-inflicted pow wound to his head at his home in the Bronx. Reports indicate that he had been experienced financial difficulty and was in the process of divorcing his wife, Veronica. Yeah, well, let me tell y'all what really happened.
You got
However,
an update. We'll come back to him, and you'll
okay.
tell us what happened.
Uh, it says no. Judge said overrule. James says she asked for $200. I called Bonds and asked, "What the hell?" She asked to take a shower. I said, "That's $200." He's talking about the escort he was with. James laughs. Agnafilo says, "On that note, no further questioning." Child, oh my. Okay, so I don't know. James is foul. Okay, he was living the life just as bad as Diddy was. He was almost forced to live. Well, I could see how easily he could get into that lifestyle because if he did it, Diddy wasn't going to keep him around longer. He wanted you to do the illegal things that he asked you to do. He wanted you to do them. And therefore, that's why we know beyond a reasonable doubt this guy has immunity. Let's go back to Chris Lighty. Chris Lighty was a very important figure. I didn't know about the financial problems, and that could be an after thing. He unalived himself because his wife was having an affair with somebody very famous. I cannot remember who it was, and there's not going to talk about it in his wiki page. She was, and he unalived himself when Floyd Mayweather was on a face call with him. If I remember correctly, I think that's how it went down. And he did it in front of Floyd Mayweather. Had anybody else heard about Chris Lighty and how he unalived himself? Why do people mess with Diddy? They know how he roll. No thanks. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Buster and Q-Tip were there also the night he shot himself? I really think it was Floyd Mayweather too. And so this is what I remember. I could be wrong.
Update. We got an update.
Here we go. Refresh. Have to refresh again. Mine's isn't coming in. Let me give it one more try. Perry, sometimes it lags. Can you go?
Hold on, just hold on. Give me a second.
Okay. Sometimes mine lags, you guys. Hold on.
No, give me a second. I just had mine too. Make sure it's the right one.
Here we go.
Okay,
Here we go.
You got it?
Attorney says, "What have we asked you to do?" Question mark. James says, "Tell the truth." Attorney says, "Nothing further." Recross. Agnophilos, "You lied to Mr. Combs about filing the police report?" Question mark. He says, "Yes." Nothing further. Could we have a break? Okay, he's asking for a break. They did good today as far as sidebars and breaks because it was so difficult to get through the testimony yesterday. It was a break every 5 minutes. It was a recess every 5 minutes. So today was very, better, way better. Because also too, it was Diddy size doing the ejection yesterday. So they might pull the same stunt again today. I hate it when it's objections every 5 minutes. Update. This is from my friend. She said the judge just called a break. All right. Do we have any questions? Do we want to know anything on the inside? I think it was a very good testimony. I think it was straightforward. I think that now I could see other charges. And this is what I was wanting yesterday. I didn't want any more testimony about how bad of a guy Diddy was. We got it. We know. We don't need it anymore. He's a monster. He's not just a bad guy. He's a monster. That is a hypocrite also. You got a lot of nerve telling people don't put their hands on women. You got a lot of nerve.
He a counselor and shit.
And don't smoke around me. You stayed high, sir. So let's go back to Chris Lighty really quick. Anyway, let's drop Chris. He unalived himself because his wife was having an affair with somebody very famous in the business. And I just can't remember who it was. And I'm not going to find it on YouTube, I don't think, because they have a clean version. Let me see. Hold on one second. So they're on a break. And the reason I want to talk about Chris Lighty and all these people, they're just
Living that fast life.
very much so. They keep saying, yeah, she was having an affair, but who was she having an affair with? Let me see. This is a mess. This is great testimony. And now I could see Diddy was just living foul. But I don't understand the hypocrisy. Perry, how does he think he has the nerve?
Sherelle, Stevie L said, Sherelle, you got them mixed up. That was rapper Earl that K'd himself online with Mayweather.
Okay, who is rapper Earl? Word on the curb is Lighty was being blackmailed with pictures. Oh,
damn.
They're all living this outrageous life. And I think Perry is right. I think the money, no. I think Diddy would have lived this life without money. I think. What do you think, Perry? This is crazy. Earl Hayes. Okay, that's Earl Hayes. Sorry.
No,
thank you, guys.
So.
Thank you.
I don't think so. For one, without money, these escorts wasn't free. And without money, ain't no girl gonna do that shit for your ass. And and Diddy wasn't all that. Now, if Diddy wasn't this mogul and famous, ain't no girls taking his shit.
Yep. Okay, you messing with me. I'm not gonna go there with you, Funny Bone. You are messing with me. You are messing. Perry, look backstage. Who is that? What? I'm just gonna remove this. Are you talking to me? You're on mute.
Look like you loading a page or something. Are you loading something to present?
I just took it out.
Oh, it's gone now. Yeah.
Somebody said, now, how we nailed it. What did we nail? Because these people are crazy. It really is. Diddy had his network doing all the dirty work. He did. Diddy looks like he's missing a chromosome. Wait, what? So true, Perry. Women wouldn't look at Diddy. Diddy's not attractive, and I don't mean that in a mean way. He looks nice sometimes.
I'm gonna say this: like, if Diddy didn't have that money, but his life was the same growing up and stuff, Diddy would have just found him a man and called it a day. And these women just went and enjoyed these things. All these people around him want to be around somebody famous, to work with somebody famous, so they can get these perks. So, I mean, Diddy, to me, wouldn't be that same person, because you couldn't be on trial today like Diddy is right now, being broke.
Right.
Cassie and No Shade would have been nowhere around Diddy, even though they fall in love at 19. So that's why I don't buy that excuse neither.
Someone said, breaking news, Slim decided to open things into a whole new realm. They're talking about David, claiming that 50 Cent was having an affair with late music ex Chris Lighty's wife. Okay, so now I remember. They accused Diddy, no, 50 Cent, of having an affair with his wife. Also, they said that him and his wife were arguing the day he pow-powed himself. They were divorcing. Chris had financial problems, but 50 Cent helped him. No one believed he unalived himself. I think the rumor also, Sean, was that that 50 Cent was having an affair with his wife. These people are living foul. And I wonder if Shakir Stewart would come up with the way Diddy acted when he found out that Kim was having an affair. And that's they feel that Diddy has something to do with Shakir's unaliving. These people are living foul. See, you thought I was messing. I did. Yeah. I mean, these stories are crazy, but these stories go back a while. Just the music business itself is crazy, but the rappers make it worse because they're all involved in either organized crime or extreme weirdo behavior.
I mean, we could say the rap business, the entertainment business, just being famous. Fame bring a lot of this shit on because people start to feel like they're above it all. When you get everybody kissing your ass every 5 minutes and acting like they love you, after a while, you start to believe everybody loved me.
Yeah.
No, they might won't be around you for your benefits,
But
then
we could blame the music industry. I think entertainment itself takes a bunch of people. Well, most people have baggage in their background, most people, but something about entertainment. These people live, maybe it's the amount of money that they're making and they have more access to things. It's a hard business to be in.
and it's almost too like I think even when you go into it, it's almost like keeping up with the Joneses, right? When I'm saying this, when you first go into the business, you see these people who've been around for a while who don't got like say Diddy get this money and stuff. He used to all this popularity and all that stuff. The new person ain't really there yet, but love the fame. They try to mingle with the other people and impress them, and then they start doing the same kind of activities. I'm thinking something to that effect.
Now, I want to comment on MJ Jones' comment. She said, yes, circumstances at the time of Chris seemed shady. She's talking about Chris. Oh, you're talking about Chris Lighty. It did not seem like he unalived himself. It felt like he was taken out.
Damn.
Let me tell you, Diddy is being accused of unaliving Tupac, unaliving Biggie, unaliving Kim, unaliving Shakir Stewart. I think I got them all right. Am I missing somebody? I don't think he unalived that many people.
You said Kim,
but I think that some of it.
You said Kim Porter?
I can't hear you. You're far from your.
Did you mention Kim Porter?
Yeah, so he was accused of unaliving Tupac and Biggie, Kim Porter, Shakir Stewart. Am I missing anybody, y'all? I don't think he unalived that many people. But somebody in that group, it has to be true. It has to be true. And I'm gonna go with the Shakir Stewart, who was dating Kim at the time. Because, well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know who to go with out that group. But if he did, no, well, put a poll. Put the names down, Perry. Say, do you guys think Diddy unalived Tupac, Biggie, Kim Porter, and Shakir Stewart? That's just too many people to unalive. I don't believe he unalived all of them. But when I break their story up into individual stories, maybe. I don't know. Oh Lord, yeah. No. Wolf, Justin's dad. She called Wolf Justin's dad. Sheila, Wolf was very good friends with Gene Deal. And he said that Wolf got, well, into an argument in the parking lot at a nightclub. But you're saying maybe Diddy sent the person over to unalive Wolf. According to the rumors, Wolf is Justin's dad, not Diddy. So they're saying that Misa hooked up with Wolf and Justin is Wolf's child. This is the rumors. It's crazy. But the rumor won't go away. So it's got to be something, some truth to it. They're saying that it was Wolf. Let me see if I can find a put. I'm going to be messy for a minute. Perry, can you keep your eye on the screen?
Yeah, I got you.
Child, this is messy. Misa, how do you spell her name? Misa, M-I-S-A Hilton. Let me see if I can find a picture of Wolf. His real name is Anthony Jones. They call him Wolf. Let's see if I can find a picture. Here. This is the first picture I can find because there's not too many pictures out there of Wolf. And I had pictures of Wolf. I don't know how I had them, but I did. And I don't know what I did with them. So this is messy, 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 okay? Messy. Okay, here is a picture I found of Wolf. Wolf is an attractive man. But somebody put his picture next to Justin's. That's so messy. Oh my God. Y'all are messy. Does Justin's right here in the yellow jacket? Okay, Misa's in the black, Wolf is in the black, and Diddy's in the white. Right. So they put his wait, what happened? Oh man, hold on. And let me close this other stuff out. I got too many things open. Okay, here, let me put the picture back. Why am I laughing? This because this is so damn messy, even for me. This is messy. Perry, you got to do a poll. Are you still there? Perry left. We have to do a poll.
What's up? What you need?
Can you say, does Wolf look like Justin? Yes or no? This is so messy. This is so messy. This is so messy of me. But we got to get to the bottom of it. I didn't create the rumor, okay? It was already there. Someone said, he looked just like Wolf. Hey, Daddy, y'all are messy. So messy. This can't get any more. And look at the picture. Let me zoom in on the picture. Do y'all see they put tears in Misa's eyes? Y'all are messy. I don't know. He's not. Yeah, he does not resemble. Oh my God. Okay, so I get where you guys are going. So he does not resemble Diddy. And people are saying that Diddy unalive Wolf. Oh my God. This is so damn messy. We can't blame Diddy for everything, or can we? Diddy, did you take out Wolf? Okay, because listen, we're just being honest with you. He does not look like Diddy. But my oldest son does not look like me at all. He's a spitting image of Perry. My youngest son is a spitting image of me. Maybe he looks like a Diddy's grandpa or something. I don't know. This is so messy. No, Wolf is not alive now. Oh my goodness. People are saying that Diddy took out Wolf because he was pissed, found out that Misa was having an affair with him, and that Justin wasn't his child. I don't want to believe it because that's just too much crazy shit that Diddy's doing. But those are the rumors. And maybe I'm giggling because it might be true, y'all. I don't know.
So Surreal, so far you got 81% saying yes, he will look like Justin.
I'm
19%
telling y'all.
says no.
I'm telling y'all. It sounds crazy because we keep adding names to the list, but that boy does not look like Justin. Diddy does not look like Justin in any kind of way. And when you put him up against Christian, or who the guy they call the son they call King, he looks exactly like his father. Even if you put the twins next to Diddy, he looks more like them. But the children that he does not look, what about, what's her name? Chance or Chase? Yeah, y'all, we're being messy. But we have to, I at this point I kind of believe the rumor. What are y'all saying? He wants people's children. He wants people's identity. It's a shame. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable. You just, Nicole, you're being messy right now. He should have named himself the clone. It's messy. It makes me laugh because this is unbelievable. But I am looking at this picture. I don't know. He looks like Wolf or Albie Shore. As controlling as Puff is, I'm here. He had an NDA. You. That's what you heard. And so it showed that he was the father. Let me know. Wolf got unalived when Diddy was messing with BMF. It was a setup in the parking lot. So you think the Flannery brothers took him out? Big Meech and Terry? Maybe. Anything's possible. But I was talking about him looking like Wolf looking like Justin. He looks more like Wolf than Diddy, and I feel guilty in saying that. Maybe that's why I'm laughing. Remember when he had a little girl telling her to
You
stay?
got an update, honey.
Oh, we'll get back to this in a minute. Refresh, refresh, and here we go. Okay, since they're back, judge says, jurors, I'm going to try to get the temperature turned up in here. I'm told it's complicated, but I'm freezing right along with you. Oh, they're cold. Okay. Attorney says the government calls Regina Ventura. They just called Cassie's mother to the stand. Her name is Regina Ventura. Now we were told she was going to testify today, and we didn't understand for why. Now we're about to find out. Like, what does she have to say? So these are some good witnesses. Very good witnesses. Very good witnesses. Diddy was living wild now, wasn't he? Perry, you got your eye on it? Because I want to hear what Cassie's mom has to say.
Okay, I'm doing something real fast. I got it though.
And in the meantime, I'm going to pull up a picture of Cassie's mom.
Because I basically want to put a poll up before she start to see if people think.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I got it. I got it.
No, I already posted it up. I'm searching for updates.
Is Cassie mother African American? Huh.
Okay, here we go. It's live.
Here we go. Here we go, you guys. It says, attorney says, where do you live? They're talking to Cassie's mom. She says, New London, Connecticut. Attorney says, how many children do you have? Regina says, 2, Roderick and Cassandra. Attorney says, who is this? Regina says, Sean Combs. He dated my daughter. This is so interesting. This is very interesting. Perry, you got your eyes on it?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
This is an older picture because if I pull a current picture, she's in sunglasses. I don't know why this woman looks African American, mixed with African American to me, but she's probably not. Let me put her picture up here. I don't know. Do y'all think she looks like she's got some African American in her? So here's Cassie's mother, Regina Ventura, very pretty lady, just like Cassie. She reminds me of my aunt, but maybe she's not. Maybe I hear that they're Filipino. Let me see. Let me make sure. Not that it makes a difference. I just like to know what a person looks like. And they're saying that her mom is half Mexican and black. I knew I spotted that black in her. I knew she just looks like my aunt. So she's mixed with Mexican and black. And then the father would look Filipino. Okay. Not that it made a difference. I'm just being messy.
So anyway, so going into her testimony, I asked the question, did people think that mother will help the case? 56% people says yes, 44% says no.
Well, they wouldn't have brought her on. This is what I'm thinking. If she didn't help the case. So maybe she's got some good testimony here. Been
They brung
very good
Cassie,
witnesses today, huh?
they brung Cassie on, they brung Dawn on. No, I'm just saying, yeah. I mean, yeah, I know what they could be thinking, but I was just saying it don't always just because you think somebody gonna help the case is necessarily true.
Can you do a poll for me?
Yeah.
Can you ask, is should Cassie have been arrested too? I just wanted to know what they're thinking
Okay.
because she admitted to doing some crazy things. It's almost like though, but if they didn't have Cassie, they wouldn't have a case. So you know how people take a plea. Okay, here we go. Attorney says, when did you meet Sean Combs? Regina says, in '06. My daughter signed with Bad Boy Records. He was her boss. Then they started dating. They moved to LA. Attorney says, read this message from December 2011. Regina says, Cassandra wrote to me. So I believe Cassie started dating Diddy in '07. Yeah, in '07. This message was written in 2011. I'm refreshing my page. I want to see what the letter says. This is getting really, really good, you guys. Really good. Because, I'm thinking most women tell their mother everything, not all, but most. So, and she said she didn't tell her mother about the freak offs until later. I get that too. You don't want your mom to know that part of your life, but maybe she confide in her about other things. That has to be it. You guys see, I'm anxious. I don't sit and watch and wait because I want to know. I don't think Cassie should be testifying because of previous lawsuit. I get
So
what you're
Sherelle,
saying. Uh-huh.
okay, to answer your poll, 43% 42%, 43%. They're going back between 42 and 43, saying yes, she should have been arrested also.
Anyway,
58%.
we have an update.
Okay.
Regina says she said Sean Combs threatened to release a SEX tape and go after her and Mr. Mescudi. That's Kid Cudi. Attorney says, how did you react? She says, it made me sick. Sean Combs demanded 20,000, he said, to recoup losses due to Mescudi, Kid Cudi, from my husband and myself. What? It made me sick. Sean Combs demanded 20K, he said, to recoup losses due to Kid Cudi from my husband and myself. What does that mean, you guys? What does that mean?
It means that basically he was going to release this sex tape unless her parents paid him $20,000. Damn.
Oh no. Did he just blackmail Cassie's mother? What would he want? Why would he want them to pay the money that he knows they don't have? They're an average family living in Connecticut. Most people don't have 20,000 in the bank.
It's weird.
It's very weird.
It's like and two, it make him come across real money hungry. Now he's spending all this money.
Not money hungry.
Huh?
Not money hungry.
Well, I mean, no, I know, right? I get that part, right? But he didn't ask for 100, 20,000. I'm just saying, he both very conniving. That's crazy.
Why would he want $20,000 from Cassie's parents? Let me reread. It just doesn't make any sense. It says, Regina says, yes, Sean Combs threatened to release a SEX tape and go after her and Kid Cudi. The attorney says, how did you react? She said, it made me sick. Sean Combs demanded 20K. He said to recoup losses due to Kid Cudi from my husband and myself. There's more to this, so let's just wait. I'm confused. What do they have to do with Kid Cudi?
Right. And what kind of loss did he take because of Kid Cudi? Yeah.
Yeah. But we don't know what they have to do with Kid Cudi, but this is definitely a threat. Bribery, whatever you call it, you can't blackmail. That's what I call it. This is definitely blackmail. Give me this or this will happen. And I hope he doesn't spaz out on the parents too. He might. I got this thing about people's parents. You got to be respectful to them. At least that's what I think.
He gonna hold the parents responsible for what Cassie did.
Lisa, no, go ahead, Perry.
I said, how the hell he gonna hold the parents responsible for what Cassie did? You know, she don't cheated on me. That's gonna cost y'all $20,000.
Lisa saying they're lying on Diddy. Dawn says it's typical abuser behavior. They threaten the victim's parents. It's usually what they do to children, threaten to hurt the parents. Yeah, it has to be because their name should not be involved in this. You are threatening these people for no reason. Like, I don't know. We'll see. He doesn't respect his own mother. That's true. How's he going to respect anyone else's?
Now, I wonder if they have to show proof of that, like some kind of writing or something like that.
That is the proof. They're the proof. They vouch.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, the proof is here's it's them saying it, right? But I'm saying, yeah. I mean, and then people can always say they lying. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
you know, sometimes if you had it in writing or something, but sometimes you don't.
SW says he is testing to see how far her parents will go for their child. He wants to make sure Cassie does not have people. That's it. I'm gonna leave that comment up because that is so true. That's what's going on right now. That's what's going on because that's blackmail, sir.
Damn.
And they have nothing to do with you. They shouldn't pay you for shit. If anybody owed you money, it would be their daughter. And if anybody owed Kid Cudi money, it wouldn't be the parents. What kind of loss did you take from Kid Cudi? You blew up the oops, I wasn't supposed to. You blew up the car. Nobody else. Unless you're asking them for unless Diddy's crazy and this is what he's saying. I blew up the car. That car was worth 20,000. And I had to do it because of Cassie. And now one of y'all gonna pay me, or I'm gonna release this tape. That
You got
sounds
an update.
crazy. It sounds crazy, but that could be a possibility.
You got an update.
Here we go. Attorney says, "Why did you take a loan to pay Mr. Combs?" Ventura says, "For the safety of my daughter." Attorney says, "Look in the binder next to you." Ventura says, "These are photos I took of my daughter's bruises." Oh, from Sean Combs. Now, we always said that what Diddy did by putting his hands on Cassie was wrong. We've always said it. But it adds a special, it gets even deeper when the mom has to witness what's happening to her daughter. I would be mortified. She keeps going back, and the bruises got so bad that they took pictures, waiting for the day to use them, and this might be the day. That's terrible. That is just terrible. Can you imagine, Harry, if we had a daughter and her dating a maniac, how you would feel if you're the mother seeing your daughter being treated this way? Now, I know you think Cassie isn't innocent, but I don't care. Every mother loves their child.
No, I mean, whether she volunteered to be with him or not is never good. To have somebody put their hands on your son or your daughter,
Yeah.
regardless. Now, that wasn't the point I was saying. No parents want to see no shit like that. And then he gonna ask $20,000, and apparently they went and get a loan out. Damn.
They took a loan out. This man is worth millions of dollars. $20,000 is like $20 to him. And he made these people go take out a loan, or he was going to release an X tape of their daughter. Oh, I'm disgusted. Oh my gosh.
It's like
This
a
has been
control thing. And that would be like a control thing too. Like he knew 20,000 to them would be like 100,000.
Right. They don't have that kind of money. They went and took out a loan to give to a damn billionaire. Come on, Diddy, you're playing head games with people. My goodness. He's just, oh my. And then you have the nerve to tell David James, don't ever put your hands on a woman.
Yeah.
That man need to go to jail, not for a lifetime,
He's
but
sitting there.
whatever the judge. Huh?
I said he's sitting there hijacking somebody's parents.
Can you imagine? Perry, can you imagine? She didn't want her family to know about the freak offs in the first place, and I don't blame her. That would be a hard pill to swallow for most parents. I wouldn't want to see it on my daughter, my son. But not only do they know about the freak offs when you threaten them, now you're asking for money that you don't need.
I mean, for one, the hell with the threatening blackmail letter or the ransom, but you better not even try to approach me after beating up my fucking daughter.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you got some fucking nerve. If true, now we'll go through the whole thing, but it sounds like to me Diddy is this sick person. He don't give a damn, and he think he got the power to do all this shit. But that's crazy. That is she just
It's
entrepreneur.
it's
Held
a
their
bitch
daughter,
ass move, is what
run
it
around,
is.
do all this stuff, and then now you gonna come. It's an update.
Is your update?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Here we go, guys. Attorney says, "Do you know Mia? Mia is the alias that one of the witnesses is being called. Do you know Mia?" Regina says, "She was an employee of Sean Combs." Attorney said, "What happened?" Ventura says, "We were in his kitchen laughing. Sean asked why she was laughing. She stopped and looked plain." Attorney says, "Now to August 2016, we're done with the binder." Okay, he's going to introduce some more evidence. So now she just said who Mia is. Mia is somebody that works for Diddy that doesn't want to be named. So I thought maybe it was a celebrity. No, it's an employee of Diddy's that probably has immunity. They made these people testify. These people have been knowing about Diddy for years. These are the people around him. And they probably said, if you don't testify, you're going yourself. And this is the only reason people are coming forward. The only reason. I mean, these enablers, and it was brilliant. Okay, now I get it now. I get it now, prosecution. It was brilliant how you made the enablers turn on him. I'm sick to my stomach that it took threatening to get these enablers to turn their back on him. Because they're scared of him. They're scared of Diddy. They've heard about, they see what he did to Cassie. They heard the same rumors that we heard. So they're scared of Diddy. And I would turn my back on him too. I'm not going down for you, sir. And I think that everybody's turning on him. We've not heard from Christina Coram. Could Christina Coram be Jane Doe? The one that they're calling Jane? Could it be could she be Mia? It's very interesting. Perry, what are your thoughts?
I don't know yet.
Oh,
It's
here we
hard to
go. We're
say.
back. Sorry.
Huh? Okay.
Attorney says, while in LA, did you call the police? She said yes. Sean Cole stole Cassandra's phone. They had a bitter argument outside her apartment building. She lived on the 17th floor. They argued at the roundabout. So remember, one of the witnesses was talking about them arguing and somebody called the cops. Maybe it was mom. I know I would call the cops. I told y'all that's what I would do if that was my daughter. Maybe it was mom. I think mom is scared of him too. I think mom is sick to her stomach what is happening to her daughter. She's taking pictures. Cassie study running back. You know, the mom has been through it. The mom has been through it. And here's a picture of the mom again. She's beautiful. She's beautiful. So is Cassie. Maybe dad was a looker back in the day too. I don't know.
I get it.
Cassie's very pretty though. Dad looks like a dad. I'm not saying he's not attractive, but uh-oh.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, so far
Very
she ain't just bad.
interesting.
I mean, you know,
And do you remember me saying, Perry, what kind of parents don't stand up for their daughter? Well, they
right.
were.
They was
So,
trying to, and she kept going back for the reasons I was
right.
like. That's why, like, I believe her parents, but I still go back to where it wasn't Stockholm syndrome with her. I just think it was just the greed, and she was fast. You couldn't tell her shit, you know.
My heart, I think I relate to this witness the most because I'm a mother and I understand the cycle of DV. And that mom tried to help her daughter the best way that she could. And this monster made these people take out a $20,000 loan. That's a lot of money when you're an average working class person to give him back. So he won't release the tapes. He's disgusting. He is disgusting. I just cannot be so done with Diddy. Here we go. The attorney says, who else was there? Ventura says, D-Rock. Attorney says, is Damian Butler his government name? Ventura says, he was standing between us. I tried to hit him. Sean Combs took Cassie's car, a Jaguar. The attorney says, no further questions. Judge says, cross. Defense says, no questions.
Damn.
They didn't question the mom because they can't question the mom.
Well, yeah, I mean, they might just want this conversation to be over with. Shit.
They can't question the mom because the mom knows where the bodies are. If you talk to her the way that they did, very aggressive, people are going to look at you like you're crazy. And if you question her, she may say some shit that y'all don't want said.
Or, yeah, I mean, I think, like, at that point, what can you say? That's what she said, unless you're going to go up there and you know that they never took out a $20,000 loan, that he never approached them with that shit. Do you want to keep elaborating on it to stretch it out to really get in somebody's mind? Because right now, you get 5 or 6 more witnesses and you start getting into some other things, you might forget about this small period. Now, I'm saying some people might. And you can write it down and say that happened, but if they go on there and try to make her out look like a liar, then they'll get that effect. Remember how you saying that they was really brash with Don?
Yeah.
You said, oh, yeah, the jury might look at him a certain way, but with her mother, it's gonna make them look real bad if you go and go at her hard after you don't. And now nobody debate this shit. Don't whoop her daughter's ass. Treated her like shit, but then now you gonna ask for $20,000? Damn.
I would say this, and you guys tell me if I'm exaggerating. This is the best day for testimony. I feel fulfilled today. Yesterday, I'm like, where are they going with this? I know he's a beat. I was frustrated, but today, I feel fulfilled. I think that I've been saying this, Diddy's a monster and he needs to be locked away, not for life. But I'm starting to change my opinion if on life. I might, if they say anything else crazy, I might put life back on the table because he was just living foul.
Now, Yvette said this, right? You know how you might know the mother's coming on and she gonna say you threaten them, but they probably truly didn't know the mother was gonna say they had to take out a loan. You don't want to question that to make them show documents because that's really damaging. You know what I'm saying? I would think, or unless the prosecutor already, well, I don't remember them putting it into evidence or nothing. Damn.
So good.
It's some nerve. And see, that's the craziness about him, right? Like, I don't agree with the shit he did. Now, this is where you starting to fuck up. Your greedy ass not gonna go bully the parents after you don't violated their daughter. No,
There's no way they can clean that up. He bullied them. He's disgusting. What is wrong with you, P Diddy?
And see, that's the crazy part now, because then now you start looking at them. You know, if they, you know, and now we don't know what they got. Like, but I'm sure they should have something. If they start going into his tax records and all these different things and pulling up stuff, people gonna feel like he at least need 10 years. Like that, you know what I'm saying? I you know, because now it's like, dude, whether she was a gold digger or not, which you don't did was fucked up, but now you don't went outside that. Threatening the damn parents.
Oh,
bro. What the hell?
I'm so done with Diddy. Each day he's getting worse and worse. And I know they care about their daughter. They went and took out the loan.
And they're proving RICO
Yeah.
extortion. Now,
Mm-hmm.
now we get into some shit like that. Yeah, I feel you there. I
Yeah.
get that.
You guys, I've done a complete turnaround. Call me two-faced. I didn't see it yesterday. I more than see it today. It's just terrible. Just my
Tell me
heart goes
more,
out to the
Sage.
parents.
The story sounds so off. Anything is possible. Yeah, I would say it sounds so off, but if you, the defense, if it was so off, you would have questioned her about it. And they
That
didn't.
right there is a sign of guilt. The defense does not cross.
Wow.
They went after Dawn like white on rice.
Mm-hmm. Oh, shit, let me look for updates. I don't
They
got caught
have
up.
the ability to be very, here we go. Okay. Judge says, next witness. Attorney said, government calls Sheree Hayes. Where are you from? Hayes says, Harlem, New York. Attorney says, what was your work? Hayes says, a male exotic dancer. I was known as the Punisher. Okay. So, and they're getting all these witnesses in before lunch. Today is a good day. Today is a good day for the prosecutor. A good day. But they already brought, I thought, did they bring the Punisher on the stand before? Or was his
No,
name brought up?
no, his name was brung up somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to jump the gun, but this probably is the best day for the prosecution. Wow. So Miss Regina Ventura is off the stand, and now we've got an exotic dancer that goes by the nickname Punisher.
You got an update.
Okay, here we go. Attorney says, do you recognize these two? Hayes says, I do. Mr. Combs and Cassie Ventura. I was hired in 2012 to create a sexy exotic scene for them. A sexy exotic scene?
Well,
What do you mean? Sleep with them? What a sexy exotic scene? Maybe, I don't know. We'll see what he's talking about. Oops. So, a what?
oh, he's just keeping his job clean.
Okay, attorney says, oh, we already said that.
If they
Yeah,
are entertainers, they are entertainers in their own right.
can anybody in the chat tell me what the hell the Punisher is talking about? He was hired to create an exotic, sexy scene. What? Were you at a freak off, sir? Yes or no? Okay, what are you talking about? Someone in the chat said, I believe it's going to a mistrial, not guilty.
Damn.
We still don't know. Just because today was a good day, we still don't know. It could. We don't know. But these are definitely strong witnesses today. All of them. And it's really weird because the Punisher is supposed to be the last person they bring on. So we haven't even gone to lunch yet. So either he's going to have a long testimony or we're going to get out early again today. It's weird.
Unless they got some other witnesses on standby, maybe. I don't know.
Uh-huh. Oh, now also yesterday, you guys, don't forget, we seen Gene Deal walk into the courthouse. He did not testify, but what was he doing there? What was he doing there? What do you think he was doing there, Perry? It's hard to say. We don't know.
It's hard to say, but I'm saying, I seen him walk in after it wasn't in the morning when they say either you in for the day or you're not. And a lot of witnesses come at a certain times, or maybe you going to sign something to say that you're going to testify.
Tanae is saying that the court is now going to be from 9 to 3. That would be great. That would be great. Because what's happening is I'm supposed to recap the shows. So when I get off, we're still putting together shows for Perry's channel and my other channel. And I need more time because these court times were taking up my whole day. So that would be great. Here we go, you guys. Attorney says, why were you called the Punisher? Haynes says, playing basketball on West 4th Street. Attorney says, the woman who called you, what time did she book you for? Hayes says, midnight at that
47.
tower in Central Park. Strip tease for a small group of friends. What kind of strip tease? You could strip tease and you probably left some other stuff out.
For a small group of friends, it was just her and Diddy.
Yeah. I feel like the Punisher, they don't call you that because you play good basketball, sir. I bet they call you the Punisher for other reasons. I don't think he will be found guilty. This is just beginning. Take a poll. Okay, take a poll, Perry. If you had to bet your salary right now, you guys, are you feeling like he's going to be charged? Do you think he's going to be found guilty? And I'll keep looking while you do that, Perry.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll take a poll about the Punisher. Is the Punisher, they call him the Punisher because of childhood? Anybody that, for me, if you're an exotic dancer and they call you the Punisher, I don't think that's got nothing to do with you probably like, can, that could be a reason they call you the Punisher. I'm just saying. Okay, here we go. Attorney, when you got there, how did Miss Ventura appear? Hayes says, in a bathroom with nothing underneath. They probably meant a bathrobe with nothing underneath and a wig. I was expecting a crowd, but there was no one else. She told me she and her husband wanted to create a sexual scene with baby oil. I told you that's why you were there, Punisher. You talking about to dance. Listen, what people do in their bedroom is their business. But I don't understand role play. Like, I don't have time for role play. I just don't. You got to dress up like a princess and you're from England and you've got a fairy wand. Like, that's just too much for me. I mean, do y'all like role play? This sounds crazy. Diddy's wearing mask and it's just crazy. Like, what is wrong with y'all? This is weird. But I'm not into that BDSM I just learned about. You will never catch a damn ball in my mouth and me chained to a damn bed. That's insane. I would probably call the cops. Huh?
Somebody said, well, I mean, so far the poll says 70% yes, found guilty as of today.
Yeah.
31% says no.
Yes, as of today. You are right, Tamara. It's not looking good. Today was a great day for the prosecution. And like I said, I don't care why he goes to jail. He just needs to go to jail. I don't care whatever they got to do to make it stick, make it stick. Especially today after Cassie's mother, he need to go to jail. Make it stick, you guys. And so I think they did that today. It's a great day. And if they do get off at 3, that's great too, because I have other things to do. I thought it was a good idea in the beginning. Let's cover the trial all day long. But I didn't think I wouldn't be able to get to my other channels. I didn't think about that. So I hope people understand. It's just too much to do in one day. And since we started it and it's getting good, I can't stop going live every day. at this point looking to play it out to the end. Here we go. Attorney says, "What did she hand? What did she hand to you?" Hayes says, $800. A lawyer says, "How was the room?" Shay says, "Dimly lit, electric candles, bowls of water with bottles of baby oil in them. She told me not to acknowledge her husband, not to look at him when he came out." Um, let me say this about Cassie. I could see why some people think that she is a conspirator, co-conspirator versus a victim, because the things that they say that she's doing, like all of this, is I think we covered the cycle of abuse, and I think more people understand it now, but there are going to be people that never understand it. And I could see how this would look to them, you know. But you guys have to realize, if Cassie had cancer, you would be sympathetic because that's something we could physically see. But being a victim of DV is still a illness. And because you don't see it, I don't think enough people give her the sympathy that she needs, or understand why she's doing what she's doing, because they don't get it.
Okay, now, and my question for you, would that apply to Diddy if he had been touched as a kid or violated in any kind of way?
Yes.
So, I
Diddy,
mean,
something's wrong with Diddy. Can we say that? Something's wrong with Diddy. Do you agree with
right,
that?
right, right. So, should we have the same sympathy for him too? Is what I'm trying to say.
No, because he's a grown man. Oh, I get it. I
Okay.
don't know. Let me say this. The attorney said, "Did he come out?" Hayes says, "Yes. He was naked, but I could not see his face. It was like what a Muslim woman wears. You see only his eyes. He had a bottle of Astroglide." Um, Attorney, "How did you recognize it?" Hayes says, "I use it. The purple top." Here we go again. Can we get out of their bedrooms? Unless the Punisher has something inconsistent with what we already learned about his bedroom activities. It's just uncomfortable. Now I'm picturing Diddy in a damn mask.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yep.
want to stay out the bedroom. Can we stay out this man's bedroom? Because I'm going to get uncomfortable again. I'm going to hear Cassie's doing crazy stuff. We know they're two freaks, okay? Oh, let me read this. "It's one thing to do things in the privacy of your bedroom, it's another thing when you send it without consent. 50 Cent confirmed that he received the video. That is horrible." Well, 50 Cent claims he knows a lot more about this case than what the public knows. He's been saying that. He also said he was going to make a documentary. The documentary has not been released yet. I would say, oh, he's not going to make a documentary, but Netflix brought it, and they brought it for a record-breaking amount for a documentary. So, what do you think, Perry? You think this documentary is going to come out?
Yeah. You get an update.
Here we go. Attorney says, "How did it end?" Hayes says, "She went into the other room with him. When she came back, she asked if I wanted to finish. I said no. If they're happy, I was happy. She gave me more money." Attorney says, "Did you do it again?" Hayes says, "Yes, 8 or 12 times." No comment. We get it.
Well, no, it really not none. I mean,
this is a story we don't went through. You know, that I would like to get into the trial stuff for them to prove everything, but I don't want to stay on stuck on whether Cassie was this Catholic uh, little
Saint.
girl
Yeah.
that got taken advantage of, or did she volunteer for it? And I understand the other side, but y'all got to understand mine too. I mean, it is freaks out there. If we can put the tag freak on Diddy on a male, that applies to women too.
Callie Noah's giving me major pushback. She said cancer doesn't make you solicit escorts and drugs. Now, Callie,
But that's a fact. That's a fact.
y'all know what I'm talking about. Listen, DV is a mental condition. Y'all have to agree. Y'all just have to. Just it is. Here we go. Lawyer says, how did you end up recognizing her? Hayes says, I was a fan of Mr. Combs and followed him on Instagram. I saw her on it. Attorney said, this would be a good place to take a break. I agree.
Yeah, because it should be lunchtime.
50 Cent said this even before Cassie filed on the Breakfast Club. He did. He's been talking trash. Listen, I love 50 Cent. I think he's a great music mogul. He is a troll. And I thought he was just trolling Diddy, calling him a fruity and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if I'm looking for the lunch break thing that I always show on Law and Crime. Let me see.
1 minute. Yeah, I mean, but today was good testimony.
It was a great day for the prosecution. And if they can wrap this up by 3, it would be even better. It really would.
Yep. And this will be
They're
a good
not
time.
on yet.
And
let me see.
And right now, too, I want to say, hey, thanks for all the super chats and stuff people have been giving and supporting the channel. Really appreciate it.
Yes. Thank you guys for all the super chats. And Tamara, you're just a gem. Thank you. We really appreciate it. We really do. So I'm waiting for them to say that people are going out of the courtroom. They're still in the courtroom.
The judge is called. Yeah, the judge.
All right, so we're on an official break right now. Let me head over to Law and Crime. I want to hear what the attorneys are saying, and we listen through that through lunch, and then I'll go on my avatar because I'm going to make me a salad, a grilled salad, and I will chew much more quiet. Okay, you guys? I'm going to be on mute. Apologize for yesterday. Perry, you can get started if you want. I'm just waiting for Law and Crime. Let's see what you guys are saying.
Somebody said Diddy's not a freak.
Diddy's not a freak.
Both can be the same because you know what? I mean, he definitely he got a mental problem. And to have somebody else's man stuff on your nipples that's very freaky.
Someone said Diddy's kids shouldn't have been there the first few days when Cassie talked about the freak offs. I wonder what happened. I'm glad the family's not there today, the children. Although his sons are in their 30s, with King being almost 30, but he's still grown. And according to the rumors, they know about the freak offs. Oops. 50 Shades of Puffy. His kids needed to be there to see exactly who their father was. You could look at it that way. Yeah. Perhaps he groomed her into one, considering how young she was when she met him, and made her believe that is what she actually likes. It's sick. He groomed her. So I'm not going to get into it. I'm glad Perry's on a damn break. He groomed her. Uh, how the hell is Jag right? She was running her mouth about this just as much as 50 Cent. I mean, come on, please. You need to go on somewhere with that mess. How in the hell is Jag right? I don't know. Thank you, Nisi. So pretty. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. At this point, I don't think I should talk about Jag anymore because she has nothing to do with it. Y'all know how I feel. It is what it is. I don't think I'll ever reconcile with her. And it's just is what it is. Everybody who attended the freak offs are freaks, okay? That is true. Oh, the twins went to the prom. So do you guys follow their TikTok? Every time I see those twins, my heart goes out to them because they don't have a mom, and I'm sure they would have loved to experience prom with their mom. So they do get ready with me in the mornings on TikTok, and I'm one of their followers. Diddy's daughters are the same age, almost as Cassie, was at the time. As a daughter, I would be disturbed by that. It's those are the true victims. Even though you guys say that Justin acts like Diddy and he was at the freak offs and that he would give women to Diddy, I still feel sorry for him because what their father is going through right now is also wearing on them, especially Quincy. Perry says I'm real soft-hearted to Quincy because he's light-skinned. That's not true. I'm soft-hearted to Quincy because he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. I'll be sure his biological father is saying that his stepfather, well, he never adopted him and he never married Kim, that the man who raised Quincy, the only father he knows, unalived his mother. That's a hell of a thing to put on the child. So that's why I feel sorry for Quincy. It's nothing to do with the color of his skin. Perry goes too far sometimes. Cassie wanted to be the next J-Lo, Beyonce, Rihanna. That's why she was attracted to the lifestyle and what Sean promised her. I think that she thought he was going to help her career, especially they said, was it yesterday, that he put other people. I think she did a song with Nicki Minaj, and here we go, you guys. Here we go. Time for the afternoon show that I always show because I like to hear how it's playing with attorneys. And let me see. So they should be coming on in a minute. I'm going to wait until they come on. But today was a great day. And I agree. The people that testified today probably had immunity. Tell the truth or your ass is going. I love it. Because she already had powerful people behind her. A lot of people are not here for some mysterious reason. I don't know. Maybe. Diddy did adopt him. It could be. I don't know. That's just what I heard. I think I heard that from Albie Shore. I'm not sure. It doesn't matter if he adopted him. I mean, it would be good for Quincy if he adopted him, but you could tell that Quincy is still loves him and standing by his side. And Albie Shore is not the one that Quincy's talking to. It's a crazy situation. Diddy never officially adopted Quincy, which is why his last name is not Combs. But Quincy loves Diddy. He does. Just sad. Just feel sad for him. Thank you. Just feel sad for him. Diddy didn't adopt him because His last name is Brown, not Combs. I'm still waiting for one of these men to say they poked Diddy. You know what? That's they never said that. They never nobody, yeah. Or took it from him. This demonic is creepy. Like,
everybody on Diddy Combs' criminal trial. I'm Jesse Weber, and thanks so much for joining us. A lot to talk about today as they are currently on a lunch break. We're waiting for our in-court reporter, Law and Crime's very own Elizabeth Milner, to get up here. We're going to interview her about what she saw, what she heard in that courtroom. As you know, there's no cameras in that courtroom. There's no audio equipment in that courtroom. But based on the live reporting that we have seen, what a day. We saw the continuation of the testimony of David James. This is Sean Combs' former workings of this alleged criminal enterprise, right? The assistants, the employees, these are the people that you want to hear from. We heard from Cassandra Ventura's mother, very interesting testimony there. And right before they went to break, can't make Punisher Hayes, this male exotic dancer who allegedly was hired to have sexual relations with Cassandra Ventura. When we're talking about alleged coerced sexual performances, freak-offs, that's what we're talking about now. We're going to spend the next hour taking your questions during this lunchtime show. Questions about today's testimony, questions about this case in general. Submit them on YouTube. We'll answer them up here. I'm not going to do it by myself. I'm here with Serena Townsend, criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor, and William Corman, also criminal defense attorney. Great to have you both here. Thank you so much for taking the time. Serena, I'll start with you. What's the theme from today?
Well, it's kind of what you alluded to, Jesse, which is we're now developing the RICO side of things. We heard obviously from Cassie about all of the sexual and domestic abuse that she had to endure. And now we're opening this up layer by layer into the inner workings of this organization. And so we're learning who else was involved and what their roles were. So I think the theme essentially is we're building this foundation for the prosecution to eventually argue these are all the players in this organization, and this is why it made up a criminal enterprise.
Well, that kind of goes into one of the questions we got here from Alpha and Omega Forever. William, I'll throw this to you. When do you think the trial will get into the evidence and details that makes this a RICO case? Who else significant will have to appear in court? And will Diddy rat out who ratted him out? A lot of questions there, a lot of different elements. But let's take it piece by piece. So I agree. I think that there has been testimony so far in the past week and a half to suggest transportation, to engage in prostitution, people being transported for purposes of prostitution, intent of prostitution. I think there's evidence that's been submitted for sex trafficking, forced fraud, coercion, commercial sex acts, racketeering, right? Criminal enterprise, underlying crimes, people who have he conspired with to further criminal activity. I mean, do you think that there's enough here? Who else do they need to call?
Well, I think they've already started. I think that by calling Diddy's assistant to the stand and by asking him questions about what he did, what his role was, I think that's clear that they're beginning to lay the foundation. And Cassie's testimony itself also had to deal with the racketeering. So to directly answer the question, I think we're already there. Racketeering is a challenging charge. I think that it's a tough charge in this particular case. But by setting forth who was in the room, how did people get from places from point A to point B? James testified as to how he would set up the rooms and the hotel rooms. And then obviously now we're getting into the Punisher's testimony and the like. I think we're there.
By the way, we have polls up on Law and Crime's YouTube as well. We have a poll up right now. Do you believe David James' testimony helps or hurts Diddy's defense? Really, that's an interesting question here because there were elements to it, Serena, right? Where he said he didn't observe the violence, right? He didn't observe Cassandra Ventura being violent, but he talked about, some guns. He talked about the Suge Knight incident. He talked about how it was Combs' kingdom and it was to do what he wanted. But you also have to wonder how much did his testimony support criminal activity? And that's the interesting part. I'm getting word right now. I think we have to hit a quick break. So Serena, let's hold off. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
I'm here, guys. You just stopped talking. Let me see. Something went down my throat. So I don't know what's going on. It just stopped. Hold on. You guys, I got something caught in my throat. Hold on. Okay, guys, I thought something had happened. I didn't know that Perry said they're on a break. So I'm here. I just Diddy got to the top and still could not act right. Hold on, I had to take a drink. Hold on, something's wrong. Ooh, you guys, I had a nasty clog in my throat. Here we go.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. The reason we went to break so early is because we wanted to get Elizabeth Milner up and fast. She was in the courtroom today. She has to head back immediately. So, Elizabeth, I want to get as much information from you as possible in the limited time I have with you. First thing I want to ask, the scene in the courtroom, because I understand there might be a new person in the courtroom. Was Diddy's sister there today?
Yep, Diddy's sister definitely was inside that courtroom. She's actually been kind of a figure that's been inside and present inside that courtroom, while the other family members, including the sons, including the daughters, including Janice Combs, Diddy's mother, haven't been inside that courtroom. But we definitely still saw Diddy's sister inside that courtroom, just kind of paying attention to everything, as well as even one of Diddy's childhood friends. He's the one who's always kind of wearing the Free Puff sweatshirt, the Free Puff hat, while he's outside of the courtroom, definitely not inside the courtroom. But yeah, definitely Diddy did have some people on his side today, but just wasn't that full family presence that we were used to seeing, especially in those first couple of days.
Yeah, it's interesting to always hear who appears there. Okay, so I have to talk about the testimony right now. We can get into David James in a little bit, but we talked about him a little bit yesterday. Talk to me about Cassandra Ventura's mother. So we knew that she was going to testify today. What was her value to the prosecution's case? Let's start there, and then we'll move into the cross-examination.
Yeah, well, initially we had thought, and by we mean me, Elizabeth, thought that Cassie's mother was inside that courtroom. I spoke with Cassie's attorney, Doug Wigder, who informed me that the person that we had initially thought was Cassie's mom was actually a victim's right advocate. So when Cassie's mom came into that courtroom, I was like, yes, this is definitely Cassie's mother, because they look so much alike. You would think that they were just looking kind of at an older version, a little bit of Cassie. But when she came inside that courtroom today to give her testimony, she just kind of walked up to the witness stand, kind of similar to how other witnesses have been doing it. But I think most notably, Diddy didn't really look in her way or look in her direction, at least when she had first entered the courtroom. At least when Cassie came inside the courtroom to do her testimony, even if it was on a day of cross, if it was on a day of direct, Diddy would kind of turn around and look whenever she had entered that courtroom, if he wasn't kind of chatting with his lawyers or anything like that. But as far as Regina Ventura coming into the courtroom today, it wasn't the same case. Diddy kind of sat while he was at his defense table, chatting with his lawyers. But a lot of the testimony, as far as Regina Ventura being on the stand today, was kind of in relation to just everything she had witnessed from her daughter during her relationship with Diddy years before. So she had essentially said that she had met Diddy for the first time in 2006, actually when Diddy wasn't Cassie's boyfriend. This is when Cassie was actually signing to Bad Boy. Regina just knew of Diddy as Cassie's boss at the time, before the two being Cassie and Diddy began dating. They dated here in New York City, and then they had moved to Los Angeles together. And once they made that move to LA, because Regina Ventura, according to her, she had been living in New London, Connecticut for about 57 years. So she has roots here on the East Coast. So when Cassie had moved over to the West Coast, it wasn't the same situation because she's all the way on the other side of the country, essentially. And so the contact and the visits weren't as frequent as when she was here in New York. But even when she was here in New York, it wasn't that often too. But what the prosecution really wanted to know from Regina was everything that had happened specifically in December of 2011. If you guys remember that time period, that's around the time that Diddy had accused Cassie of cheating on him with Kid Cudi and the whole Kid Cudi relationship. So around this time period, Cassie came home from the holidays. We saw an exhibit photo from an email from December 23rd of 2011, where Cassie emailed her mom on this email under the email address of Veronica Bang, one of the aliases that she had used. And she also attached Capricorn Clark, who had worked for Diddy, into this email. So I was able to scribble down just as much as I could as far as what all the contents were in this email, because this is an email that we had previously seen before. And so what Cassie relayed to her mother as well as Capricorn Clark was the threats that had been made toward me the threats that have been made toward me by Sean Combs are that he's going to release 2 explicit sex tapes of me, one on Christmas Day, maybe before or right after, and another one sometime soon after. He also said that he will be having someone hurt me and Scott being Kid Cudi, physically. And it wouldn't be at the hands of Diddy himself. It would be essentially kind of saying that it would be up to somebody else's hands. But when Cassie's mom was on the stand and just kind of responding to everything like that, she had said things such as, the sex tapes threw me. I thought he was trying to hurt my daughter. And then they brought in that Diddy essentially demanded $20,000 from Cassie, pretty much to the point that Regina and her husband, Cassie's father, took out a home equity loan for $20,000 just to meet Diddy's demand after he had requested money. And so Regina said that Diddy was essentially angry because he had spent money on Cassie, and Cassie was with somebody else, that other person being Kid Cudi, and that Regina had sent this $20,000 check after getting this loan from the bank to the Bad Boy account. But here's the thing, Jesse, is just 4 to 5 days later, this check was actually returned to Regina and her family. So the money was given back to them. And this was something before the jury had even come in today that they were talking about in court outside of the presence of the jury, because the defense didn't want this testimony yet. They wanted nobody to hear this testimony. But this testimony came in today, so we did kind of know what a preview of it would be. And so she had testified to that fact today while on the stand. But we had seen some more exhibit photos, those taken of Regina, again, in that 2011 time period, of Cassie being bruised. They had mentioned that Cassie, her particular hairstyle around this time was that of a shaved head. Regina confirmed that between 2009 to 2011, Cassie's hair was shaved, and that's what the hairstyle that we had seen of Cassie kind of posing with some of the bruises inflicted by her then boyfriend, that being of Diddy. And so a lot of the big testimony, especially when it came to Regina Ventura being under direct examination, was about this $20,000 loan. Then there was another incident they had talked about, this one from this is from 2016. So this was around this was actually that same year the Intercontinental Hotel incident had happened, that essentially Regina traveled to LA for Cassie's birthday. Diddy took Cassie's phone after being mad at her. And then there was this whole incident where Regina called the police, and that Diddy gave the phone back eventually. Regina was screaming at Diddy to give her daughter her phone back, and that Regina even owned up to the fact that she tried to hit Diddy, while the person in the middle of this was D-Rock, one of the security guards, was in this kind of trying to de-escalate the entire situation. But when it came to the cross-examination, I didn't even know what to expect for the cross-examination. But spoiler alert, there actually was no cross-examination. Mark Agnifilo got up on the stand and he essentially said, "I have no questions for you, Miss Ventura." Yeah. And then Regina Ventura was off the witness stand and done for the day.
Yeah, I think that's very strategic when defense chooses not to cross-examine a witness. There might be no benefit to them. There might be nothing they need to gain. They might be accepting what she says and just recharacterizing it. Remember, a big theme in this case is it might be domestic violence, might be a turbulent relationship, but it's not sex trafficking or racketeering. Okay. So, Elizabeth, I know I only have a few more minutes with you, so I want to move on to the additional testimony of a man we heard about last week, the Punisher. That's his nickname. Who is the Punisher? What did he testify to so far?
Yep. Well, the Punisher, when he had come in, didn't even realize he was the Punisher. Because let me tell you something, Jesse, when we're seeing these exhibit photos of all the different men and the different escorts that were used during these freak offs, or were kind of playing this type of role and these fantasies that were talked about during testimony, sometimes it's hard to be like, oh, wow, that's actually this person. So when Sheree Hayes walked inside the courtroom today, I was like, oh, they're going to have another testimony from another person who worked with Diddy. But that wasn't the case. Immediately, just right off the bat, he had said that his nickname was the Punisher and that he was a male exotic dancer. And I was like, oh, that kind of clicked. So he had walked in. He's a very tall man. He's well put together. He had an entire suit on with a tie. He's very built. And the first thing that the prosecution asked was just about the exhibit photos, those exhibit photos being just kind of a standard press photo, essentially, of Diddy and Cassie. And he confirmed that that's Cassie Ventura and that's Sean Combs, aka Diddy. And so he said in the fall of 2012, he was paid to create a sexy erotic scene for a woman who had called him. He said that he met the two while he was working at a club event, but it was a woman who had called him saying that she wanted kind of a present by her husband around her birthday time, and that her husband said it was okay if she were to hire a dancer. So the Punisher initially thought that he was going to be doing kind of a dance for women at a bachelorette party, but when somebody opened the door, it was, lo and behold, Cassie Ventura. He had said that she was wearing a bathrobe and she was a wig, and initially didn't even recognize her at first. But this was this first meetup that they had, again, expecting a crowd during this, but really it was just Cassie in the room. Again, not knowing it was Cassie at the time. And then he was told that her husband wanted her to put baby oil on each other and create this kind of fantasy, this erotic scene essentially, and that Cassie handed him $800. But he had one kind of stipulation. He was told specifically not to acknowledge the husband or say anything to him. He said all the furniture was covered with sheets. There was baby oil and water off to the side, and that the Punisher and Cassie just rubbed baby oil on one another. He said after, while this was kind of going on, a man came out. He was nude. He had Astroglide in his hand, and however, his face was covered. And he says that during this, the husband, per se, was pleasuring himself and that type of thing. And the prosecution asked, was this man giving any type of direction or anything like that? The Punisher responded that that the direction was move to the side or position your body a certain way. And that this entire encounter lasted about 25 minutes to about half an hour, and that he actually didn't know it was Diddy or Sean Combs himself until later on. But he said after this whole entire encounter, he got more money, an additional $1,200. And then he was contacted again a few times. And he said he did this about 8 to 12 times even after the fact. And so that's where we would wrapped up when we were getting out of court for the lunch break. And so I expect testimony to pick up and go more into just everything the Punisher had kind of did during this entire time frame. Again, the husband that he now knows to be Sean Combs, and again, the woman kind of pretending to be the wife, and this fantasy play that being Cassie Ventura. So I expect more testimony to come from the Punisher, but don't know kind of what direction that'll go into. Sometimes you just never know in this case.
Listen, that's what we're trying to figure out. So, you are our eyes and our ears in that courtroom, always giving us up to date, detailed responses about what's happening with this testimony. And now we're here to try to break it down and try to make sense of it in the overall context. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for taking the time.
You're welcome, Jesse.
All right. So now we get back into the conversation. Okay. So we have questions coming in here, Serena and William. Before we even go into what Elizabeth said, we have a question that came in, a super chat question from Nest Dog. So thank you so much, Nest Dog. Serena, I'll throw it to you. I'm not sure I completely understand this question, but it says, if Puffy's return money, is it still extortion? I'm not sure I quite follow that one, but I'll throw it to you, Serena.
You know, I think the import of that testimony, of the fact that Puffy asked them or demanded the $20,000, is less about whether they made out the elements of extortion, and it's more to show how abusive Puff was in that moment. $20,000 for P Diddy is nothing; it's chump change. But for Cassie and her family, it required them to take out a loan. It just goes to show the kind of control and abuse that he portrayed during that time period, which goes again towards the RICO charge of him controlling this criminal enterprise. And so I think that potentially the defense wanted to argue, you know, we shouldn't hear this testimony, it's irrelevant. Maybe their argument was the money was returned and therefore there was no harm, no foul. But obviously the judge ruled that it was relevant to hear. And I think it goes towards the elements of the RICO charge for sure.
Talking about the questions that we have and money. We have another poll that we put up on YouTube. After the $20 million settlement against Diddy, should Cassie have pursued criminal charges, yes or no? Talk about that in a second. William, want to go to you. We have another question that came in I thought was really interesting. This is from the Gemini Lab. Why do you think the defense skipped cross on Regina Ventura? Was that smart strategy or just no ammo?
Oh, I think it was brilliant. Cross-examining a victim's mother is very difficult to do. I don't think there was anything they could gain from her testimony. I actually think that it was exactly what I would have done. I think it's what most defense attorneys would have done. She painted a picture. She emphasized the domestic violence that clearly the defense had already accepted. The defense is almost essentially admitted to. And I think that there was nothing that they could have added in cross-examination. I think that she came across as a sympathetic figure, and I think that cross-examining her would have cut against anything the defense was trying to do.
I have a question from Amanda Tavares, but it's not for any of us, guys. It was actually for Elizabeth Milner, so I can't answer her question. But the question was, I have a question for the esteemed courtroom reporter whose name currently escapes me, Elizabeth Milner. Given the evidence presented, what is her assessment of the defendant's likelihood of acquittal? So when Elizabeth comes back on here, if she comes back on here, if they should decide not to come back on break, we'll ask her that question. Here's a question from Alexander Mateo for you, Serena. Will they ever show any of the evidence taken from Diddy's homes during the raids?
I would expect that they would. I mean, I think that the evidence that was gotten from his home is going to support the sex trafficking charge, is going to support the lifestyle that they're claiming P. Diddy had and imposed onto other people. I think even the fact of the matter that there were so many bottles of baby oil, for example, and Astroglide, I think that shows that it's more. I mean, we used to argue this as prosecutors. If you recovered a small amount of drugs, right, the argument is it was personal use. But if you recovered a huge amount of drugs, now you're talking about a drug dealer, potential enterprise. And so I think that these are elements of the crime. These are tools of the crime. And I do think that we will learn about what was recovered. And I think they'll use that against him.
It does become a question what we, the public, will see, right? So there were portions of sex tapes that were shown to the jury. As of right now, none of us are going to see that. And I actually, even someone from the media, I would say, I understand. I think that the risk of that getting out and what could be done with that outweighs whatever benefit there might be for a public interest, newsworthy exception for us to see it. I get it. It's an important piece of evidence, particularly if you have Combs maybe directing these performances as alleged by prosecuting time. This is just such private details, such sensitive material. There is a concern about getting out and how much the public will see. If Sean Combs is guilty on all allegations, what will be his sentencing?
Well, I think that if you stack everything on top of each other, he's looking at 100+ years. If he's found guilty, there will be a pre-sentence report. That's how this works in the federal system. Each of the crimes with which he's charged, and for each crime he's convicted of, there is a range that he subjects. But it's hard to guess exactly what that would look like so far.
Minimum 15 years, right? Minimum 15 years for sex trafficking. He could get life in prison for racketeering. I mean, that's potentially what he's looking at. And, that will, right? I mean, that's exactly why there's so much at stake here.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. I mean, when you look at those numbers, they're sphincter clenching. I mean, this is a considerable sentence here that he could be facing here, which is why all bets are off, and his lawyers are going to do absolutely everything they can to ensure that he's found not guilty.
Got a question from Stas67 for you, Serena. Another question. My question: Diddy found guilty of the RICO charges. Feds get all his assets. What happens to the lawsuits? Feds now have all the money.
Yeah, that is a fair concern. I mean, that is the standard situation that happens in a case like this. The feds will take on the money that was ill-gained, right? And so the lawsuits, I mean, it depends how much other money P Diddy has, where it is stashed away, how they could potentially gain access to it, whether they end up having to place a lien on some of that, whether he'd have to sell his properties. There might be other ways to access different monies, but for sure, the feds are going to want to take all of the ill-gained proceeds.
Remember I said we have a poll up? So the poll was, do you believe David James' testimony helps or hurts Diddy's defense? Remember, former personal assistant to Sean Combs? 62% say it hurts his defense. 37% say it helps his defense. Why do you think we see those numbers here, Will?
I'm not sure. I think his testimony was damaging to the defense. I really do. I think it continued to add to the building blocks of the conspiracy charges, of the RICO charges. I think that he was able to talk about what his particular role was, what he saw, when he saw it. Obviously, the defense attorneys were able to score some points. His lawyers are absolutely fantastic, and they know what they're doing. That's certainly for sure. But I think that his testimony was damaging.
Got a question here from Zen Pi. What witnesses are the defense calling? Do we know? We don't know, right? We don't know, Serena. The witness list has been has actually been sealed. I'm not surprised in the case given these allegations and the sensitivities, and also the allegations that Combs was trying to improperly contact at least one witness in this case. But who do you think the defense will call, or maybe should call, in a sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution trial?
Well, I think we're already seeing a really good preview of who they will call and should call. I honestly think the more people that they have, well, I don't want to say the more, it's really a matter of quality versus quantity. I think when a prosecution is going to go forward with a case like this, they really need to parse out who they're going to put on the stand, who will be their best witnesses. As you can see, every witness has pros and cons. And some of the people who interacted in these freak-offs are not going to be necessarily the most stand-up people. And so if you're a prosecutor, you need to have the jury trust you and trust your witnesses. If you're putting up criminals or people who are really not going to make a great impression on a jury, then you have to reconsider whether you want to put them on or not. The prosecution is going to put as many witnesses as they need to hit the elements of the crime. And I think no more than that. You don't want to put too many people on and overdo it.
I think that they're really going to focus on the idea that Cassandra Ventura was, in their view, a willing participant, right? The more that they could try to say that she encouraged the freak-offs, coordinated the freak-offs, didn't object to the freak-offs, the more that they say consent, which could be a valuable, valid defense in this case. That's how you get against sex trafficking. That's might be what we hear. Remember I mentioned we have another poll. So after the $20 million settlement against Diddy, should Cassie have pursued criminal charges? Out of the people polled up on YouTube, 75% say yes, 24% say no. I'm not surprised by that, Will. Look, I think the defense spent a lot of time focusing on the settlement, right? Potential financial incentive for her to go after Diddy, but she settled with him and then cooperated with the government. I think my timeline is right about that, which goes to the question, what would be her incentive? To have to testify in front of him, put this story out there, face potential backlash from people online. Why cooperate with the government? I mean, it's not like she has a pending lawsuit and the argument can be, well, reasonable decision here. She already settled. She's got the money. I mean, so the idea would be if she really felt that, or really believes, and it's true that these are crimes that were committed against her, why wouldn't she cooperate with the government? So are you surprised by the 75%, 24%?
I mean, I look at it this way. According to the government, a crime was committed here, and she's not the only victim of the crime. There are other individuals who are sex trafficked. My understanding is there are other victims who are going to be testifying. I think that one of them is using the name Jane. I believe one of them is using the name Mia. I think there's a third Jane Doe victim that doesn't have a name attributed to her yet. So from an esoteric standpoint, if crimes occurred, regardless of a settlement against an individual, they still may want to go forward with the prosecution. There's another piece to this, which is she also conspired to some extent. You know, we heard James testify that he had a proffer letter, which essentially means that the government allowed him to come in, talk about everything he was going to testify to ahead of time, perhaps in lieu of criminal charges against him himself. I don't think that Cassie was in the same position, but she potentially had some culpability here. If she was arranging these freak-offs, if she was organizing these freak-offs, if she was perhaps soliciting other women to come into the freak-offs, if she was soliciting men to participate in the freak-offs, she has some culpability here. So there could be other reasons why she was encouraged to go forward with the criminal prosecution.
And by the way, James testified that he wasn't really sure of the details that were brokered by his attorney. He believes he signed the proffer agreement, you know, a type of agreement that gives a person some protection from the prosecution. Not surprising in a racketeering conspiracy case. Excuse me. Combs can't do this by himself. He can't operate this criminal enterprise by himself. And he's the only one charged in this indictment. So you imagine the people who, the employees, the security, the assistants, they would be questioned about immunity deals or proffer agreements or things of that nature. Otherwise, why aren't they charged alongside him? So I'm not surprised by that. I want to go to you, Serena. We got a question from Spencer Campbell. Does the $20,000 demanded by Combs show intimidation and threatening to release the tapes? That's a good question. So the idea, this was coming up before in Regina Ventura's testimony, that Combs had demanded $20,000 from Cassie, release the tapes. He was upset she was with, someone else. Does that help prove one of the underlying crimes in racketeering? Does it prove sex trafficking? Maybe not, but maybe underlying crime in racketeering, no?
Absolutely, it does. It shows not only, like I said, that he was abusive and that he had total control over Cassie and her family and probably other people, but yes, it's another underlying crime, or at least an attempt at an underlying crime. It could be bribery. And also, if you think about it in more modern terms, it's essentially revenge porn, right? That he was essentially saying, if you don't pay me the $20,000, I'm going to release this pornographic material of you, which is a crime as well. So I do think it's proof of an element of the RICO charges.
Okay. We're always trying to figure out what the prosecution's case here, always matching what the testimony is to the elements. That's the key here. Okay. Question for you, Will, from Chris Bono. If Combs wants to take the stand and his lawyers don't want him to, what happens? He takes the stand?
Takes the stand. He takes the stand. Whether or not an individual chooses to testify is one of the decisions that an attorney can advise on, but there's nothing an attorney can do to stop it. So if I have a client who's insisting on testifying, no matter how bad an idea I think that is, they get to testify. If I have a client who I really, really think should testify, and it's going to make or break the case, and they refuse to testify, there's nothing I can do about that either. It's one of those decisions that solely belongs to the client.
And let me ask you this. You think he's going to testify?
That's a tough one.
That's why people ask.
I don't think so.
Serena?
I don't think so either, although it is tempting to get up there on a case where you're arguing consent. A lot of times a jury wants to hear your side of the story. But if he's smart, he'll stay off the stand, in my opinion.
Serena, I'm going to go to you. We have another question. This is from Martina Masadas. After hearing today's testimony, do you think the justice system is finally catching up to the power and protection that figures like Diddy have had for years? Well, Martina, I'll say, I think I know which way you stand in this case. I think a lot of people have already resolved themselves in terms of whether or not Diddy's guilty or not. But what do you think? After hearing today's testimony, Serena, do you think the justice system is finally catching up to the power and protection that figures like Diddy have had for years?
Yeah, I mean, that's supposing that he is actually guilty. Right? That's what Jesse is alluding to, that you've made up your mind. And that's fair. That's a fair position to take. I do think it's encouraging to see the justice system go after powerful players. I have said this for many, many years. I include even Harvey Weinstein in my opinion. I think that the justice system has turned its back on victims for a very long time in favor of people who are powerful, rich, and who potentially contribute to favors within the government. And so it is kind of nice if they actually did have that proof against him, which it seems the proof is piling up, that they were willing to go full force against him and take that to the courtroom and let a jury of his peers decide his fate.
Got a question here from Leo Senpai. Excuse me. This is for you, Will. Does the assistant's testimony, meaning David James, does the assistant's testimony about Diddy and Suge Knight squash the Diddy unalived Biggie talk?
I don't know that I can answer that. I'll say this. I think it was interesting testimony. I think from a gossip sort of standpoint, it was fascinating. I don't know how much it adds to this particular case. I really don't, but I do think that that component of Mr. James's testimony may become the lead story on tabloids, if you will. That Diddy went back home, got a gun, went back, and they were essentially hunting Suge Knight. I think that's interesting. I think it's fascinating from a sort of prurient standpoint. I don't really know how much it adds to this particular case.
I think it's important. I think it's important. First of all, it came up during Cassandra Ventura's lawsuit. That was the first time the allegation came out. But Serena, I think it's important because it goes to the racketeering, right? Look at this environment she was around. Guns, violence, threats, security. I mean, if you're thinking about why she didn't leave and you're thinking about force, fraud, coercion for sex trafficking, if you're thinking about the different elements of a criminal enterprise that Sean Combs was the head of, this could be important, even though it doesn't directly affect her. It makes up a portion of it, no?
Okay.
It gives incredible context to the situation. And I like this information.
Hey, Perry, did I miss anything good?
No, that they just going back and forth, just talking about. I said they was basically just talking about the effects that the mother had on the case. Then they were saying, "Do it move the needle? Was it extortion?" That they talked about that for a little bit. Then they were just talking just now. Basically, the guy was saying that having the GUNs and all the drugs and all that around, that could be the base of racketeering that could have made Cassie fear. Like they trying to.
So I'm getting all kind of different consensus because I'm going on different channels, and they're also saying that if they don't show anybody else setting up the appointments, doing all this other stuff, people are saying that Cassie took the money and now testifying against him when she should be a co-conspirator. Some people are thinking this. Do you think they have a point?
Yeah. And I did a poll on it. Should she be arrested also? I think it was, it was right before the lunch break. I think it was 63%, somewhere around there, saying no. The other about 70 said no, she shouldn't be arrested. 30% probably said yes. But the whole thing is this too, and they saying that, I guess, setting the foundation with the GUNs and the drugs and all that, it could help get the racketeering kind of thing set up. But I don't know.
What?
I don't know, because like how I feel about it is that I'm still with the belief Cassie, and just my belief, was there because she wanted the fame and money. Yes, people could have been racketeered and sex trafficking if they wasn't willing. But some people are willing to do it. And I think, just in my opinion, that's who Cassie was. And you can't tell me that she was threatened. And people would say,
she was threatened. She was threatened.
Okay, well, I mean, do you think that she was forced to make these phone calls? And it's a opinion-based thing, because yes, she could have, us knowing his history, but knowing a history of people that's looking out for their self-greed,
would do these things on their own. A lot of people maybe turned on Diddy now.
Well, let me say this. Let's finish watching with they're back. They're back. Here we go. Perry, do not forget to tell Sherelle that Cassie's mom said she made them pay him back. Oh, wow. All right, here we go. It says, attorney, how did the direct work? Hayes says, Mr. Combs might say, sit forward, move the camera, or what happened actually, one time during SEX, he dropped a stack of money. He said, I like this shit. Oh, they were trying to get out. And somebody brought this up. This is what they're talking about today. Someone brought this up in my chat. They never said that Diddy so far was with any other person, let alone a man. They're just saying that he's directing it, like as in move this way, move that way. Is that considered force? No, that's not.
Well, okay. To me, that's not considered force. That's directed. Him telling her to do the things that she's doing for him willingly to satisfy him. Now, that's just my thought. Don't get upset. That's just me.
Well, this is what I'm going to do, you guys. I'm going to keep playing the attorney so we can get their fees. I will stop when an update comes, and we can take it from there. Does that sound good, Perry?
Yeah, it sounds good.
Okay, here we go.
It's essential to the narrative.
One of the reasons I love doing this lunchtime show, other than speaking to my great guests and taking amazing questions from our viewers, which we appreciate so much, is that
you got an update.
Timing of this is great. Why?
Okay, we got an update. It says, the attorney, how much baby oil did you use? Hayes says, a lot. We were supposed to be glistening as much as possible. Attorney says, how long would that last? Hayes says, 4 hours, a lot of waiting, maybe 40 minutes or so. I was supposed to finish in a specific spot. We're back in these people's bedrooms. Can we get through to this? I'm sure there's a reason why. Let me keep going.
And you got video there with the camera.
We get to go back live in court. So court is back, and we are going to provide you real time.
What'd you say?
I said you got video there with the mask on and the camera.
That's happening again. No cameras, no audio equipment, but we're going to give you in real time what's happening. So the questioning of this alleged sex worker, this male performer, Sheree Hayes, the Punisher, has told. Hayes responds, I'd be reached out to at 5 or 7 p.m. for later. They'd ask for a sexy scene, but I knew it would be more. How would it start? Hayes responds, baby oil, a sexy atmosphere, Mr. Combs would direct. Why is this important? Well,
again, if Combs is the one who's conducting, if he's the one who's directing, that goes right to the racketeering charges. It puts him right in the middle of all of it.
Yeah, I agree. And it's very consistent with what the physical evidence is, consistent with the testimonial evidence. I think the jury is in a position where they're going to have, where they might actually say, okay, we're confident about certain things. Right? We're confident, right? So confident that he abused Cassandra Ventura, that he physically abused her. The testimony, the video, the pictures, corroborating testimony. I think they also had freak offs. There's no denying about it. It's just, what does that amount to? Does that amount to racketeering or sex trafficking? Those are the questions. So here's another important question. We got it from Mikey John. This is for you, Serena. Whatever Cassie's role was of either victim or co-conspirator, do you think there's enough evidence to convict him even without her? That's an interesting question. So if the jury says we're awash with her, we don't know what to believe, what not to believe. Everything else, well, can they convict him still of racketeering? Can they convict him still of sex trafficking of victim one, meaning Cassandra Ventura? What do you think?
I think without her testimony, it would be very difficult. You need somebody who was victimized in this situation, that being Cassie. We'll see who else comes forward. But I don't think a jury can find beyond a reasonable doubt that certain elements of these crimes were committed without having an actual victim that they believe was victimized.
Uh-oh, she might be right, you guys. Can he be convicted without Cassie's testimony? No. Oh boy.
Yeah.
It's that Combs would have transported sex workers and alleged victims with the intent for prostitution. There's not threats needed. There's not force needed. There's not coercion needed. You know, she had testified that these people were paid, that she had freak-offs in different locations, that there was at least one sex worker who was used in multiple cities. How does the defense defend against this?
That he isn't the one who transported her, that he had nothing to do with who came to the freak-offs. We know the freak-offs occurred. We know, I mean, the defense said in the very, very beginning, Attorney Garagos, in her fantastic opening statement, that the case is about voluntarily adult choices made by capable adults in a consensual relationship. So essentially what the defense to that would have to be is that he wasn't involved in procuring anyone. He came into these situations as they were, and as he texted back and forth with Cassie, he loved being in these situations, but he had nothing to do with bringing folks from point A to point B and didn't know who was going to be there at all. He also had nothing to do with paying them in any way, shape, or form. That's the defense.
So we go back to, well, the defense also said, I think in their opening statement, hey, he paid them for their time and experience, not for sex work. Maybe, you know, he enjoyed the stories that they had to tell and their companionship. All right. So anyway, continuing on with live updates from court, the continuation of the questioning of the Punisher, Sheree Hayes, one of these alleged sex workers. Prosecutor asks, how did the direction work? And he responds, Mr. Combs might say, sit forward, move the camera, or what would happen sexually. You know, one time during sex, he dropped a stack of money. He said, I like this S. Okay. Then there's this one. How much baby oil did you use? And Hayes said, a lot. We were supposed to be glistening as much as possible. How long would they last? 4 hours. A lot of waiting, maybe 40 minutes or so. I was supposed to finish in a, sorry, this is graphic. He was supposed to, I'm going to leave that part out. Just let's say that they completed in a very specific way. So reading that in real time, apologies. Okay, so Serena, as we're reading this, you have to wonder if it is quite intense and it is prolonged. And, you know, Cassandra Ventura testified last week about being urinated on, yet there was testimony from somebody who said she instructed the worker to do that. But you have to wonder, the more elaborate these are, does the jury say, how on earth? And it goes to the psychological defense that while on paper it might have looked like she consented, are there coping strategies at play? Are there traumatic issues at play? I think the more the prosecution establishes how strange and elaborate these sessions were, was it really consensual?
Right. Prosecutors, you can, at the end of the day, when they stand up and go back to that deliberation room, it's up to them to think about all of it and to use their common sense and make reasonable inferences from the evidence. You can't put everything into their minds. You can only kind of influence them as best you can with the evidence that you have, and then ask them not to leave their common sense at the door. Go back there, and what do you think this 19-year-old girl was thinking during this, you know, during these freak-offs by this very powerful man? They have to a little bit substitute, you know, their own position and try to think about what reasonable conclusions they could make. So I agree, Jesse. I think giving them all of this information.
Harris says she would leave with Mr. Combs for about 10 to 15 minutes. She'd return in a bathrobe and pay me $2,000 or $1,200 cash. Attorney, did you think Miss Ventura was enjoying herself? He says, Objection. Sustained. So we got to come back. Also, too, you guys know how I do. Well, let me do it a little later. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Hold on. Perry, keep your eye on the live.
I got you.
I just wanted to show you guys this for a second. I guess the neighborhood talk. Remember, you guys, that's my favorite blog, and I watching them as I'm watching as I'm doing the show. I study watching them. Here's a list of all of the alleged escorts that are supposed to testify. Jonathan Odie. No. Prosecution revealed images of sex workers that took part in the Diddy and Cassie freak-offs. Odie's there. Here's Ash. Here's Brian. This one's unidentified. This is Tony, Greg, Jake, Johnny, Jules. So he already testified. Unidentified and cute. Unidentified and unidentified. And then unidentified. I don't know where they got this list and if this list is accurate. I don't know. Let me go back to long crime. I like to hear what they say. Let's keep going.
62% say no, 37% say yes. Will, your reaction to that?
I mean, I think we want him to take the stand. I think we as observers, I think we as the public would love to hear what he has to say. From a legal standpoint, though, my advice to him would be to not testify.
Yeah, I don't think, Serena, he took the stand in his trial 25 years ago regarding the nightclub shooting. It worked out well for him.
That's right. It did. He had a great defense attorney, Ben Brofman. Mark Agnifilo used to work with Ben Brofman. And so he's still kind of got that thread of great attorneys fighting for him. And yes, he did take the stand. I do think it was a very different situation back then. I think there's just so much evidence that he could be confronted with in this case that it would be a tragedy for him to take the stand here. I think with a gun case, you can make certain arguments that are compelling, and the follow-up is not going to be as damaging as it would here.
Whitman,
Let me say this. He did take the stand back during the Sean Barrow's trial. He managed to convince the jury that he did not pow Tanya Rubin, even when she came on the stand and said, did he pow me? So maybe he should take the stand. I mean, he seems to be a convincing liar.
Deal.
I mean, it certainly is frustrating. It has been a longstanding practice in federal court, in all federal courts, not to have TV cameras in the court.
Here we go. It says, okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Attorney says, did you use drugs? Haynes says, I'm not a marijuana smoker, but I did pull a Bill Clinton. Oh my God. I was handed a joint. Attorney says, did you have performance issues? Hayes says, having a woman partner there, yes. Must mean he's gay. The attorney said, did the issues affect your pay? Objection. Why are people always talking about our leaders? They don't know us on YouTube. We're not allowed to talk about our leaders. Why did he mention that?
Yeah, so I mean, because he ain't worrying about your channel.
I knew not to say it, but I'm reading it as it is, and then it just came out. Yeah. Again, attorney says, did you use any drugs? He says, I'm not a marijuana user. I was handed a joint. Lawyer says, did you have performance issues? He said, Haynes says, having the woman's partner there, yes. did the issues affect your pay? Objection. So it's saying that he's gay, it's hard for him to sleep with women. My goodness.
Happy? You're welcome. Thanks so much for submitting the question. Question for you, Serena, from Beat. At what point do you think the prosecution is going to bring in mental health experts to explain why Cassie stayed? And let me just do a little self-promotion here. We did a whole sidebar episode on this, came out yesterday. Encourage everybody to check it out about the potential mental health defense. I was talking to Dr. Daniel Bober about it. Okay, but I throw to you, Serena. When do you think they're going to call mental health experts?
Well, I think they have to definitely call a mental health expert to explain things like a delayed outcry, the length of time it took for her to say something was going on, and also her state of mind that must have been during these acts, and why she might have acted in a way that seemingly incongruous to somebody who's not consenting to it. When is a great question. I think a mental health expert is easier to.
You said update?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here we go. Judge, overruled. Haynes, I wasn't sure how they calculated it. One time, Mr. Combs threw condoms on the couch next to us. I struggled. It was a failure. Attorney, what happened? Haynes, they went out. I finished. She came back and thanked me for privacy. Again, I'm going to repeat this. Judge says overruled. Haynes says, I wasn't sure how they calculated it. He's talking about the money. One time, Mr. Combs threw condoms onto a couch next to us. I struggled. It was a failure. What happened? They went out. I finished. She came back and thanked me for privacy. Are they talking about he hooked up with Diddy, but he didn't want any women watching? I'm going to read it again.
Yeah. Let me see this again.
Wait, hold on. Let me see here.
So, yes, I think that there will potentially be one
more time, then we're going back because they'll explain it. Overruled. I wasn't sure how they calculated it. One time, Mr. Combs threw condoms on the couch next to us. I struggled. It was a failure. What happened? They went out. I finished. She came back and thanked me for privacy.
And things that they've seen in their practice.
Were you going to say something really quick?
He said he finished, and I think she went out and put it on his nipples in private. Sean liked it on his nipples. I'm thinking that's what she did.
Let's listen to the lawyers.
Of course, our favorite cross-examination questions, which are about financials, right? How much are you getting paid to be here? How much are you getting paid to say what you're saying? How much were you prepped by the prosecution, or on the other side by the defense? A jury definitely takes that into account. They don't love hired guns. And so it'll be interesting to see the battle of the experts when the doctors get up on the stand and see kind of who's credible and who's not.
I was on air the other day.
Attorney, what do you think would happen next? Hayes, I was worried I would not be used again. I hadn't done my job. He has said, I want to see you F her, and I couldn't. Are you writing a book? Yes. Self-help about my ED. It's advice.
Bill Clinton, I was handed a joint. Prosecutor asks, did you have performance issues? Hayes responds, having the woman's partner there, yes. The question then is, did the issues affect your pay? Objection. Will, what's that about?
I don't know. I think that. Well, I don't know.
I'll tell you what. We got another update from court. I'll give it to you. So the judge said overruled. Sheree Hayes says, I wasn't sure how they calculated it. One time, Mr. Combs threw condoms on the couch next to us. I struggled. It was a failure. Prosecutor says, what happened? Hayes says, they went out. He did something. She came back and thanked me for privacy. I don't know. What is this about? I'm still confused. Will, I'll go to you.
I think that it sounds as if the questions have to do with what does the Punisher need to do in order to get compensated? Is what I think the question is.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
I think it's irrelevant, and I think that that's why the objections may have been sustained. But I'm guessing.
Serena?
I think it's going towards the prosecution's ability to argue that Diddy controlled everything, and that if people didn't do exactly what he wanted Diddy to do, then they would have suffered consequences. Again, the question of, if you didn't perform this way, would it affect your pay, goes to Diddy's control over his compensation. That if he didn't act the way that Diddy wanted him to act, that he wasn't going to get paid, he was going to lose his job, and maybe worse. So I think that that's what they're trying to establish.
Got a question from Philly PA girl. Does anyone know how many women are on the jury? 4 women.
It was quite confusing. So no one really knows what they're talking about.
You got another update though.
Okay. Refreshing and going down the page. Don't see it. Let me refresh again. Here we go. Lawyer, in your book, do you write about your time with Mr. Combs and Mrs. Ventura? Hayes says, yes. I call them a married, wealthy couple. Attorney, how long is it? Hayes says, 6 pages out of 186. I sensationalized it. I wanted it to be enjoyable, highs and lows. Sensationalized, you lied. That's what that means, sir. It's not a complete, accurate, unless you're writing about, based on a true story. Let's hear what they say.
65%.
Did you have anything to say, Perry?
No,
family there taking this poll stats, it does have an effect on the defendant, right?
Oh, sure. Oh, sure. I mean, usually whoever's in the audience has an effect on the defendant. If a defendant's entire family is there, that certainly helps. That certainly provides some sense of confidence. If the defendant's family is missing from a trial, it makes a person feel alone. Similarly, if a victim's entire family is there, that provides them with some confidence. And again, if none of the victim's family is there, they also feel alone. So I think it's those, psychological components of a trial that have nothing to do with evidence, but really have to do with how individuals in the courtroom feel during the course of a trial. I mean, trials are difficult for everyone involved, for the defendants, for the witnesses, for the jurors. There's a whole psychological game that goes on that has nothing to do with what's happening on the witness stand.
Got a question from Chris Bono. I'll go to you, Will. Could too many
Hold on. I had an update. Here we go. Attorney says, no further questions. Judge said, Mr. Donaldson, question mark. Donald says, I'll try to make this as harmless as possible. Congratulations on your book. What is it called? Haynes says, In Search of Freezer Meat. What's harder than meat than that? He says, good title. Okay.
Your women's syndrome, to talk about why Cassie stayed in this very abusive relationship. But other than that, I think that they need to move on. I think it'd be a mistake to call too many expert witnesses. It always is.
I got one more question for you, Serena. It's about an update from court. So the prosecutor asks Mr. Hayes, what did you think would happen next? Hayes responds, I was worried I would not be used again. I hadn't done my job. He has said, I want to see you basically having sex with Cassie, and I couldn't. He was asked, are you writing a book? Hayes responds, yes, a self-help book about my ED. It's advice. In your book, do you write about your time with Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura? Yes, I call them a married, wealthy couple. How long is it? 6 pages out of 186. I sensationalize it. I wanted it to be enjoyable. Highs and lows. What's that about, Serena?
Prior inconsistent statements. There's always a risk if you say anything about a case that you will eventually be testifying in. And that's how documented, whether it's in a deposition, in a book, online, it will be saved and it will be used against you during your testimony at trial if it cuts against what your testimony is all about. And so I think possibly the questioning has to be about, well, you didn't say this or you did say that. And today you're saying it this way, but in your book, you said it that way. And now he's left trying to defend his words in his book, either to say, look, they were true, but this is also true. Or as you mentioned, Jesse, that he kind of exaggerated certain things in order to make it an enjoyable book. And it's a work of fiction.
Serena Townsend, William Corman, thank you so much for taking the time, coming on here, breaking down the real updates, breaking down the questions from our viewers. Always appreciate you both. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jesse.
Now, we plan to do these lunchtime shows every day of this trial, taking your questions as they come in. And by the way, one of the reasons we can keep on doing this is because we get incredible support from our partner and our sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. This is America's largest injury law firm. I just want to take a minute to talk about them for a second.
So it seems like they pretty much agree with us. If we keep talking about these bedroom scenes and not having anything new to add to them, it loses people. We don't care what people do in their bedrooms. We know that Diddy and Cassie were very freaky. If you keep talking about this, it's going to remind us that Cassie doesn't look very innocent when it comes to the bedroom. Maybe she should be a co-conspirator. Like, stop talking about it. What are your thoughts, Perry?
No, I agree. And then they said this too when they was bouncing it around. Without Cassie testimony, do you think they'll be able to get him on this trafficking thing or whatever?
Update.
Right? I don't think they said trafficking. Look, the whole thing is, I don't think so neither. I mean, without Cassie, they wouldn't have a possible chance because the only people really gonna go for it. Okay.
We have an update.
Yeah, I got you.
So don't okay. Donaldson, you have a website? Hayes says yes. Now I am a co-owner. All the male dancers are independent contractors. Donaldson said, you've been doing this for 25 years? Hayes says 30, coming up on a big anniversary. So he has a website now where he has his own escorts. Perry, what were you saying about Cassie?
Oh, yeah, no, I was saying this too. The whole thing is, without her testimony, I don't think people would take it as serious. Like, because on one half, you're going to take it serious and like, yeah, Diddy really made her do it. On the other half, people, and I'm telling you, I only take one person to sort of think like me and a few people in the chat, that Cassie was down for it. And I know it sounds rude and it can come across because, like, I think Callie Nola said this, right? If you want us to think that every woman out here is just brainless and listen to everybody, and make sure I say it in the right way, are that gullible that they fall for all this stuff. I know people get in certain situations and might believe in their man and all this stuff like that. But Cassie has her own mind and she's not that weak. I think Cassie did these things for self-gain. And we can get into with a pleasure thing. And I think she was happily being pleasured by Diddy as long as she was getting what she wanted. And I think she went on to these other men.
Update.
Go ahead.
We have an update. Remember that. Donaldson says, you dance with them? Hayes says, a professional dry hump. Donaldson said, for 30 years, thousands of ladies, you tried not to develop feelings for them, right? Question mark. Hayes says, you try not to, it's a job. Donaldson said, but you talked with Cassie. He says, cordially. Not liking this lining of question. This is why we don't need to hear anything else about them in the bedroom. It puts Cassie in a bad light. Were you saying that, Perry?
Yeah, I'm basically saying this. If it come down to this, we can bring in these other so-called victims and stuff. Cassie is the big one, right? Some people gonna think, yeah, she was forced into it. Some people gonna walk away thinking she volunteered for it, maybe not just for the sexual fulfillment, but to please him, to keep her status as his woman. That's what I'm sort of thinking.
Tamara says, Cassie being down has nothing to do with this case. This is bigger than Cassie.
Okay, yeah, well, I guess so. When you talk about racketeering and sex trafficking, yes, but what I'm saying, we have to get to that stuff. I'm not going to deny
if none of these things going to happen. I'm just giving you my opinion based off Cassie's testimony. And if they're saying that Cassie testimony is really huge, I'm saying it could be in jeopardy because I don't believe everybody believe Cassie's testimony. That's all.
We got to update. It says Donaldson. She asked to be able to call you, Haynes, just to set sessions up. We never asked to talk. Donaldson. She was comfortable with you? Question mark. Hayes says, she said so. Donaldson. You had feelings for her? Hayes, incorrect. So when you have slept with that many people, and that's your job, I'm trying not to judge you here. You don't fall in love with everybody. It becomes a job, like he said.
Right.
And he's been doing this 30 years. That's a long time. I think he's not adding any different than the other escorts. Stay out the bedroom. Let's just keep going where we're headed this morning. Today has been a great day for the prosecution. If we keep backtracking every day and talking about, unless he adds something different, he's saying the same things that you asked the other escorts. So let's just stay away from that and move forward.
Right. I mean, because
and always question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, because I think what the defense trying to, portray right now is that, yeah, Cassie was enjoying these things. She started building friendships and maybe more with these people. Maybe I'm thinking that's where they could be going. Hey, do you talk to her cordially? Do you like her? Do you have feelings for her? Huh? Go ahead.
We have an update.
Okay.
But you thought she was only doing this with you, Haynes. That is correct. She said it was a special occasion. Donaldson said, you did develop feelings for her. That's not correct. Donaldson, you told the government. Okay, so they're bringing him on again to establish that Cassie had an outside relationship with some of these escorts. What does it have to do with anything? What does that have to do?
Right. For the defense is saying, yeah, y'all want to portray my client as being the one forcing her. She's enjoying this. She's even going after hours, after sessions, hanging out with these people and getting it in. I mean, whether it's true or not, that's what they're putting out there.
They need to stop this line of questioning. Prosecution had a good day. Let's not go backwards. Let's go forward. You guys should brought on another, unless you don't have anything else, defense. Let's get out of these people's bedrooms. What if she had a relationship? Does it matter if she was sleeping with him when Diddy wasn't around? They already said they practically had an open relationship. Why are we going down this road again, defense? Why? I'm not understanding what you guys are trying to do. Cassie being down and not down with nothing has, yeah, okay, we got that one. Let's see what you guys say. Cassie admitted that under testimony. I know. I don't know. She's talking, is being a DV case prerequisite or comment on this case? Oops. Did I accidentally time somebody out? Sorry. This is court. Everyone wants them to get on to the other points, but people have been subpoenaed to testify. Therefore, they need to ask the questions they are asking. We are still in the early stages. I mean, I guess you're right, and there's a point for doing what they're doing.
Yeah,
I just don't like
sitting through this before we get an update. I think the prosecution brought them on after listening to the attorneys a few minutes ago, is that to show that Diddy controlled everything. The defense coming back and saying, no, it's not really like what the prosecutor would want to make it out to be. It was two adults doing what they want to do in their bedroom. And even to that point, Cassie even enjoyed it.
And we've got a update. Okay. You're probably right. We'll talk about it in a minute. Donaldson says, the government notes say you developed feelings for her. Hayes says, that may have been taken out of context. Donaldson, you used your 25 years experience. Hayes, this was a different scene. Usually I'm for humor. Usually I aim for humor. So you would say that you fell in love with Cassie as a joke? Let me reread this. Donaldson says the government notes say you develop feelings for her. Hayes says that may have been taken out of context. Donaldson said you used your 25 years experience. Hayes says this was a different scene. Usually I aim for humor. They just need to who okay, maybe they're getting to a point. Maybe there's a reason why they're doing this. Very uncomfortable to keep going in people's bedrooms. That's for me. That's number one. Number two, what he's not saying anything different than the other escorts.
Right. But I
So
feel like
if you bring them on, go ahead.
the prosecution feel like the more examples that they show the jury that he's controlling. Stop it. Change angles. Lift this leg. Do that. I'm not happy with you. I might not pay you or whatnot to show his control. But that could be the angle. That they am I feeling that they don't know when to stop? Because the more I'm listening to it, I'm starting to feel like Cassie really was down for it. And I know people saying whether down
I
for
got
it or
an
not.
update.
Okay, go ahead.
Donaldson says you wouldn't try to dry hump someone who didn't want to be dry humped, correct? Haynes says, yes, it is important to read the room. Donaldson, so you read the room with Cassie and she wanted objection sustained. So I feel like the judge is feeling the same way. This is the second time he has said sustained. This is the defense, by the way. I don't know where they're going with this. You guys are losing me. I don't know where you're going. Please stop.
What you mean with the defense going? The defense didn't call him up as a witness. The prosecution did. Where they going
Right.
is since you're gonna call him up and make my client look controlling, we gonna use the same witness to show that Kathy and him had feelings. They enjoyed it. That's what I think.
Even if she did catch feelings for someone else, they were in an open relationship. What are they ultimately trying to prove, Perry?
Okay. What they trying to prove is no harm, no foul. They in an open relationship. Take
Got
that.
you. Oh, it was all willing. They wanted to do it. They're all adults. They go back to that theme. Everybody's an adult. Everybody
Right.
is a willing.
Because
no
I
one
want
was
him to
forced.
say, well, what did that matter? What it matters is why are we even in court with Cassie even talking about it? It mattered to her when she's saying she was a victim,
Mhm.
and he's being charged as the victim, whether he is or not. I'm just saying that's what he's there for. His defense seems saying, hey, he didn't victimize her. This is what she needed. That's why it's important. When I say she could enjoy it, I know people say, oh, somebody said, well, was Cassie enjoying it? No, I mean, no. And I'm sure Diddy didn't enjoy her cheating on him too. So I'm just saying I can sympathize for, well, because he's controlling.
Yeah,
So when she cheated, I'm sure he was upset and hurt. But I'm just saying, like, I'm not here to debate
got
that
an
part.
update. Oh, no. Um, prosecution needs to stay away from this testimony. When you start trying to, just stay out the bedrooms. It really, it was a great testimony this morning. I don't know. Tamara says they are trying to prove that Sean is an aggressive person. Okay, I guess. Cassie was able to confirm Diddy blowing up Kid Cudi's car. When you are in people's bedrooms, though, couldn't they prove that a different way? Like, I knew he was controlling when he put his hands on Carrie.
Right.
I knew he was controlling, huh?
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, and I agree. Like, the prosecution is trying to show how aggressive he was, but the defense come back on the counter and try to show how willing she was. It was no need to be aggressive. That's typically how it
Ugh.
works.
It's just it's really risky when we go down these escorts again, because they tried to prove the same thing earlier with Phillips, saying it wasn't she your friend, wasn't she your friend, you called outside. They need to prove some other way that these were, that he was controlling some other, not this way. Like we've heard, we know he's controlling. You don't have to reiterate that. Cassie did not cheat. You cannot cheat on someone who is not loyal to you. Exactly. And that's the thing. Even if she did hook up with one of these guys and Diddy wasn't around, so what? They had an open relationship. I don't like this testing. This
And I get it. When I say cheat, I'm saying that's what it came out to be. Open relationship, they wasn't married and all that stuff. So I get it. My definition really ain't cheating. It's both of these adults doing what they want to do. That's how I feel about it.
wish they would have ended testimony early today after Mrs. Ventura, after the mother. That was great. Don't add, don't take away. Let us sit on that for a while. What he did, making these people take out a loan, even if he paid them back, it was a dirty thing to do. We should have ended on that. Not this. Unless I don't know, they're trying to do something else. If the questioning, takes a different turn. But right now, I feel like these are the same exact questions you asked the other escorts. You tried to say.
I feel like you're right. Maybe they should have stopped there. But when you strategizing and doing all this, in their mind, they thought it was the best move to show how controlling, how he was directing this thing. It backfired on him, in my opinion, because now people are looking at it. Now this guy writing books, having feelings for Cassie. See, now they opened that up instead of us talking about how Diddy gonna try to get the 20,000 from the mama. I don't forget about the 20,000. Now I'm back on. Yeah, all of them in a money chase. That's why they keep coming back. Diddy didn't force them back. They wanted to come back. They're writing a book. Him and Cassie got feelings. Now, whether it's true or not, I'm just saying the story they putting out there.
I think that the prosecution knows where they want to go and what they're doing. And this is the reason we heard so many attorneys say they're doing a brilliant job, but you guys have to dumb it down. You have to dumb it down for regular people that is not into the law like I am. Like, yeah, it might be a great move, and later on down the line, it'll all make sense. But right now, this line of questioning is very complicated to listen to, uncomfortable to listen to. And you had such a great, spectacular morning. It was great. And I just would have wished you guys would have ended on that, because, at the end of the day, that's where we're going to talk about all evening until the next morning. I don't know. See what y'all think.
I'm going to agree with you. I mean, because I don't forget about the $20,000. I'm telling you that.
Now, see, and this allows little jokes like this. She's a super freak. It's crazy.
Super freak.
It makes sense to the people in the courtroom. I hope it does. A lot of Black men are on Diddy's side. A lot. We talked about that a lot. Side, because they think they can do anything to women. I don't know what this loyalty is to Diddy. I was telling you about the other male blogger that is just so disrespectful to Cassie. I have to turn away sometimes. I listen to him to hear what the other side thinks, but I don't know if it's because he's a rapper, but the rap community wants Diddy free, period. Tamara says, all I can say is that Cassie was robbed for robbed of her 20s. Artists were robbed of their talent. No price for that. She did waste your 20s, you guys. If you're in your 20s right now, this is the best time of your life. You're allowed to make mistakes. Life
You
is
gotta
fun.
update.
Okay, gotta update. Here we go. Donaldson says, was Mr. Combs requested that you penetrate? Oh, see, I don't like stuff like this. Hayes says, it was a demand, a strong suggestion. Donaldson, Cassie paid you even when she canceled, right? He says, yes, $500. Like, I don't like this.
No, I get it. I mean, you know,
I feel like it's an invasion of privacy. Yes, the freak offs are a big part of the case, but if you keep talking about it, I don't know. What are you going to say,
well,
Perry? I don't
if you
like
keep
it.
talking about it, it's gonna show Cassie more and more paying people, and then you're gonna have the other people on the other side saying, "Yeah, but she didn't have no choice. She was afraid," and that could be true. That could be true. But when you in court, you're looking at who did what, who did this, and the same way you can say she could be afraid is some people saying, "Yeah." At a certain point, when they start talking about catching feelings and all this stuff, not everybody gonna think that she's a total victim of getting her ass whooped and stuff like that. Yes, and people say yes, she was robbed of her 20s. Yes, a lot of people are. It's a whole bunch of teenagers right now in prison for life for a bad choice. And I'm not justifying what Diddy did. I'm not one of these black men that's just sticking up for Diddy because I'm saying Diddy's a piece of trash. We got trash men and we got some women who become trash from the chase of cash, status, greed. That's what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
care what they say. So this man is going to be on the stand until it's over. If it ends at 3 o'clock, they still had a good day, and we have to remember that they had a great day. He showed blackmail. He showed his controlling ways. He showed uh possible drug. What?
Yeah, no, I'm
You
with you.
don't
Go
think
ahead.
what he did to Cassie's mom is
You know what,
blackmail?
though?
That's
At first, I said it was a good day. But
it was a
as you
great
go
day.
on, right. But I think this last thing for me,
Here we go.
it took,
We're back.
it took
Don't forget your thought. Don't forget.
yeah.
Donaldson, Mr. Hayes, I wish you success with your book. Thank you. Judge says redirect. Attorney said, what made you think Miss Ventura was enjoying herself? Hayes says, it was the first time unprotected. Attorney, without the details. Objection. Also, too, like, what's up with the unprotected? You don't like the unprotected, the having the morning after pill. These are all avenues that I don't want to know about. I do not. Unless somebody said he made. Here we go. Donaldson, Mr. Hayes. Oh, I just heard that. I just, I wish he would have called Cassie's mother last. But I don't know if the defense couldn't have Cassie's mother up there because she was just killing them. But so that's why they want to hurry up and get back to this kind of stuff. What are y'all thinking? Let's see. That's what made him think she enjoyed it, but already said Diddy made her do it, raw dog. Things feel differently without a hat. I know, but it's also a stupid move when you don't know you're sleeping with so many people. You need protection.
Right.
Hat my ass. Yeah, that's how y'all can get the 3 letters. I'm not doing that. No, I need a hat. Can you imagine being Cassie's husband? We would need a lifetime of therapy. Well, yesterday they were talking about her marriage. I hope that marriage lasts. I like Alex. I think he saved her. Perry, you think that marriage will be over in 2 years? That's what Perry said.
Well, I don't think it's going to
I
last
hope.
that long. I think there'll be a negotiation soon, or he'll be doing whatever. That's just my opinion.
Tamara says, men Diddy's age start coming on to you as early as 16. Those are facts. A lot of men like younger women. That's a lawsuit though, Tamara. 16 is a lawsuit. Thank God for my father who warned me. I would have wished that for Cassie. I mean,
Yeah, no, I get that too.
and
I mean, look, I would say this. Yeah, a lot of older men do like them young. I have friends, stuff like that do. But I would say this: it's a lot of females, and I'm not going to say 18, say in the young 20s that like older men. And then the question will be why? Stability or whatnot, right? Just in my opinion, for someone who like it. But these younger men like it because the older men chase the younger ones for control. That's just, and know that they're in a better space, maybe financially, but it's still control. You know what I'm saying? Mind control, financial control. That's why they do it and like it. But it's also you flip the scoop and ask yourself, why do these young girls in the 20s like older men? It's funny how we can see it one way and maybe not see it the other. But go ahead.
No, I think a woman shouldn't date a man too old. You guys need to grow together. You don't want to date your grandfather, and they do it. But these men, I think they also think younger women look better. They don't have the wrinkles, yeah, and so they're attracted to that. But they get in trouble every time.
Oh,
every time,
right?
Yes.
And then younger ones that date these older men end up wasting their 20s every time.
Inner City Press says the Punisher Hayes still on the stand. Here's a sketch of him. Okay, let me see if I can get that. Because I love a good picture. I mean, Diddy looks ridiculous dating these young women anyway. He really does. But as of now, we haven't heard of anybody under the age of 18. Right. It's really pushing it. 19 is pushing it, but he's not getting for that.
Yeah. And then
now, if there's somebody who comes on and says no, there were underage women there, he's toast.
And then it seems how we talk about that too, right? And then to me, it's already been shown and documented that Cassie already showed love and affection, or because y'all say when you're 19 in love, some kind of affection for older men. The first producer was 10 years older than her before she went on to Diddy. Right? Sherelle? Now, Diddy like younger women.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. This ain't the first younger woman Diddy dated, and he do it for financial, for like control and all that stuff too. A lot of them, I can't say all, can't speak for all, but Cassie already showed that interest in older men. And I believe it was for stability or financial or career, something to enhance her career. Something, she was gaining something from dating these older men. So not justifying either side, but just saying it goes on both sides. So, and I think she was willing to do that, just my opinion, to be with these older men for financial reasons to advance her career.
Now, I know you're really leery of Cassie, but Perry, at some point, could you say that today's testimony was really great for the prosecution?
I did, right? Because I thought it was good, the mother and all that stuff, and the guy that's telling some of his business because we get out the bedroom. But when you bring me back to the bedroom, what are we talking about right now? Bedroom action, right?
Yeah.
We're not talking about the 20K. We're not talking about his personal assistant. The prosecution did that by bringing the witness up. Yes, the defense countered
You know,
There are men who like older women. Yeah, but we're talking about the dumb ones that stay in the news.
and then
The dumb ones that stay in the
and,
news.
and then a lot of younger men who like older women do it for financial reasons too, stability. I think that's just my opinion. Ain't in everybody's household. She got her own place, man. You know, that's what I think. And I think, and I'm not going different from a guy liking an older woman and not realize that it comes with some benefit. The older woman might be established, career job. It gives them a easier pass. The younger woman dating the older man. So I'm saying they go both ways. But we still back to the point. That's why I go back with Cassie. I think Cassie did these things for her own personal reasons, and we not gonna specifically say it was love. And I ain't gonna say I know now. Do y'all think Diddy loved her? Got a younger woman and loved her? No. He used it for what he could. And I think it's vice versa, the same with her. Then she got caught up with the competition with the other baby mamas wanting to have the best stuff on the block, better than theirs. That's what I think.
I hear you laughing.
No, I mean that's what no, I laugh because I
Let me
know
try
people
to
get
get this
upset when I
picture.
say it. People get upset because they want the scenario to be out the way something they could have experienced and just using that same logic. Not everybody logic is used on every situation. There's a lot of variables there.
Mhm. All right, I'm trying to get this sketch out to you guys, and it's just not working. Let me try it again. The Punisher is African American, and I think I just showed you a picture of them from the
Neighborhood talk.
neighborhood talk. But here is the picture that the sketch put. Mhm. Okay, now here's the sketch from inside the courtroom. Why is my computer going slow? I think I have a bug, you guys. Okay. Here we go. This should be better. Perry, are you watching?
Yeah, I'm pulling. Yeah.
So here he is, the Punisher, who keeps telling little white lies on the stand that he came for a dance routine and then that they called him Punisher from childhood. We know why they call you the Punisher. Okay, sir, it ain't got nothing to do with your childhood. Nothing.
Sherelle, did we read this one from 3 minutes ago?
Go ahead, read it.
The attorney, no further questions. That would have been a prosecution. Judge says anything, Mr.
Yeah.
Donaldson. And then
Yeah, I
Donaldson
read
said,
that.
"Oh, what do you mean by steamy?" The Punisher says, I felt it was enjoyable to Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs. Okay. Yeah, I don't see nothing else.
Yeah, we're just waiting. In the meantime, this is the picture of the Punisher, right? There you go, right there. Let's go to the neighborhood talk. I wish I could put these side by side, but I can't.
And you got to put some respect on his name. When you say the Punisher, you got to say Arthur.
You guys, I'm thinking this guy down right here when it says unidentified. This is the Punisher without a beard. He's not ears. This is not ears. He's not these two men with lighter skin. That's not him. Greg is not him. Johnny really looks different to him. He's not the Caucasian men.
Go back to his sketch. Can he be the one right here on the top right?
I know. I can't put them side by side, but let me see. Hold Hold on, y'all. Let me put up the Punisher again. The Punisher. He is a mess. Okay. Is that the Punisher? Is that the guy up in the right-hand corner? I'm going to say no because he's a little darker.
Well, that's a sketch, but go
It could be.
back
Okay.
to both of those guys again.
Let's see here. That's awfully close. Let me see the other guy. Damn, I don't know. He's either this unidentified guy
I would almost say is that the last one,
or him.
that one.
Let me see if there's any other pictures.
He looked
Yeah,
like
he's
that.
not him.
He looked like him and Cassie could have had cordial conversation, and that he.
Well, you know what? Maybe I'm just talking because this guy up here in the right-hand corner is very handsome. Maybe there was something going on with him and Cassie, and that he just doesn't want to talk about it. It would make sense because he's very attractive. But so what? So what if she did? So what?
Well, yeah, no. I mean, I know we get all that, and it doesn't matter to probably us. But when it just says, "Hey," it shows that she was getting just as much out of it than Diddy was. Friendship, and maybe because like since they called him back 8 to 12 times, he probably felt like he was special. And at one time they said, "Well, did you feel like you was the only one?" or something to that effect.
Diddy promised Cassie a 10-album deal, did not deliver, but gave her a lifetime long STDs. It sounds like it. It sounds like it.
Yeah.
Stuff is crazy. All of it is just insane.
No,
And maybe they do have a good case, the prosecution, because today was certainly, they showed signs of that. We can't dispute David James. He gave good testimony, brought in the drug element. We can't dispute the mother. I said before she took the, why is Cassie's mom here? What are we going to get out of it? I'm going to say she was probably one of the best witnesses.
Because I'll be honest with you, I didn't think the mother would help the case. I thought she did until they brought on the next witness.
Well.
And even with the assistant, yes, you told the truth, but you get an immunity. You had to, and I think you dial him back. And
so what? So what?
Well, I know, but he coming across to be just as big a freak as Diddy. I know. I'm saying his testimony was fine. I got it.
Someone told me go to TMZ. Hold on one second. Oh, it's the other guy. Here we go, you guys. Hold on. Let me put this up. Thank you, Callie.
And you get an update too when you finish.
I got an update. Let me do that first. Refresh. Oh gosh, the Punisher's all over the internet. Hold on. In that quick time, we're gonna see him. Okay, here we go. The judge says, next government witness. Attorney says, the government calls Special Agent Gerald Gannon. The lawyer said, where do you work? He says, HSI, Homeland Security, in Miami, in the National Security Group. Attorney says, in March 2020, question mark, Gannon says, the HSI, Human Trafficking Group, XEX, and Labor in Miami. We got a big shot on the stand. So let's see what he has to say. In the meantime, here's the picture of the Punisher. He's that guy, the first guy. He is a hot mess. Something tells me I would like his personality. He is a hot mess. Okay.
He'll write a book.
He is a hot mess. And I don't even think he's Cassie's type. He looks bi or maybe gay. And I don't think he did anything with Cassie just from It just doesn't look like it.
It doesn't matter though.
What doesn't matter?
It don't matter if they did or not. Like as long as they
Right.
put the illusion out there,
Mm-hmm.
you know, that's all that mattered. You can't get a defense that opportunity to put that out there. But they did.
Oh my gosh. They got sketches up there. I don't even know if we can show those of Cassie's bruises. We don't need to see the sketches. We know
Yeah.
he beat her ass. There's no way to say it. No
Well,
other way.
I mean,
Okay, let me. Mhm.
and that part nobody's denying on either side. Either you think, you know, here or there about her behavior, but nobody's saying that she didn't get her ass whooped.
I mean, when I see Cassie's body scarred up like that, just hard to watch. It's just hard to look at.
Mm-hmm.
That's why,
And
too, you know,
it would have been
I
even
get
harder to
upset.
watch her.
Hmm?
I said, yeah, I agree with you. It had to be hard, but it'd have been even harder to see the bruises and see her continually going back. That would have been just as hard.
What else are y'all saying? Because we're not listening to Perry anywhere. These kids will age you straight out of worry. Bria says, I'm ready for financial receipts. Exactly. Because if they can prove any of these transactions came from Bad Boy Entertainment, everything we're talking about will be irrelevant. That's good. That is very, very good. Hi, Leah. Rain Entertainment says, I believe Cassie shouldn't take more responsibility. So many young girls are groomed. Can you say this again? So many young girls are groomed by men, but not all of us go to the extreme she did. Oh, but right. She was groomed. She was groomed.
No, but see, okay, well, I mean, are you just taking this off the last thing? Because I think you probably seen what you want to see out of that.
Let's keep going. This case is very triggering. It really, really is. Everybody needs to protect their own well-being and mental health. Take breaks. Unfortunately, we can't. Yes, he did. That's why she was around for 11 years. Ooh, him taking care of her like a relationship, even after her involvement with M. Jordan. Oh, opposed to escort action. Mm. Let me tell you some really other compelling testimony. Even though David James, I feel, had a plea deal, he shouldn't have been breaking the law for Diddy, because he was. When he told him to get the prescription in his name, he was breaking the law. When he brought it in for him, he was breaking the law. It also showed how if you're around Diddy long enough and you're in his inner circle, you start acting like him. You start acting like him. They were all drugged up. Everybody's drugged up every day, living life on the edge, sexing all day. It's just insane, his lifestyle. And he did that for years. You would think the man would get tired. The drugs were insane. They have a picture, a sketch up of what, let me see if I can put it up here, of what David James looks like. We saw that video, we saw that picture yesterday. We don't need to see the sketch, but let me see if I can find it. David James was an innocent, fresh out of college age. I don't know if he went to college, but fresh out of college age and just wanted a good job. He ended up leaving a mini Diddy. That's what he turned into, a mini damn Diddy. You're putting your hands around women's neck. What is wrong with you, sir? You are just as bad as Diddy. And then the whole thing was weird. And then Diddy had the nerve to chastise somebody. Don't put your hands on women. It's wrong.
You got to update, honey. You got to update.
Got to update.
Yeah.
Here we go. Refreshing the page. Here we go. Attorney says, what time did the search begin? Gannon says, this is Agent Gannon. After 3 p.m. Attorney said, why so late? Gannon says, we learned Mr. Combs and his family were flying out of the country. I remember that. Attorney says, was there a pier on the property on Star Island? Gannon, yes, we had to monitor it. Now, this is what I want to hear. I want to hear an agent. They're talking about, it seems right now, the raids, which were televised. Don't forget that. And even though I'm Team Cassie, overkill. Why are you televising this? Why does TMZ know before the regular people knows? I mean, it was too much. They did it all at one time, but they did it because of his name. They did Michael Jackson like that. There was a helicopter flying above. There were like 12 cop cars for one person. Do you think the raids were overkill, Perry? They
Yeah, I think so.
televised it. They
Oh, yeah,
televised it.
I mean, personally, I think so. And because it leaves a lasting image. When you think of Diddy, you see all the armored cars and all that. But let me
They
ask you
had,
this.
they had the kids in handcuffs. Remember that?
Mhm.
They
Let
didn't
me
do
ask you
all
this.
that.
I mean, before we get up there, let me ask you this. For the people who would say Cassie was just young and she got groomed, do you guys think all those young girls that stayed with Hugh Hefner was groomed?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Hallie,
I mean, come on.
Holly
I mean,
Madison. Holly Madison wrote a whole book about how Hugh Hefner groomed people.
okay.
That's it. When Hugh Hefner was in his 70s, that's when he brought Kendra Wilkinson on board. She was 18.
Well, brought her on board. Did he go to her house and pick her up, or how this happen?
He started saying, hey, you want to come to the parties? Hey, you want to move in? Hey, I'll give you a monthly stipend. $1,000 a week. I'll pay for all your clothes and get your hair done whenever you want it. You want plastic surgery? I'll pay for it. It's called grooming, Perry. It's called
Okay.
grooming.
Okay. All right. Well,
Cameron
look,
says, Mhm.
I said what I said. Go ahead. I just asked y'all a question.
Tamara said he was raided by Homeland Security. That was big. Oh my God. Hey, had people in the they had people in the water. It was a lot. It was too much. But this is P Diddy, and he is worldwide famous. So I'm going to give them a little slack. And they knew what we knew. They had already talked to Cassie, and they probably wanted to get his ass. And they did.
See, when I asked that question, a lot of people said yes. I didn't show the yeses because I'm biased, because you didn't agree with me, but I acknowledge it. So we got, they wanted to be there, right? And then some of them even got wet in the middle. They said some of them was definitely groomed. But I'm just thinking, hold on, my son calling, hold on for a second.
Perry just tries to get out of everything. These women were definitely groomed. And by the way, just because he didn't get caught, does that mean I agree with what Hugh Hefner did? No. Just because he didn't get caught and he wasn't as extreme as Diddy, I don't think Hugh Hefner ever put his hands on a woman. And if he did, it didn't get publicized. Go ahead, Perry.
Yeah, no, I mean, look,
Wanted to be there.
it's a lot of yeses that say that, right? Then we got no's and stuff. But for real, okay, now this is my personal opinion, and this is why I go back from. And maybe this could be my disconnect. Perhaps if everybody would have said yes, those women was groomed. I think a lot of them went in. They knew they had a young body. They sort of knew that this person liked that before they even went across the person. Like, I don't think he went to a high school and gave lectures and brought these girls lunches. I think they seen the stuff. They wanted to be noticed. They thought they was cute. They thought they was fine. They wanted to be on the next photo shoot. They could have got groomed once they volunteered for the services or used. I feel like Cassie wanted to be there. Did she get used? Yes, I feel like Diddy used her. He used her because she was gullible, and gullible for the fact that she wanted to be around somebody famous and that probably can help her career. That's how I feel. And I think these young girls, when you sitting there and switching days with the guy, well, did I make that up? Or was that actually on the show? I mean, didn't he have like 5 or 6 or 7 of them? And one was called Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, there was assigned time. Yeah,
Right.
What's
Okay.
the
So
Thursdays? Yeah.
it was almost like being in Utah. So at what point, like, yes, a freak off, and all these freak offs that we don't heard about Cassie so far, it's just been her, Diddy, and the escort.
Mhm.
So I mean, I don't know. Personally, I don't feel that she was groomed. She was used. So maybe we're using different terminology. But go ahead, Sheree.
Queen Shade is talking about Hugh Hefner, and this is absolutely right what she was saying. They had a 24-hour butler, allowance, curfews, and their own bedrooms. Holly was the main girlfriend, but she said it began to feel like a prison because she realized what he was doing. She said he would pit them against each other. Hugh Hefner was a groomer beyond a believable doubt. A freak beyond a reasonable doubt. Also recorded people in different rooms beyond a reasonable doubt. Bisexual beyond a reasonable doubt.
And I
But
feel like, go ahead.
I just think that Diddy went a tad further than Diddy.
Well, yeah. I mean, it all depends on how you look at it. I mean, abuse is abuse.
Diddy went a tad further than Hugh. Go ahead, Perry.
Oh yeah, no, I'm saying I get that, right? But abuse is abuse, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it just is what it is. Now it's different levels of it, I guess. But he still played the women, he played on their emotions, he abused all that. He took advantage of them being gullible. And I think at a certain point, Cassie got to that point where she realized, I should be more further along in this relationship than what I am. I'm just a freak, huh? Go ahead.
This guy has a good point. Anthony says domestic, yeah, but it's not surprised. At this point, 20 M's accepted and not strong enough for Diddy to go down for life. I believe life sentences should be reserved for somebody that unalives people. At some point, and as much as I'm Team Diddy, a lot of people can look at it that Cassie did it too, whether she was caught up in the cycle or not. So I just don't think that deserves a life sentence. And we'll be upset if he gets a life sentence because Cassie's will remain free. They need other witnesses besides Cassie. If this whole case is around Cassie, no. I have not seen anything. Now, the things that he did is horrible, but not a life sentence. Not Perry, what do you think on life sentence? Not a life sentence.
And I think we don't talk to Mr. Update 9 minutes ago. Or did you?
Let me see. It says, attorney, what time did the search begin? Gannon says around 3. No, I read this, but I'll read it again. Attorney says, why so late? Gannon says, we learned Mr. Combs and his children were flying out of the country. Attorney said, was there a pier on the property on Star Island? Gannon says, yes. We had to monitor it. Let me tell you something too, though. Do you think they made a big deal out of this and made it nationwide because he had so many options to flee? I don't know too many people with their own damn plane.
They wanted to make a show. Let's keep it real.
But listen to what I'm saying. If they didn't televise it and had all eyes on it at one time, do you think Diddy could have escaped? Let's just say they send the feds to his house. It's not publicized. his friend calls and say, "Hey, the feds are here." Stevie J, because Stevie J was at one of the houses, I believe it was in Miami. If Stevie J called him and said, "Feds are here," if it wasn't televised, would he had got his ass on that plane and went to wherever he was going? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, he probably would have, but they had other ways of getting them. They just wanted to be dramatic, and that's just. I'm just gonna leave it at that. That's pretty much, in my opinion.
But listen, I don't even think OJ Simpson had his own plane. I don't think so. Like that is a lot of, and he owns homes overseas. Diddy got a lot of money. Look at that. He got homes everywhere. He don't go on vacation. He just go to that house. He don't need to pack. I remember him
Did they,
saying that. When I
did they
don't, when I
raid?
go,
Did they raid Epstein?
you guys, did they raid Epstein?
He had his own plane.
I
Probably
don't
on.
remember. I
No, they
would have
did.
remembered if they did it on television. I don't remember it at all.
I'm just saying. Look, I'm not sure. I can't remember that. I choose.
Sorry, guys. I choose life. LOL. Diddy is a thug. Okay, a thug in a suit.
Yeah,
He's a
no,
thug.
Tamara, I'm not doubting that. He really is. When I sit up here and talk about Cassie and these things, it's not because I believe Diddy is not a monster. We don't talk about the things. And him beating her, I know you did a super chat a few minutes ago. The beatings was wrong. I'm saying nobody's debating that part of it. Cassie thought process was wrong at minimum. She had made a bad choice getting with Diddy, but there's no accountability there. But I feel like she went there for these other reasons. That's just my opinion of it. Go ahead.
Also, too, I'm going to look into it today. Why was Diddy meeting with Suge Knight? Why did they need GUS? It feels like there was some kind of tension there, and what was going on? Because Diddy got his own company, Suge Knight got his own damn company, and the two don't mix. What happened? What went down where y'all had to go and bring in GUNs? And I didn't even know that Diddy had anything to do with Suge Knight like that.
Well, I mean, they was in competition.
Perry, if you tell me that there's another blogger at my door, I'm gonna go answer the door. I'm not gonna go grabbing my GUN.
Well, yeah, I know. Okay, but okay, let's use the same example. You a blogger, another blogger. If that blogger was, if they had people working underneath them, and you was trying to steal some of their employees back and forth, like the record business, right? Diddy would want a certain talent. He would probably sneak around and try to, finagle some of his contracts or vice versa. If that person comes to your door, you're probably looking for smoke. I'm just saying.
Well, no. What are you saying?
Okay.
That.
Okay.
Yeah.
You saying why did they meet up like that? They're both in the same business. They probably was already competing with each other at who got the hits, who got the artists. Probably tried to steal each other artists, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so they had a thing going on. Is what I'm thinking.
Whatever it
West
is,
Coast,
it was
remember it was
serious.
West Coast, East Coast, where you can't come to the West Coast versus East Coast, all that shit. And then
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying that's probably why it was something though. It could be money transaction went bad, or somebody feel like the other person owed them, disrespected them, or something. Both of them had. Go ahead.
I want to change the subject a little bit. So we already established that these musician moguls are just a bunch of thugs and drug dealers with a lot of money, okay? And they use the music business to turn their dirty money into clean money. And it's weird that he named his group that. All right. So if you want to be a rapper, you have to deal with a life of crime. You have to deal with seedy people. Your life could be in danger dealing with these people. Let's talk about Aubrey Drake Graham. That's his name, Graham. Aubrey Graham. Let's talk about Drake for a minute. Drake came from Canada, had a white mother, was in a public school. His father lived in Memphis in the hood, right? He would go visit him. I think he had interaction with street people, but Drake is not street at all, right? He is the example of a good guy gone bad, as Rihanna would say, because he's dealing with these true thugs. And I say you even take like a Kendrick Lamar, who's not a thug, but he was raised in Compton and he knows how this underworld works. I feel that everybody's coming down on Drake and stuff like that, but he at one point he was probably overwhelmed. And he's like he was like a straight A student or something like that. So he's real different. He's real different. And now that it's turn to get pushed out, he's suing the record company. I feel like y'all have to remember Drake is not street. I remember when Diddy slapped the shit out of Drake. Do you remember this, Perry? He slapped the shit out of Drake because there's a song called 0 to 100. I love this song. That was Diddy's song. And he was supposed to work on the song with Diddy. And Diddy said he was sitting in the car and heard the song come on the radio and no Diddy on it. He straight out stole Diddy's song. I'm still thinking Drake is a guy out of his element, but people are telling me you're wrong, Sherelle. He has become a thug. What are your thoughts, Perry?
Probably. I mean, he got his little entourage and shit. Going back at Meek Mills and not Meek Mills, but
Meek Mills.
Huh?
Meek Mills.
Oh no.
Remember,
It was Meek Mills. He went out to work back and forth, and then the now Kendrick. So he got pampered and started to get the big head too, and thinking he was more than what he was. Thought he had the money, that everybody was gonna have his back. Everybody was on his payroll. So yeah.
Caramel says, yes, he's terrible. However, Cassie needs to be held accountable. She was right. She was his right hand and bestie in all of this via their own text messages. Now, this is what the attorney that was talking about in Law and Crime. You're going to always have this argument with Cassie unless they could prove somebody else made the appointment. Somebody else bought all the stuff. I worry about that in the back of my head. Unless they bring in somebody else, yeah, it looks like it's not a good look for Cassie. Drake is from Toronto, just like me. He was an actor. He was not ready for that street life. Thank you. He wasn't. Yes, Diddy slapped him. I run on the treadmill to 0 to 100. It's a good song. But all that happened. I agree with Perry. So you're gonna have so if you're on Cassie's side, which I am, and that's just Diddy needs some time. He needs to not be around us anymore. He didn't hurt too many people. But unless we can strongly say, oh, KK did it too. Oh, she booked the appointment. She got all the oils ready. Because they also said that KK spiked the drinks. Well, we haven't even mentioned KK, so maybe she's coming up. But until they bring on a KK or somebody else to be involved with these freak offs, people are going to always have that argument, and that's something I can't deny. But are the freak offs important when you start listening to the other stuff that he was doing? Putting stuff in people's names, putting drugs in people's names, having the drugs sent to him, turning his staff into mini-me's. Is that going to matter?
Look, I mean, to me, I'm going to just keep it real with you. With all this, it sounds big. Why you got your drugs in somebody else's name? People have their cable in somebody's name, okay? They cable bill. Now, we can point out and just, Diddy human like us. I'm not defending him, but I'm just saying somebody went there knowing it was illegal and got shit under their name. People do this shit a lot, not to justify it, but what I'm saying is, I think for this man to go to life in prison or what he gonna get, it need to come off some other charges. And I think these freak offs, unless he victimizes some minors,
Yeah.
are proven that he totally took advantage of all these other 30, 40 women or 3 or 4
Mm-hmm.
like that. But if I'm banking off Cassie alone right now,
Mm-hmm.
and I understand she did take a beating. I do understand she collected 20 million too. And at the time, she was the one making these phone calls and paying. So, and whether when you go into crime with the other person, you ain't no more innocent than the other person you roll with. And I think Cassie rolled with him, so she's just as guilty. Even that we could say that she was at the brunt of it, like the ass whoopings, yes. But some people, even to the point that if he got a small penis, that she enjoyed the punishing. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the satisfaction people say, oh, it doesn't matter. I don't know. But I'm just thinking if Cassie stuff, people gonna look at it different ways in the jury, I think. Now, if they gonna really get Diddy on some stuff, drug smuggling,
I
tax
guess okay,
evasion,
they're
wire
having a
fraud.
problem again. Somebody just texted me with evidence, so they're at another sidebar.
Oh, damn.
I know.
Yeah.
This
So
is what I don't like. This is now today, this afternoon is a reminder of why I was so frustrated yesterday. We're back in people's bedrooms. We're back sidebar objections. It bothers me. I can't follow the case like that.
and for real, it's almost 3 back east. So they might be closing out soon.
Yeah, it's almost 3 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stand the sidebars. I can't stand the frustrating testimonies. I was all in this morning. It was great. And now I'm not into it now.
So
I'm not into it.
I guess people just insinuate in the chat by reading the super chats, the chats and stuff, that Cassie could have enjoyed the Punisher.
But who cares?
Well, no, somebody said nobody enjoys the Tootsie Roll micropene.
You know what the Tootsie Roll is? You know what the you know what Tootsie Roll is, right?
Yeah,
So funny. Let's see here. Oh, they're just talking about the jury was shown a picture of Diddy Combs in his Miami home at the front gate, which was broken. Agents used their vehicles to break through the gate. Oh, they're going to talk about, well, they're allowed to leave a mess.
Okay. Oh, I was going to read the super chat.
Go
He
ahead,
said,
go
I
ahead.
was told the other day the medical alias is Frank Black. He had a rotator cuff repair at my hospital. All of his records are in his name.
Okay. So, but didn't David James say that he would put his prescriptions in his name? Y'all wouldn't know that. In his name, David's name. They said, were you aware that he was doing it? He said he couldn't recall. Agents use their vehicles to break through. I'm going to read you this from CNN. It says the jury was shown a picture of Sean Diddy Combs' Miami Beach home, which was broken. Agents used their vehicles to break through the gate to enter the property. Gerald Gannon, a special agent from Homeland Security Investigations, testified. He said it was standard practice when conducting a search warrant as the quickest and fastest option to get onto the property. Listen, they ransacked this man's homes, ransack, but that's what they do. Here we go. We finally got an update. It says, attorney says they were shown pictures of the island shown. Okay. Attorney says, why did you have to break open the gate? Gannon says, to make sure bad actors wouldn't have time to put those who would be who would search in danger. You had to break the gate. Okay, let's keep going. What is this photo of? Gannon says, the pool and the pier. Let's go over this again one more time. Why they broke the gate. The agent says, why did you have to open the gate? Pardon me. Why did you have to break open the gate? Gannon says, to make sure bad actors wouldn't have time to put those who would search in danger. The attorney says, what's this a photo of? He said, the pool and the pier. Listen, I don't know what this special agent's talking about to put actors in danger. I don't know. But I do know that that place was destroyed. And I personally know that's what they do when they come in with a search warrant. I've seen it done time and time again to average people. Now, a lot of people would say, but this is $1 million home, a $40 million home, and they're breaking shit. And not only did they break it, they didn't fix it. When we watch cops and they kick through the door and they bust open the door, it's your responsibility to fix it. I don't know if it takes on a different meaning if you do millions of dollars worth of damage.
You got to update.
Here we go. After review of Two-Star Island floor plan, the attorney says, what did you find there? Gannon says, parts of a AR-15, Pow Pows, X Toys, and Astroglide. They had to find more than that. Come on. He's talking about in the beginning, I'm hoping. He maybe this is a home. Didn't they take tapes?
You know, well, I mean, I think in the house in Miami, I think people talked about them taking surveillance cameras and footage, but nobody can ever confirm if they actually had tapes. Of course, on YouTube, people gonna lie here, there, or just all over the place speculating. Yeah, they got tapes, but I don't know what they found. That was in the Miami home, I think. And remember,
Yeah, he was in the.
But now she's saying parts of one. I thought they found the whole thing under the bed or some shit like that.
Let me read it again. Why did you have to break open the gate? To make sure bad actors wouldn't have time to put those who search in danger. What's this photo of? The pool and the pier. The attorney says, what did you find here? Gannon says, parts of an AR-15, rifles, X toys, and Astroglide. I'm sure he's going to come back with more evidence. You know, it takes a lot to type all of that. I'm pretty sure there was more evidence than that.
And Joyce says the element of surprise. They didn't want their agents to get danger. That their agents in danger. That's why they break it down like the element of surprise instead of ringing the doorbell or making a phone call. But even with that, I'm just saying, like, you come up with a lot of shit and you get a lot of stuff. I don't think. Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to. Let's see. Okay. It was slow. I don't know what happened. Sherelle? Sherelle, did you pop out? Did I lose you? Sherelle, what happened?
I don't know. It just blanked in and out, but I can hear you fine.
Oh, yeah, no, it's the crazy part. Mine was froze where I couldn't even bring over the super chat.
Sorry, guys, we're having technical difficulty.
If Dookie Butt, Pissy Cat robbed the bank and Pissy Cat was driving the getaway car, she would get charged. Yeah. So basically, I think that what they're saying is that Diddy did all this solicit all these escorts, abuse the escorts. She was right along with him. Why is he the only one being charged with it?
And people are going to keep asking that. People are going to have that question until they bring someone else on to say that they scheduled these appointments. So people are going to keep saying that.
Are we still buffering now? I think we might be okay.
I hear you. Fine.
Oh yeah, I think we might be okay
And
now.
I'm glad we weren't buffering when the special agent came out, because now I'm waiting on pins and needles to find out what else did they find at this man's homes besides Astroglide. I mean, I think the GUNs is pretty bad if you don't have a permit, right, Perry? You can get
Yeah,
sent.
right. Well, see, there's something about that weapon. They said that it had a filed off serial number. Well, this is the thing I heard. Now, I don't know shit to be true, because everybody knows there's been speculation ever since they raided the house. They got tapes of this. They found this. Whatever. But I guess whatever they found, they got to introduce to evidence. And I'm sure if they got stuff, they will. Right now, I think they could be teasing. But why tease? We got 5 or 6 weeks. Go ahead and say what the
Because
fuck you got.
also too, having Astroglide
It's not a crime.
It's not a crime.
It might be slippery, but it's not a crime. It's not.
It's not. So I don't know why they keep going to a sidebar. Come on. They're going to sidebar us to death.
So I'm not saying what they have, but I'm saying, like, if at a certain point you got these agents coming in, what the fuck did you find? Don't just tease it for a second here or there. Give us something.
I'm going to read this. I'm going to read this from CNN. They said it's time for the prosecution to establish true criminal intent. Former prosecutor says, as day 7 in the Sean Diddy Combs federal racketeering and ex-trafficking trial continues, criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Mark O'Mara says he expects federal prosecutors to start making the case that Combs was the puppet master behind the drug-fueled performances he calls freak-offs. I'm telling you guys, I felt that way this morning. They've got to stay out this man's bedroom. They've got to get more witnesses that either partook in the crime, that were in these crimes themselves, and have now some kind of agreement, or they've got to get away from this bedroom talk. This morning was great. Let me keep going. What the prosecution has to present, and they're started out quite slowly, in my opinion, is getting to the trafficking, get to the control over people, whether it's the escorts, the ex-workers, and of course, Cassie, O'Mara told CNN. If they don't get to trafficking, they don't get their conviction, he added. They probably need to move on from this and start tying together his control of other people as well. Finally, somebody said what me and Perry been saying. This is CNN. If you keep being in this man's bedroom, people are you're going to lose them. You're going to lose them. You got to start, like, a RICO charge usually involves other people.
Mm-hmm.
So does trafficking. Let's get to it. Let's talk to the people that helped in the crime. It goes on to say the male escort who testified today said he was hired by Combs and the music mogul then girlfriend Ventura testified today that Combs never appeared to be intoxicated during his encounters and said multiple times that Combs was giving him and Ventura directions throughout their sexual intercourse. That's not a crime. It was done by the prosecution to try and preempt the defense argument that Combs was wasted. I think that the prosecution is trying to say, no, he knew exactly what he was doing. He was, in effect, the puppet master of everything. that was happening around, O'Mara says. The essence of their charge of racketeering is he was planning all this. He was orchestrating all of this. We get what they want to convey, but we're telling you they're not doing it. They've got to do what they did this morning. Get people to testify that we're involved. And maybe they might do this, but every time you get off of that, it goes mute. And I don't know what's taking so long with this damn sidebar. You said it's almost 3:00.
Yep. Well, it's 3:01 now. So
okay.
I mean,
Here we go. Gannon says these magazines were loaded with bullets. The attorney says, what do these show? Gannon says the serial numbers have been cut out. Now you can get in trouble for that.
right.
Finding a gun with the serial just
Right. No, I agree.
yeah. So but not a life sentence. So they've got to go back to what they did this morning. This morning was excellent for the prosecution.
And maybe we're heading in a good spot right now to talk about evidence that you collected.
Right.
I mean, but I just know, like, at certain points, the AR-15 could be really important. Filed off serial numbers. Istroglide.
Yeah, that's
sex toys, unless it was inserted in somebody that was a victim at the time, or they described that toy as being used on them. What's the purpose? They didn't mention they found the bed, they found clothes, they found dishes. You know what I'm saying? Like, they making a mockery out of the
No, Perry, they're getting to it. Listen, today was so good that I'm giving them a lot of leeway. You don't be that good and stupid. So they've got a end goal here. We just need them to inch it up, because if not, you're going to still have the people to say, well, Cassie was a co-conspirator, not a victim, and all of that stuff. We need to have new arguments.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
You agree?
Well, no, I agree, because how long can me and the chat argue about whether it was consensual or not? But we can argue, was that gun illegally hidden under the bed or not? That is other things we probably can agree on. But they need to just bring the facts.
And the sidebars are absolutely annoying. And I think it comes from the defense. All the objections comes from the defense. And they might be doing their job, but it's annoying, and it makes me like lose a couple points for them, because I look at it as you're playing games. Stop. Like, I couldn't take for one more day they submitting something as evidence the day of. I couldn't take it. So, but this morning was worth this afternoon. But then let's just start the morning off good again tomorrow. Because we can't have your back, prosecution, if you don't give us nothing to work with. we got your back. We just need the roads to stay where you guys were this morning. This morning was excellent lawyering. I don't see anybody saying, well, James is a liar. Cassie's mom is a liar. That performance this morning was airtight. Nobody could say anything about it. It was great. So we just need to get back to that. And I know there's a lot more weeks to go. But that's the stuff that was really interesting to me this morning. It was very interesting.
Until they brought in the Punisher.
The Punisher, child, not the Punisher.
And then the Punisher seemed to have the most enjoyment. He even wrote a book. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay. And then even for relationships, we wasn't just co-workers. We was friends.
Listen to this. So CNN's update is a little more thorough. He said Special Agent Gannon testified that agents found platform high heels, X toys, baby oil, personal lubricant, and lingerie in the closet. They also found upper and lower receivers of AR-15s, which are parts of a weapon. Gannon said the team was not able to determine the maker of the AR-15 pow pow recovered in the closet. Sitting in the witness stand, Gannon held up an evidence bag holding the AR-15 upper receivers. Gannon put on rubber gloves and held up one of the upper receivers for the jury. He said there are zip ties securing the GUN, so it's not able to be fired. Okay.
Okay, so and you pretty much summed it up, but it was an update just came in too off the other side.
Oh, I'll read that too. Here we go. The attorney said, let's turn to 2 more exhibits. What are these? Gannon says, the ammunition we found. Attorney says, and these platform high heels, how high are they? And Gannon said 7 inches. Lawyer says this may be a good place for a break. Oh my God. Another break.
No, a break for today. Because remember, it's around at 3 o'clock time. So maybe they're talking about leaving.
While they're going back and forth, I want to ask you this. What are the significance of the high heel shoes? Because he said there are platform heels. How high?
See, now we're going back to the SES acts. Now, but first when they said it, I'm like, damn, is he wearing them? That's just my mind went. But
what's the significance in that?
Huh?
What's the significance in mentioning that they're 7 inches?
It really ain't. Sometimes it's just saying that, yeah, we found a couple of bullets, a couple of parts of a GUN, but these high heels and this Istro glide, like, to me, is irrelevant. And I guess they're trying to say, well, that's where he have his freak offs, or because he got freak off material. Maybe they're using it to say, yeah, and it's there, and we found the freak off material. I don't know. It's just not making sense to me. And it's like you could have replaced that where you found a case of cash or a box of drugs.
This just came in. The judge said, let's break for the day. So that's a wrap, people. It's a wrap. Fabulous day, fabulous morning, a little slow in the afternoon. I could see from this morning we're headed somewhere. This was the best day of the trial to me so far. The best day. Perry?
No, it was good. No, it's getting there. It's getting there.
Yeah.
And so, because now we're going to either find out either they got something or you don't. And I don't need to talk about no more bottles of baby oil, Istro Glide, or the heels, really, unless somebody was hitting the head with a heel and it's part of evidence.
Lily's on you again. She said, it's irrelevant to you, Perry. I'm going to do it in my Lily voice. But those prosecutors, my friends, they know what they're doing. We love you, Lily. All right, it's a wrap for today. Great day. We will meet you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Hopefully we'll have another morning like we did today. Want to thank everybody for all your super chats. I really appreciate it. Canada, we really appreciate you, Tamara. We really do. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Let me know your thoughts. Great day. All right, Perry.
All right, everybody. Thanks for joining.
Bye.
Shit, I'm out.